Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
What's up, y'all? Welcome back to another night of the LPL English broadcast. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Aravide. I'm joined once again by the one and only Rude Dude from across the pond. We're going to bring to you another series or set of series of bangers tonight, Rude. But before we get into it, I just want to ask you, how are you feeling? What are you looking forward to most tonight?
Oh, tonight, honestly, Mark, it's going to be getting into your dietary requirements and having a real deep delve into those. But, we've got two great games of Chinese League of Legends on as well. I think for me, it's going to be a little bit of a deeper look at Shadow and what it is that we can get to see from this new potential look of BLG. And, a bit of a litmus test later on for Weibo.
Yeah, well, to spoil anyone who has not gotten a chance to see last night's games, sorry to say, if you were an AL fan, they dropped their first series against BLG in quite a while. BLG were eventually victorious 2-1 with Shadow for the first time ever. And I have to say, Rude, I was very surprised to see that result, but I went back and checked out the tape, and I have to say, I gotta give Shadow props. His Game 3 Sejuani was pretty damn efficient, and it served exactly what BLG needed in that game.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there's always this joke of BLG putting their junglers on less carry role, the less carry type style champions. But yesterday, this was looking like an inspired Sejuani Trundle type of match. Like this guy went off and had a real good performance to showcase what it is that jungle can be all about, and Shadow, like we said, had a really strong performance versus Tarzan. One of the matchups that I don't know that we expected to go that way, yet BLG came out on top, especially after a game one, which really just looked like we were going to get to see a bit of a return to form for AL.
Absolutely. And while I would love to touch on some of the other matches that did happen for our standings, we've got to speed right on through the show here, Rude. Let's go ahead and kick off the roster for BLG. It's been Shadow Knight, Elk, and On, now about to make their second series appearance for Split 3.
Yeah, and I think that for this team as well, this is going to be hopefully a much easier outing for them. You would like to think that with Shadow coming in and him being able to one-up AL yesterday alongside the rest of his squad, theoretically a team who we see currently at the opposite end of the table, it is going to be probably a little bit easier for them. You'd like to think that going up against FPX that they should have a pretty good run of things for today, and that BLG should comfortably be coming away with this with a probably 2-0 sweep, and that we'll get to see a little bit more of what it is that Shadow's looking to bring to this team.
Yeah, and in fact, we got a chance to catch up with Shadow at the end of their victorious series with this interview. Check it out.
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 的新打野沙豆。感觉就我的队友有点太猛了，然后我就刷也就赢了。
好，非常的谦虚啊，但是你的第3把可是拿了 MVP 的哟。那你先来说说吧，我们说一说你来到标记的时间其实不是很长，那大家都想知道，看起来从你的微博来看啊，融入的是很快的，想问问你觉得跟大家相处的怎么样呢？
主要我是一个比较开朗的人吧，然后我的队友的性格都很好，所以我们很快就玩到一起了。毕竟很久没有赢 AL 嘛，所以我觉得整体的话应该8、9分吧。
Couple things, Rude. First, he looks so happy in the cotton candy pink BLG jersey. And two, he's super PR trained with the super friendly answers like, yes, my teammates are great. They're so strong. All I got to do is just farm my jungle. But you know, for the most part, when we looked at the beginning of this series, that wasn't the case, Rude. He had to really work and try and match up to Tarzan, and AL did blast him in the beginning of that series, but then games 2 and 3, they all turned it around, and it really did come down to a group effort.
Yeah, I mean, that game number 2 was a collaborative effort. There were some really solid performances from Bin, Gwen, from Knight as well, earning the MVP on the Talia. Like, you've got then Shadow in game number 3 just absolutely popping off on a Sejuani game. So, a real collaborative effort. And, you know, that's with an AD carry like Elk, who we know, you know, just in times when times are tough, you've got somebody to rely on. You've got somebody to fall back on for the most part. So, I think that his hypotheses that he just sits back and farms, maybe not quite completely true, but the idea that he's got really strong teammates, definitely something that we can look at.
Yeah, well, I don't want Shadow to get too comfortable, because this interview from Shadow felt very similar to another jungler's interview just a couple months earlier.
我是 BLG 打野北川，赛前就有一点压力吧，然后。 但还是集中游戏内容吧，就想着，就是我会比较强势吧玩的，就是会主动抠队友来配合我玩。就目前大家都有说吧，就是，就大家都发表意见，然后就是觉得就组织一个最好的吧。
Now, I want to say that Beichuan's interview answer is a little different. You know, he outwardly said he's playing a little bit more aggressive, whereas Shadow's just, I'm just farming and, you know, I'm doing what my team tells me to do. But this is now the 3rd new jungler that BLG has resorted to within the year of 2025. And while I'm happy for Shadow to find some immediate success with this BLG roster, for any Shadow fans in the chat, don't get comfortable. Yeah. I'm just letting you know right now, we know what kind of patterns that BLG have exhibited over the past several months.
This has been the revolving door role, and unfortunately for Shadow, that means that his job is not particularly safe, and that it means he's going to have to really put in some good legwork and make sure that he can prove to BLG that he's a worthy player on their roster. Certainly so far has done a good job, but obviously just the first series for him, and I think that it's a pretty big statement that he's able to take, you know, a series off of our reigning LPL champions, right? Like, it's no small series that he's been able to take, but we have to be recognizing that it's larger than one series we're going to need to see this over.
Yep. And it was kind of a slow start as we saw the series progress towards the end of game 2. Things started to click together better for the BLG roster and squad. And I have to say, I don't think there's anything particularly flashy or incredible that Shadow did. Some of these late game team fights even look a bit wonky from the new jungler for BLG, but the thing that is important for this BLG roster in these late game team fights, at least what I'm seeing right from the get-go, Rude, is he is at least attempting to create large amounts of space for his carries to step up. And the fact is, you have some of the best carries in the entire LPL on this roster. So that's all you gotta do when you are playing jungle for BLG.
Yeah, it really does paint itself its own picture, right? Like, he's diving into backlines, he's creating space, and sometimes it's not really working out for him, but other times we're getting this masterclass where he can just dive forward, make sure that everybody is absolutely safe and sound. And then in the Wukong clip, I think importantly, where he's just walking on top of Hope, a great example of not necessarily making it a one-shot in the enemy ADC, but is keeping them at bay, right? Like, creating, like you said, so much time, so much space, and then it ends up that Elk just ends up diving in as the Xayah to make it work.
Yeah, well, we got a chance to see who their opponents are going to be in this series. FPX, let's check out the roster right now and remind everyone at home who is playing for this team, because if this is your first time tuning into the LPL and you haven't checked out the FPX roster since last split, well, there were some major changes. Obviously, Shadow used to be on this roster for FPX as BLG picked him up as a free agent, so FPX having IYY stepping up from their LDL team, and Jachi they got as a quick pickup after RNG were eliminated from the 2025 season at the end of Split 2. And I'm just going to be very straightforward, Rude. I don't think FPX has a great shot at qualifying the Worlds. They might even be in trouble of qualifying the playoffs based on how EDG is doing right now in Group Nirvana. And if those have a collision course, I just have my suspicions. So for me, FPX is right now in rebuild for 2026, and keep on to your best pieces until then.
Yeah, it's about harnessing those and about honing those as well, because there are certainly pieces of this FPX roster that I don't expect to see in 2026, but also there are certainly pieces that we'd like to see be cultivated. I think that Jue in particular is somebody who we were very excited for. I think him moving in through Split 2 was a support that we were incredibly happy to see perform. And that's the type of player that we're looking at going forward as one of those potential pickups for FPX to keep themselves in with a chance of doing well. But equally, that's the type of player here that could just get picked up by a slightly better team who are looking to replace their support, and then, you know, make FPX once again particularly struggle.
There definitely was a timeline, Rude, where since Shadow had become a free agent and On did not have some of the greatest performances at MSI, a lot of people will remember the famous FlyQuest series where FlyQuest almost seemed completely done and out, and then On just back-to-back just kind of gifted freebies over to the North American squad and pushed us to a Game 5. A lot of people are not just looking at the jungle role for BLG, but also at On's role in particular as well, since he has been fairly inconsistent. Meanwhile, for FPX, Jue has definitely been one of the shining stars all throughout 2025.
And I will say as well, for Jarchi, this is actually a really big season for him in general. Not necessarily just this game, but overall. He gets picked up from a team that got eliminated from Nirvana in Split number 2. Now has this opportunity on a Group Ascend roster to try and make a bit of a statement. And in Group Nirvana, we were saying this is actually really a team that he's overperforming on. But when we move into Ascend, this is now his chance to say, yeah, I'm worthy of being in a Ascend group. And unfortunately, so far, Jarchi hasn't been able to live up to that.
It's definitely tough as an AD carry, Rude. And I think you and Alec know more than anyone whenever you are surrounded by teammates who are not living up to doing their job as best as they could compared to their counterparts. There's only so much you can do. There's only so much agency that you are given. And with the landscape of what kind of AD carries are being required to be picked up here, you're trying to carry on things like Jhin, which is more so a champion like you can give deadly flourishes and curtain calls for utility, but if you try to step up in 1v9, well, we saw what happened to Jackie Love in that in one game against Weibo Gaming this past Sunday, where he was trying to 1v9, but late game scenario, Jhin, there's only so much you can do with no one.
There's only so much that a Jhin can do in those late stages. We may look to see, Jarchi, one of his massive performances that we got to see was on a Kai'Sa back in Split 2, and currently Kai'Sa's just fallen a little bit out of flavour for the meta, but maybe if they can find a spot for it to work, take that Nico for Jue as well, maybe there's a world and an angle where that ends up being something that they can contend with, something that they can actually utilise quite well. But it is going to be quite tricky for FPX, just in this series as a whole, looking at them up against BLG, a team who have been to international event just recently, who were 2024 champions throughout, and then you have FPX, who honestly going into Split number 2, we were thinking as an organisation we're probably going to struggle quite a lot in Split 2. They had a really good resurgence, but then the best piece of that puzzle gets picked up by their opponents today, and it is honestly overall it's a bit of a gut punch for them.
Yeah, it's I know I've seen some traditional, like sometimes a organization that is on the rise again after so long, their best piece, not poached, but becomes free to pick up, and then they lose it essentially, and now you're like, well, damn, how do we fight back, And I still want to say that Jarchi is an exciting prospect to pick up. I don't think he's going to be leading you to, a Worlds qualification. Maybe he might be good enough with Jue to help you squeeze into playoffs, depending on what seed you get. But I truly do think that FPX, the best that they're hoping for is how many upset wins that they can pull off against the other teams in Group Ascend, try and continue building upon the strongest pieces that can be kept for a developmental rebuild into 2026 and try to find stronger pieces. And it does put a strain and pressure on some of the longer tenured members like Care, who has been with this org, replacing Doinby ever since his departure at the end of 2021. And over the years, you know, FPX has put a lot of investment into this mid laner. And over the years, we have just seen, unfortunately, not a consistent level of progress. It's been ups, it's been some downs, it's been some plateaus, and I really do hope, for the sake of the individual in Care, that this split he's going to show the best that he can ever do, because I genuinely do fear that if he doesn't show something new for FPX, it will have been 3-4 years that he's been with the org, and they might just say, listen, man, we got to change something, and, you know, it's not clicking.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, there is that sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, they've put so much time into him, like, what can they, you know, how can they let go of 4 years of hard work? But the whole point of the sunk cost fallacy is that, you know, you should have got rid of it a little earlier and sort of commit yourself to biting that bullet as soon as you recognize that actually we're kind of throwing away time here. And hopefully that's not the case, like we say, for Care and for FPX. It'd be great to have this story of an organization that has profited from rearing a mid laner themselves and making sure that they are up to the caliber of the rest of the pack. Unfortunately for Care, like we said, so far we've just not quite seen that amount. And with the future split of split number 3 for FPX looking quite dire, it's a good chance for him now to show up as well and prove that actually I'm looking at this position as very important to me and to this organization I can recognize.
Yeah. And unfortunately for this particular story, tonight is probably going to be his hardest matchup, at least against Knight, right? So, you know, Care, good luck, brother. You know, maybe there might be some other teams that you can really put a dent in when you go up against the likes of Team WE. Care might be an easier opponent for you to challenge and you know, find a reasonable advantage. However, just saying, because this is a David versus Goliath matchup where we expect BLG, if they're going to be a top team, we expect this team to 2-0 FPX tonight. But if FPX make it at the very least competitive, if not take off one game, that's something nice for FPX to take away going forward for the rest of the Split 3.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, there are some glimpses of hope that you can look to profit from, and, you know, even the weak teams, some really weak teams end up taking some strong, or take some victories, right? Like Thunder Talk last split, they ended up with 4 wins, same for NIP, right? Like, there is definitely a world where you find a couple of series victories, even though you look like you are one of the weaker teams in the league. And for BLG, like we said, right? Like, this is their game to just come in, quick early night, let's get home for dinner, you know, have a nice little meal with the family type situation, because they are expected to just absolutely destroy this series and make it, without doubt, a one-sided affair. And then, as you've highlighted, it's FPX's job to say, well, actually, what if we just throw a little bit of a spanner into those works and maybe give you a contest for one game, and even if the score reads 2-0, you know, we as viewers and as casters can hopefully have seen that it wasn't a 2-0 on paper like you would have expected it to be.
Yeah. I mean, FPX have already, you know, gotten one upset game off of Weibo in one of the prior series earlier this week. We'll see if BLG can be within their striking distance. But we're into the draft for our first game of our first series between BLG and FPX. Already, a lot of respect actually paid to Care's Yone with the early blue side ban from BLG, as well as the Gwen taking that away from Sheer, whereas FPX is just jungle bans in the Pantheon of the Vi so far.
Yeah, and you know, FPX, right, it was Care who had a really solid performance on the Yone, I think against Weibo, so getting a little bit of respect for that, allowing them a bit of a chance in a game that, you know, again, potentially thinking that they shouldn't have been looking so strong in. But FPX so far this season have also had those glimpses in the fire, right, where they've looked really, really impressive. And FPX are just doubling, tripling down now on that shadow focus. You know, a little bit of a, hey, you know, you left us. Let's make you pay for at least game number 1.
Varus instantly locked in for BLG, the premier ADC that was left on the table since FPX opted in for the Poppy ban. Things like Trundle are available, also the Xin, and normally whenever you see both Xin and Trundle up and available, you normally are trying to at least secure the Trundle for yourself so that even if they go for the Xin, every 2v2 for the most part becomes favorable. Also locking in the Trundle also disincentivizes the other team from locking in a tank, since we'll just subjugate them and then make that tank not feel so great in the end. I imagine that is what FPX might look for here for IYY, but I'm down to see if they're gonna look at other priorities. And you know, I stand corrected. Talia was still open.
Yeah, so Talia gets taken up. I mean, this is a trade of very powerful picks. Usually, honestly, I'd expect to see Talia come through first, and then, you know, okay, let's take Rumble afterwards. We're going to have a look as well and seeing about those junglers. In particular, if another immobile mid laner gets locked in, things like Jarvan have started to creep up in priority as well, especially when you have a Rumble on your side. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to try and go for a hot pot combo where you just trap somebody in the equalizer, layer the Cataclysm over the top, and then really find it pretty impossible to try and play League of Legends, if I'm being completely honest with you, as that immobile carry. Now, matched on top side, matching the jungle, or at least taking the Xin Zhao side away from FPX rather by taking the Trundle, and maybe forcing a bit of a alternate path or an alternate champion here away from IYY. If they hadn't already locked in Rumble Talia, this is looking like an insane Lilia game, but they've already got double AP topside, and unfortunately I think they're a little bit too pigeonholed in their damage profile to go for an AP, and they're probably just going to have to match with that Xin.
Yeah, I would not mind Jarvan to lock in, because it is one of the few jungle answers that people have taken into Trundle, not because you beat him stat stick wise, but you can at least lock him into a Cataclysm and force him to say either you need to flash out of this Cataclysm or you don't get to do anything. And it also would work relatively well into Varus. However, FPX are going to drop their jungler to the second round, securing something like a Jhin. Now, selecting a Jhin into Trundle Ornn, that's bold rude. I'm just going to put that out there.
It is. I think, fortunately, right, they've got pretty decent front to back regardless, with Rumble Talia already locked in. It's not like this Jhin is the sole carry for this roster today. So there's like, yeah, Jin's probably not going to be the best tank killer, but I've got Liandry's Shed from Rumble, I've got really decent DPS from Talia as well, as we move later on. It's not the worst thing in the world, and I think that, you know, there are definitely elements of now needing there to be an FPX dive style comp. I think Jhin really thrives when his team goes forward and he can just sit back, curtain call over the top, and make the life of the enemy AD carry and the enemy backline quite miserable. Where he's having to kite around and dance around all of these tanks, it's not necessarily the best situation for a Jhin, but for Jiachi, you're right, he's being given a champion that gives him an opportunity to make plays as opposed to be that hyper carry. I do think that Jhin is one of those carries that you can actually alter games on if you're landing a really decent deadly flourish, or if you manage to pick somebody out with a curtain call. Those can be game altering moves.
Interesting bans that have come out of this second round. Not even looking at the Jarvan, and they're trying to remove carry jungle options out of IYY's pocket. First, the Wukong. Even though Trundle should be able to beat statistically Xin in a lot of early skirmishes, they're still respecting the setup and the ease ability of 3 Talon Strike into full Talia burst combo that can be provided there. The Akali respect ban comes out to make sure that Knight doesn't get out of complete control in this game. FPX are going to drop their support counterpick for Jway to the final round. Jarvan makes sense, as we called it before. This sets up the hot pot combo, but now for BLG, they get their chance to blind their support as well as their counterpick of choice of mid lane for Knight.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take an immobile mid laner, right? Like, this is now, unfortunately, you have to take something that can at least get out of a Cataclysm, or make it so that that danger threat isn't particularly high. They just take the Azir. You can hop out of it using your Shifting Sands, and the Rel gets locked in as well. I think as a bit of a denial as well. You see this Braum ban from FPX, maybe suggesting that they're looking for something that can engage quite heavily, while BLG just take it away from them in an instant. Okay, Rel usually that big ticket blind pick that people want to go for, but is heavily countered by the Braum. So with FPX banning it, BLG say, well, we'll just have it for ourselves. That's not particularly a problem. And then FPX themselves have to go for this Alistair, get Jway a lot of playmaking capability, and you know, this is now a secondary engage source that can follow up on the Jarvan and can start to make the life of Knight of Elk quite miserable.
Yeah, So FPX have a ton of engage methods. So do BLG. And I have to question who really wins the scaling war, because anytime I'm looking at Azir, I'm always going to give them the advantage. Anytime a team has an Ornn, the ornaments are going to give you extra stats towards the later game. But because BLG also has things like the Trundle that can combat a lot of skirmishes early on, or you even have the Varus, depending on whether this is going to be an on-hit Varus or more than likely a poke Varus, just to play out of the range of a lot of these threats from FPX. It's not like BLG are going to be pushovers in the elite. It feels very well rounded. It can be good and strong at all stages of the game, whereas FPX, for them, it seems like if they don't hit BLG hard on that mid-game spike, the 1 item, 2 item center point, I feel like they just got ran over in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think that the power of a front line that is going to be present for BLG this game could definitely lead them to a slightly better chance to win later on into the series, or into the game, I should say. But at least for FPX, I would say that they've got a pretty decent time just regardless. They have got a lot of damage, and I think that the shred from a Rumble as well is something that we can definitely consider when we're looking at how well they can take out those front lines.
Well, we're going to see how these two compositions unfold and interact with each other as we get ready to hit the rip for Game 1 between BLG and FPX.
Knock up.
What about the FPX Gyos? Did I only hear BLG Gyos, no FPX Gyos?
Hey, man. I think that may just be the situation of support right now.
Damn.
Not to be that guy, but I think we may be waiting until, you know, next series for those.
Fair enough.
Maybe next game if FPX win one, you know? What is it that Alk calls them? The fair weather fans? They'll come out.
Fair enough, fair enough. We saw a little bit of early aggressive action from BLG trying to get into the noses of FPX on the bottom side jungle towards that blue quadrant. I think they dropped a ward on the blue buff. Shadow's trying to defend, or at least start towards the top side of the map. IYY going to be matching, as both junglers will try to make their way towards the bottom side of the map.
So what I'm looking at this game is who can help mid lane the most, to be completely honest, because the Trundle should have a pretty decent time of things making the Talia's life miserable, but I also think that the Talia is really going to be the main carry here this game. See an early skirmish, but I do want to point out that Care feels like he's going to have the big shoes to fill in this series, or in this game in particular. We would have highlighted that the Jhin is not the best carry versus the tanks, and we sort of shouldered that burden to Care a little bit. So I'd like to see some effort put into that mid lane position by both sides.
On doing a nice job of creating space here for Elk to guarantee the level 2 advantage. To comment on what you were... the concern for Jhin later on in the game, I think it will come down to not only what Jachi decides to build on this Jhin, but also what IYY builds on the Jarvan. We've seen a myriad of builds come in. Sometimes some Jarvan players will go for the Eclipse early on to try and get a little bit of extra dueling power in the early stages of the game to make that first item spike feel really good. Honestly, Rude, I think you just go Sunder Sky and Black Cleaver. I know Sunder Sky's Shojin is also really nice for ability haste, but if you can get some early armor shred on top of the natural armor shred you're getting from the Q, that's going to make the Jin's life a lot easier and might give him a little bit more flexibility when it comes to build pass, so that he doesn't have to build LDR as soon as possible, maybe delay it to a third item. It may just be having to build its second item anyways, depending on the urgency and how fast Bin comes online as a tank.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver Rush is a really solid theory for IYY. I mean, like, Jhin in general, a champion that will benefit heavily from being able to look at some lower resistances more so than anything. So it's on the cards for IYY, and we'll see whether or not that's something that he looks to consider himself, as we're already getting some very early swaps up to this top side. First recalls came through, and both of our bot lanes just bit the bullet and moved into this bot side jungle to make it so that they could, moved into the top side jungle, excuse me, so that they can contest on this top side. But for the most part, you know, I'm looking at how well it is that BLG are going to get to make a move on this top side, and Right now, their jungler's the one here. Shadow's around. This wave's pushing away from FPX. And if he just wants to spend a couple of seconds, cancel that first recall, he could find some good success up here.
Ends up completing that recall in the end and getting his first back-to-back on the map. Mid lane has been pretty volatile, but no junglers in sight or nearby to really take some action and try and either alleviate pressure from Care or try and gives Knight a snowball opportunity here. So the map action has been pretty quiet here, Rude. IYY returning to another second full clear, gonna end up on the bottom side of the map. Both of the bot lanes having swapped up. IYY gonna take a different path. Might try to create something here.
Yeah, and again, right, we talked about the fact that we're looking at mid lane in particular for FPX to be a bit of a carry force. I think for BLG, that's the same case.
Oh, great patience on already committed. Jway gets the flash pulverized to put on in his place, and that's first blood going over to Jachi.
Yeah, and just not tracking where the enemy jungler's going to be here. It's On, who is just a little bit too aggressive, costs himself his life, knows that the flashing and healing not worth it. So ends up falling there. Really good little patience play by IYY. And now mid lane Care probably going to get flash forced here if that pillar looks good.
Shadow looks for the pillar, doesn't want to commit the flash quite yet, but now he flashes right on top of Care. The Talia still has his own flash, but just trying to be patient with it. Yeah. Flashing away from what was going to be the timer on that Chomp cooldown. And unfortunately, in the end for the mid laner, he tried to play it cool, but he still loses his flash in the end.
Yeah, and with no teleport as well, that's one of those situations where you should have probably just flashed early, save your life, and now you're going to... Now you will miss out on this mid wave, whereas if you'd have flashed really early, there's an opportunity for you to have stuck around, be able to stay, catch this wave. But unfortunately, Knight now with a little bit of an experience lead, a little bit of a gold lead, and it's going back to that point that we highlighted earlier on, where this mid lane is going to prove to be very crucial. Now Care with no flash up against a Trundle and up against an Azir with flash at level 6 is going to need constant shadowing, because if there's a single time that Knight just decides to go in with a shuffle, he's going to have to be fearful. That there's a jungler nearby, or that there's a support nearby, or that for some reason Ornn's now down in my lane. Like, there are so many people who can roam and provide good CC to just lock you up and take you down, that Care is going to need constant shadowing, constant vision control for the next 5 minutes. And honestly, I may even just see Care move to a side lane somewhere away from this Azir, who is going to have just such an easy time setting things up.
Yeah, that's the catch 2020 of playing a control mage. Once you lose that flash, else is on the map, as On and Shadow are going to try and punish Sheer. He still has a flash of his own, but he already used the equalizer to kill the wave. On commits the flash, looks for the stun. Decent damage from Elk, but the TP with Jway will at least provide some assistance here, but he doesn't have a flash of his own, so he might have just teleported into his death, depending on how much damage the rest of BLG can get in reliably. And yeah, that just looked like a freebie going over to BLG.
Yeah, Jway with the highs, Jway with the lows, unfortunately there. That teleport, I think if it was a 2 versus 2, might have been okay, but unfortunately BLG overstacked the numbers. Make it 3, and now they want Sheer as well.
And you know what? Because Jway doesn't wait for the TP, this just ends up being a guaranteed dive play for BLG. Yeah, On goes down, but Sheer's gonna miss out on a big wave. It's another kill in the hands of Elk and Shadow. BLG just making pretty nice moves on the map.
And this is that disparity between what a Jhin can do really ever and what a Varus can do. You know, let's look at the Jarvan Jhin dive on top side. Well, Bin's full HP, and that would just be a double kill for the Ornn, like without a doubt. Unfortunately, with Jway moving down to that bot side as well, I don't even think they could have 3v1 dove, so it really is a tricky spot for FPX to find themselves in, and honestly, by BLG, it's a great little response. Previously, right, 0-2 in the game, and now they've found themselves a little bit of a purchase on this first match. Moving straight up to this top side, the second those grubs spawn, BLG are there, Shadow level 6, so can take some of the resists, make sure that somebody is a very, very squishy champion and squishy target, as it looks like FPX looking to contest. Remember, no flash on their mid laner, and Knight still with that scoop and flash available.
Yeah, the reprimands of that. Hang on. Might have sent it a little too early. Bin follows up with the call of the Forge God. Great chain of corruptions. They kill off Jway. Looking at IYY next, who is caught in the thick of it. Sheer is looking for a great flank with the equalizer, but the rest of BLG are able to scatter. Care cannot get in range. He still doesn't have a flash, so he cannot get far enough to close the distance. Seismic shove barely misses, and BLG just walk out with all 5 members alive.
Yeah, and a, you know, really solid fight to boot as well. They took down, IYY took down Zhui once again. And it's just a 2-0 plus a Herald on that top side. So BLG are going to be very happy with a couple of grubs, excuse me. Not the Herald, but there's still one left standing if they want to move back to it. Keep our eyes out for who it is that ends up sniping that one away. I can see currently IYY on the minimap, maybe looking to get the most of those. But I'm looking at how well this game's going for BLG to begin with. Again, comparing the fact that FPX are a composition that probably wanted to be winning in this early game, probably wanted to use that 1 to 2 item power spike to really turn online, and unfortunately just hasn't been the case on here with a whiffed engage, being completely honest. Did not hit targets at all, but between a 3-man cataclysm, double knock-up after the fact, FPX still aren't able to turn this fight. And look at that equalizer as well, not over the crucial targets. Always, Shia, I want you to be looking for Elk and Knight in these equalizer situations, as we now see the ramifications of some of those previous ganks into the mid lane.
And they did it right before Kair's flash came off cooldown, so just precise timing from the BLG squad. They even claim a Scuttle Crab, trying to set up vision for the second dragon of the game, just to make sure that, actually, my mistake. It looks like the dragon was never secured this game. There's been so much action, Rude, that I completely forgot that the first Drake has just been left all to its lonesome. But the fact that BLG have a composition that doesn't necessarily need to get ahead early, they've had other priorities, and look at this game.
Yeah, maybe Kair did have flash, but the timing on the rel Q actually meant that he was, you know, Kair's waiting to flash the shuffle from the Azir, so he doesn't think about flashing the Q from On. And the timing of which On goes in with his Q as we see Knight swoop in, and it means that there's actually no timer for Kair's flash to be used appropriately anyway. Has to flash the rel Q to begin with instead of waiting for that shuffle, but a little bit mismatched there by Kair, ends up getting taken down in the 3v1, and FPX just seeming just a little bit more lost now, not so much of an idea as to what they want to do on the map. And once again, I mean, you're getting highlighted at the bottom of your screen, but it's Shadow moving into these places, finding the majority of these fights, and in fairness to On, who's had, you know, a really rough couple of splits, I'd say. 5 out of 5 kill participation has been a part of everything that BLG have done so far this game, and with the rel has a very real opportunity versus triple immobile carries to be a massive threat.
Oh, look at this combo. The pillar guaranteeing the Call of the Forge God connects and just getting melted. My goodness, BLG top jungle, making it look so damn easy. This early game is snowballing out of control for BLG. IYY is going to try to do his best to defend some of the turret plates, but I mean, Shadow doesn't care. He's going to get locked in the Cataclysm, but he doesn't even bother burning the flash because he has enough time to walk away. And he's going to throw out the emote as well.
No, okay, really important. Bin uses the rare Ornn E mechanic to break the terrain so that his jungler can walk out. IYY was caught there. Okay, Kair gets out to safety. Nice.
I respect it. I respect the attempt. It would have looked pretty sick if you had caught Kair with the Q flash on the way to the Weaver's Wall exit.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite making it work, and, you know, Kair just about able to limp out to safety, but look at the level disparity between these two mid laners as well. Kair's level 8, about to ding 9, whereas Knight already level 10. 20 CS is not really the biggest of deals when you're looking at a double experience lead. And just everywhere it looks like BLG are starting to get the run of things versus this FPX roster. You can see Elk even stepping in front of ranged creeps so that he's denying every single CS from Jarchi. 2-0-2 on the Virus, right? 1-0-2 on this Azir. And it's a shuffle down in that bot side that you can see in the picture-in-picture that's giving this opportunity to Knight and to BLG to continue pushing this game 1 lead.
It's almost already a 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes.
Hey, Sheer, buddy.
I'm not one to...
07.
Yeah. He still has flash. He's got an equalizer. He's going to use it just to kill the wave, because you might as well get some CS and gold for yourself before you eventually get wiped off the face of the rift here. And the rest of BLG continuing the snowball as fast as possible. I'm looking at FPX's roster, and I'm looking at the composition. They have their 1 items, Rude. This is the point of the game where they would feel their strongest. but FPX
Yeah.
just has not been given an opportunity to really set up those pieces to fight together because BLG are just breaking them apart across the map.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at the cross map as well, right, like what was happening in the meantime? We've just lost 4 people top lane. Well, because Care got chunked out and because Jiachi got chunked out, they didn't have the health bars or the wave position to move in and start forcing or even just threatening some damage onto turrets. They were just completely at a loss, and the move onto the top side was effectively free for BLG because they'd earned an advantage through those laning situations. And just looking at the player gold as well, when all 4 of the farming members of the enemy team are higher up than every single member of the enemy team, like that just shows you how dire straits this game number 1 is. And honestly, this is really good, I think, if you're a BLG fan, because this is the type of game that you're expecting to see from them. When we're looking at FPX, this is a team who is going to struggle through the entirety of Group Ascent. When you're looking at BLG and how they just beat AL yesterday, this is a team that you want to absolutely slaughter FPX. In game number 1, they've got a composition that theoretically is a little bit weaker in the early stages, but scales into oblivion. But we're 15 minutes into the game, and they're almost 5k gold ahead.
Yep. They've done an exceptional job of playing to their strengths on some of the pieces that can make plays early on, as On and Jue are tangoing, fighting around this river brush. Double TP's coming in, great crash down, intercepting Sheer on the way in, and just as soon as he TP'd in, he just as soon got executed. So now FPX don't have a top laner, and this Rift Herald should be free for BLG.
That TP channel and the time it took for him to get from bot lane into the mid lane was longer than it took for him to die. Like, the time in combat was less than the time spent traveling across Summoner's Rift. He got absolutely melted. And now they'll take the Herald. They're going to look to open up tier 1 turret mid lane with 5 members strong, and the potential use of the Herald as well. They should be able to do this very easily, very quickly. But a final engage from Jue.
I mean, Jue gets dropped pretty darn low. They take out On of the pitcher, but the call of the Forge God from Bin is great to set up another knockup onto Jue. And look at that shuffle from Knight, scooping up IYY over the other side of the wall. Curtain call from Jiachi will try to look for any straggler kills and revenge kills. Last curtain call bullet not going to be enough to take out Shadow, though, and FPX only managed to drop 1 member in the end, making it so that they've added up another kill to a total of 3, but BLG, they're up 6k gold, they're 11 kills in total, Rude. I think we're just going to the next game.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I will say, right, you talk about these kills that FPX have been able to get, like, look who they're on. These are literally on the rel support who is giving their life to make sure that they can earn more from these dives, right? On starts the engage under the turret, allowing for his team to, A, have time to hit onto the turret, but also get some chip damage down onto the carries of FPX and give them space to walk forward. It is absolutely a worthwhile death for On. He had one in the bot lane where he's dying under the turret to make sure that Sheer loses out on a massive wave. So every single time that the rel's gone down this game, it's been for the benefit of the rest of the squad, and everybody else, 0 death, 0 death, 0 death, 0 death. They are absolutely chilling. They haven't had time off of the map, and they've just been present everywhere, getting gold, getting experience, and building this massive lead.
Up the carries here on the done for Elk, since he's got the pleasure of having a Muramana, which is a relatively cheap item spike, but not fully stacked at the Muramana part. Still a Manamune with about 220 something stacks, but Rylai's soon to be completed for Knight. Second item about to come in for Bin as well. So BLG are well ahead of the curve here, and FPX are just scrambling to find any scrap of gold that they can get, because this is now the point of the game, Rude, where BLG have taken everything from FPX. No jungle camps belong to you. No turrets belong to you. The entire map belongs to BLG.
Yeah, I mean, in a game as well where you have already broken a tier 1 turret at 18 minutes, it's the type of game where you go to the right HQ and go, guys, why did we make Baron spawn at 25 minutes? Like, we're going to be sat twiddling our thumbs for so long, but IYY maybe caught pillar hits.
Oh boy, I think that pillar caught him as he was trying to EQ out. He goes down easily. Jue trying to set up a re-engage as Sheer flashing forward alongside Jiachi. They find a big shutdown onto Elk. Maybe it could be more, but they dropped Jue in the end. And now here comes the rest of the BLG carries ready to just pick up the pieces here as Jiachi and Sheer managed to find an escape route far away from BLG. But BLG know that they don't need to continue getting kills on FPX members. They need to progress the game, and that's a free turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, I can just see on the minimap as well, Shadow was going on an absolute journey to try and find them and try to interrupt those recalls. Instead, he's going to have to resort to clearing his camps, which, you know, no small thing either. But it is another one fight for FPX, or for BLG, excuse me. I mean, the win for FPX there is that they were able to get the shutdown onto Elk, but you look at it in the grand scale of things, and the gold lead just continues to build. And for BLG right now, the game plan becomes really straightforward, right? We've got an Atacon spawning on the top side in 40 seconds. Let's just make sure that we can assess and set up some sort of vision around that top side. We've got double TP, so Knight and Bin, one of them can look to push down in that bot lane, and then they can take that tier 2 turret down on the bot side. And with the Atacon at their backs, with all of the turrets in the inner circle starting to fall as well, this game should be getting wrapped up pretty darn quickly. And yes, it might take BLG to 25 minutes to try and get a Baron, so they've got the incentivized pushing capabilities so that they can just push, you know, with the ease of execution that a Baron gives you. But equally, the way FPX are playing here, they might be looking to find a little pick.
I mean, I like it. When you're down this far ahead in gold, you got to go for these cheese bush plays, and Jue is going to punt Knight right back into Jotji's face. Big shutdown bounty goes over to Kair's pockets, and now BLG, without their main Emperor, he's going to be gone for another 35 seconds. He has teleport, but this could be FPX's window to start the Otacon and just take it without a contest.
They have to start it, but it won't be without a contest.
Oh, another pick on it. Is that Shadow?
Shadow's down.
Oh my god, that's big! FPX! They took out the jungler. Now there's no smite available unless On can swap to a spellbook smite. But remember, this is a weaker version, so it's going to be harder to pull off. IYY sends it. Cataclysm flash out to make sure that L can't go anywhere. FPX are turning it around. On and Bin have to salvage the fight here. On finds one on the sheer. Flashing forward before Kair. He's down below 200 HP. Bin, it's got to be
in. Here comes Knight.
Here comes Knight. They stalled out the fight long enough. Can the Emperor, the golden left hand, turn it around and save BLG's game from
CC?
He gets blown up! FPX are surviving and salvaging what should have been a done and dusted game and have closed the gold lead.
And those are some massive shutdowns as well. Yes, I think Bin keeps his, but everybody else has just fed over a ton of gold into those carries of FPX. Again, look at where that gold has gone. Jarchi now 3 kills, Kair now 3 kills, and he picked up the massive shutdown onto the Azir. He goes back with just a Fated Ashes, finishes off a full Liandry's. And this is just some of the creativity that I think that we get to see from FPX. And I think Jue in particular, just looking for these unique angles, playing this unique angle where they can just catch BLG out, and then Jue once again with a flash engage takes onto Shadow, knows that Kair can follow up with that seismic shove, and now they're fighting on live as well.
Oh my god, they picked off Shadow again, Rude! FPX! They're pulling off miracles one after another. The gold lead used to be 8,000, and it has now been halved in a matter of minutes.
This game is still difficult for FPX. As much as these are miracle picks and miracle plays, this is a composition that we said, you know, is going to struggle as the game gets later. Their damage on tanks is relatively reliant on Kair, as, you know, looking at Sheer as well. How well can the duo of mages cut through the front line, where we know Jhin is probably going to struggle at doing that. But in particular, you know, FPX, a roster that's seemingly coming to life just in the folly of their enemies. Bin now forced to flash away on the top side.
It is kind of a bittersweet truth that while FPX is starting to now make really strong plays, it just might be unfortunately too late because the prime of this composition has kind of passed that mid-game point, but IYY is going to send it anyway with Kair. They're going to look for anything that they can get. The seismic shove still clips Elk, doesn't take him out completely. Kair was forced to flash. Jue following up now, but here comes Bin with the call of the Forge God right on top. Equalizer trying to add into the hot pot. Knight trying to decide whether he wants to fight this one or not. Kair surrounded now by Bin and Shadows. He's going to get chomped and bitten down to pieces. Now FPX are on the retreat. They've lost their mid laners all down to protecting Jotji on the way out. Knight trying to pursue him with the Sand Soldier, slowing him down. They've done away with the front line, and Jotji's got nowhere else to go. And BLG got a little bit messy a couple minutes ago, but they've cleaned up the fight. They get the ace on the FPX, and they can now break open the base.
Yeah, look at how many people they lost as well, Rafa. Absolutely nobody. It's a clean ace, a swift one at that. And, you know, we had a little bit of a mess around the Atacon. Knight gets caught, and we give FPX a little bit of hope. But as soon as we reset, get 5 people back out on the map, BLG with this better team fighting composition are able to punish the overextension from FPX. Elk finally had his flashback up and finally was able to get out of a Cataclysm and baited in IYY with his own flash, and then they were able to keep that fight going nice and smoothly. They got the Atacon, they got a mid lane inhibitor turret, and we'll take another look at this replay because IYY so far had been a heat-seeking missile onto Elk. The second he stepped forward, that flash out to safety actually meant that he was able to survive. And, you know, I'll say here, Jarchi missing the crucial bullet on the curtain call might have cost them finding that kill. Now, do I think that that changes the entire tide of this team fight? Probably not. But would it have been nice to be able to pick up the virus and give yourself that confidence as well? Yes, absolutely. And with the power of Trundle as well, just over his frozen domain and on that cloud tile as well, absolutely charged down Jarchi.
This game has been so strange, Rude, because at the beginning, it was a very strong and convincing snowball from BLG, and we were just kind of ready to say, okay, yeah, there's nothing that FPX can do. And, you know, a few minutes later, we've arrived to the same conclusion. It's an 8,000 gold lead in BLG, but those that did not watch the game, when they go back and see the results records, they're just going to assume, okay, yeah, BLG just stomped FPX. Watch this here live, we'll know that was for a blip. FPX was kind of styling on BLG for a moment, and whether that is a cause of concern for BLG and getting a little too complacent even when stomping a much weaker team on paper than it should be, you know, probably something that BLG just needs to take with them forward, not just in this series, but in Split 3 as a whole. When you get these leads, you can't be careless. You cannot you gotta always give the benefit of the doubt to your opponent on how they're gonna be creative and think of ways to come back in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really good exercise for both teams, I feel like, right? With FPX, they had an opportunity to potentially come back into this game, and they found that unique angle, and for BLG, that's something that they will now probably stick with them for quite a while, where Knight will walk on a top wave and go, hold on, is Dway in this bush? Is the enemy support potentially up in this bush? You know, that's the type of thing that in a regular season, you can afford to find out.
Good learning experiences overall, and it's nice that BLG are getting these experiences now earlier in the split, as you said, versus, let's say a playoffs match that has Worlds qualifications implications on the line. So FPX still doing their best to remain competitive while down 7,000 gold. The Baron has spawned, now it is past the 25-minute mark, and BLG are not really anywhere close to a Dragon Soul win condition since they had just taken their second Dragon of the game, and it's going to be, at least in total, another 8 to 10 minutes before that is even a consideration on the side of BLG. So I imagine that what we'll see is BLG using their forces to push up into the top red quadrant, make sure that FPX cannot even think about contesting them on the Baron, take this Baron, and then win one more fight decisively and end this game.
Yeah, to give us a shorter iteration as IYY gets flashed out. Ain't nobody getting sold this game. It's just not happening. And BLG most likely to, just with that small chunk onto IYY, turn around, now wail away on the Baron. You can see with the Vision Observer toggling here that there is just no way in for FPX. Jarchi likely to use the curtain call to find a way in for IYY.
Decent pick onto Knight, but he slides right back into the safety of the Baron pit. IYY's in there, but
Not
Shadow
quite.
secures the Baron. Curtain call bullets are flying, trying to get some decent damage into the members of BLG. On goes down, thanks to Dway, but traded immediately back onto Sheer and Dway himself. Shadow picks up the double, and now they are on the hunt, pursuing Jotzi. The pillar forces him to flash. The Weaver's Wall will cut off some of the escape routes of BLG as they were trying to lock down remaining carries of FPX, but Shadow is cruising and styling. He's astro gliding on his former teammates in FPX as he doesn't give a damn about which turret he crosses. He is ensuring that Care will fall, and BLG will now have the victory march to end game 1.
Yeah, and for Shadow as well, what a game number 1 up against your old team, right? This is a team that he's expected to come away out on strong terms with, but 10, 2, and 9 on the Trundle, the most kills on his team, just taking his former teammates to the slaughter, clubbing them over the head and absolutely demolishing them for game number 1. A replay of how this goes down, and honestly, this fight is about as good as you can expect for FPX when they're down so much gold. IYY, he gets into the pit, He's unfortunately not able to find the smite secure, and 32 HP, whether that's a chomp combo from Shadow, I don't think it is. I think that's just a slightly too early smite from IYY. And for FPX as well, Jue goes in to find 1 kill, but there's just nothing to be said about this. I like that Care uses the wall to attempt to peel his AD carry, but Elk just flashes over the wall. Shadow decides, actually, you've stopped me having my fun, I'm going to kill you instead. And now with the Baron at their backs, BLG most likely to end this game in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah. I was ready for BLG to end the game right then and there, but you know what? Take your bases, get even more items and gold purchase for yourself. Jue trying to look for a potential engage under the safety of this turret before it does eventually fall, but IYY did take a lot of poke damage from the members of BLG, and now being able to shepherd in the minion wave in the mid lane while the rest of BLG tend to the minion wave in the bot lane. This should be an eventual siege that does break open the base completely for FPX.
This is the situation where you want to look at your engage tools that FPX have drafted to try and find you a fight.
Well, they're going to find a fight, but not on their own terms here, Rude. IYY sends in for the Cataclysm just to get blown up. Sheer falls next. Curtain Call in the face of Shadow as he gets flung back with the Seismic Shove. Almost brings him down, but not enough to make it another death and kill for the side of FPX. Knight was trying to slide on in to see if he could catch Jotchi. Maybe a little too close. The Weaver's Wall will cut him off. But Bin is so tanky that he is not going to care at all. And now the rest of BLG should be able to make short work of these Nexus towers. The teleport coming in for another reinforcement wave of BLG's mid laner as he swoops on in. The Emperor's Divide into Flash will put an end to FPX. And that is game 1 in the books. BLG lead the series.
Business as usual, it feels like, for BLG, right? With a small little hiccup that they found around that 22-minute marker where they're heading up towards the Atacon. FPX with a little bit of bite back there, but BLG, a game number 1 that honestly they would have expected, and for BLG fans, a game 1 that they should also have anticipated. Question is, can they do it again for game number 2? Because that was clinical, that was concise, that was a really solid performance by our, returning MSI team, and I think that for the most part, there's not too much more to say, but just singing the praises of the supporting pieces of BLG.
Yeah. It was an overall clinical game from BLG for the first 19 minutes, 20 minutes. Right before the Otacon fight, everything was pretty much picture perfect from BLG. Yeah, On gets punked by, a cheesy IYY top lane, gank setup through the bush. On will take that on the chin and be like, all right, this guy got me, I didn't expect Jarvan to, alter his path there while Shadow was continuing to full clear on the second rotation, right? But as you called out, every other death that came at the hands of On before the Otacon mishap from the side of BLG and the picks that FPX were able to find, all those deaths were the greater good. And the structure, the foundation, under the jungling tutelage of Shadow with his new tenured position, it seems promising. And the fact that this is a roster that was capable of at least defeating AL in a best of 3 for BLG fans who are hoping for a return to the crown, a return to being LPL champions. Maybe this is the formula. Maybe it will be enough to work.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the credentials as well, the reason we were so hyped on FPX in split number 2 was because of the jungler who BLG now have. It's because Shadow, who was formerly on FPX just last split, was such a big carry for this FPX roster, and now he's playing on BLG, and maybe that can lead into some pretty good things for the BLG side as well. I do think, Rafa, I'm going to call you out. You said tenured position, BLG jungle and tenured position. Hey, they cannot be said in the same breath. Okay,
wrong word.
But even still, it's very temporary job.
Yeah. Shadow would love to have a tenured position with BLG. He is doing everything he can to prove that, hey guys, I am the one you're looking for. You don't need to cycle through no more partners. I can be your true love forever.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see you know, how the split turns out, how everything begins to look for BLG a month, 2 months from now. And, you know, if they eventually do make their way to Worlds, how does BLG look on the international stage with Shadow in their lineup?
Yeah, big questions, and obviously a big, long road for BLG before they can get there. I mean, with 4 seeds, honestly, BLG are expected to be one of them, just to keep it a stack. But we get to see a little bit of a breakdown of how the game looked and how it went. I mean, you can see here that Elk just had a monster time on the Varus. I mean, it kind of went a little bit under the radar, I feel like, but his poke around objectives and poke around sieges as well was actually pretty darn incredible, and he was constantly finding the appropriate damage onto IYY, Care, or Jarchi to make their life miserable. And you can see as well, you know, looking at how well the kill participation is distributed. I talked about On having 100% early on. It's actually Elk and Shadow getting into the mixer and making the most of that, making the most of those fights, finding those kills as much as possible, or as much as the rest of their team.
Yeah. And we look back at how this composition was drafted for both sides, right? FPX opted into the Rumble to Leah. They wanted to be able to leverage these 2 solo lanes who have strong early mid-game spikes. I have to go back to that Grub fight and think, did FPX genuinely think it was a winning fight to take when Care was down flash? He couldn't enter first. Knight had prio over. Sheer was coming through with a teleport flank that, as you called out, an equalizer that, had it been placed better on the carries that were already heavily lit by the seismic shove combo that Care found, if that fight goes differently, then maybe that is one where, you know, FPX are valid in taking that fight? Or do we say, you know, FPX, you needed to just concede grubs and just wait your turn for another objective fight where everyone is not decelerated quite yet, because that fight does put them at a bit of a stinker when it comes to the gold curve, because they didn't get any kills off of that. Every member from BLG walked away.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that you have to consider, and that's the sort of thing that you can review in post, and hopefully coming into game number 2 is the type of thing that FPX will have amended and will look a little bit fonder on, or maybe will look at and go, this is what we should have done in future games. We will know, without mid-prio, we have to contest in this fashion, or actually Care, if you're going to look to play this fight out and tell us that we can take that fight, you need to come round the long way, or do something else, right? Like, there are plenty of options, I think, for FPX, and it's about finding what those are and how well it is that they can put those into practice as we move, not just through the rest of this series, because even with that, I mean, BLG's team fighting typically is going to be a lot stronger, but through the rest of the season as well, picking up games against teams more at their speed. I mean, looking at, you know, who they've got to play up against still, right? They've had some pretty tough opponents for the most part, but, you know, WE seems like a team that are probably in about their weight class, and if they can take some games up against them, then there's a very real possibility that there's an opportunity to find a win or two.
Yeah, there's potentially a loss of the WE magic from Split 2 based on some of the series that we've seen already from them in this past week, Rude. So FPX, if they want to legitimately play for playoffs and look at ways that they can still be contending with the other teams, you know, BLG, obviously try your hardest in this next upcoming game that is going to be match point for BLG, but you are trying to build for series that are probably more winnable for you, and WE might be one of them. FPX can still, you know, take solace in the fact that they took a game off of Weibo, who is a team that on paper should also be a Worlds contending team, or a team capable of pushing to Worlds. You know, FPX can take some of those wins there.
For me, I think that when we look at FPX, it's about that series versus WE, and I think that you highlighted this really well. It's about whoever gets 7th not having to play EDG at the moment. Let's take a look at the MVP, though, for this game, and honestly, no surprises, really. Shadow here taking this one.
Absolutely instrumental in being able to set up BLG's early game for success. Constructed and manufactured a lot of those early dives, not just onto Sheer, but also onto Care, following up on those flash timers as well. And even when things got a little bit funky and wonky for BLG, you know, Shadow might have gotten caught in the crossfire of all of that, but then when they stabilized He was back on the forefront using great pillars to catch out carries like the Jhin and the Talia and putting them in very awkward positions. So still, Shadow continues to show a lot of promising stuff and just being what BLG needs him to be, right? And when you've got great carries on that lineup, it's not that hard to do. But of course, that does mean the end of our first game for this series, but before we send it to a break, we want to remind everyone at home that we're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it actually pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Stick around, y'all. We'll be right back with Game 2 of BLG versus FPX. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting right back into the swing of things with Game 2 between FPX and BLG. FPX have taken to blue side, and we're already ripping through the bans right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, I was making sure that the stream looks as good as possible for you guys, so I apologize for the slight delays getting back into it, but we are going to try and make sure that everything looks as nice as possible, as best as possible. And as we do that, looking through this draft, we're trying to make sure that Mark's cam's all fixed, nice ship shape and shiny. We can see that there are some slight deviations from the bans, noticeably that we've now got Rakan added to the ban table, with Poppy and Vi taking their place on blue side here. We've now got a Gwen first pick locked in for Shea, and this is a player as well that coming into split number 2, as a broadcast team, we were trying to be excited about Shea, and looking at him as a player that actually might have been one of the key pieces of FPX. As the season developed, it turned definitely more into Shadow and into Zhui, but this is a player who, of those carries, we were actually the most excited for.
Especially when you look back at Split 1, some of the brightest moments did come from Sheer and his carry top performances. But as you said, as the season progressed, it seemed to decline and the star performances had to come elsewhere. BLG lock in, though, a very powerful bot lane duo setup in Lucian and Braum. We do have a couple of members on our broadcast team that have been very outspoken about blinding Braum way too soon in the draft. We'll see if that is something FPX can punish.
Yeah, and I think that importantly, looking at this, they take the Rakan away, which is typically one of those answers to the Braum, but there are still plenty of ranged bot lanes that you could look to take here, and looking at things like Karma, things like Bard, they do very well versus the Braum and can actually really punish how easy it is for this Lucian Braum lane to try and function. Instead though, for FPX, they're just going entire top side, very traditional from what we tend to see from the majority of our drafts. It's just them making sure that they can be getting all 3 top side picks out of the way. They'll happily default to slightly weaker picks in the rest of the map, and then knowing that they're going to have a couple of decent answers to this bot lane duo anyway.
Ooh, Jace. Not a champion that we see often compared to the days of Tank Jace earlier on in the season, but it does pop up every now and then as an answer to some of these carry top lane matchups here. More than likely going to go into Ben's hands. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Knight Jace anytime soon. There are other control mages that can be used as an answer into the Aurora. But with that being said, Root, there's still a jungler yet to be locked in for BLG, and I imagine that is where some of the ban priorities are going to be for FPX.
Yeah, and noticeably for BLG as well, they're just taking away the AD carries away from Zhachi. Already with this very dive-centric setup, I'm a fan of taking away the center. Maybe Ezreal as well gets taken off the board as one of those safe AD carries to try and answer this Lucian Braum lane. Whereas BLG do look to be taking away some of those control mages in the mid lane. Victor Ban suggests that they might be setting up for an Annie takeaway relatively early on, or rather, not early on, they've already got their solo laners, but that they're just not happy with the range that the Victor can play at, and maybe other bad matchups for the Aurora. Typically, you don't see Sylas taken away in this situation, as you know, Sylas, one of those picks that the Aurora can kind of dookie on in the laning phase. But I think that a Sylas pick for Knight actually has a lot of priority if he can sustain that laning phase.
Yeah. It's not bad to grab something like a Cyclone or a Between Worlds if you are the Sylas. Need to work, probably not the most appeasing or the most appetizing ultimate to grab. Sejuani, though, that would have been a nice pickup for Shadow, as he did pick up his first MVP with BLG in last night's series against AL. BLG now cycling through the last few jungle options you can go for. Xin is still on the table, y'all, so that is a nice one to still pick up here, even after the final round of bans that FPX sent their way. I will say Rude BLG are still lacking strong engage. Braum is not engaged. He has good disengage, he's good picks, and if you're able to get to an objective first, you can damage melees pretty heavily.
You are correct. However, look at FPX's composition. Tell me what FPX wants to do. They're the ones going forward. BLG don't really need to do much engaging, because FPX are going to look to do that largely on their own terms. For BLG, what they're looking for is something that can sit and that can absorb engages quite well. I think that Braum does that very well. I think that actually Xin Zhao doesn't do that awfully, with the Crescent Guard able to buy a little bit of space for him. And yeah, FPX, I mean, they're just continuing to hammer down on this full engaged style of competition. We've got 4 divers. I mean, if you're counting Aurora as well, we can probably just go all 5 champions want to do that diving and want to have that dive style. So FPX, they've got one track mind here. Their composition is an entirely sole identity. But the thing is that if they ever fall behind, doing that is going to cost them dearly, because they're going to have to engage into the 6-man roster of BLG plus Tibbers, through an Unbreakable, through all of the Braum shielding, and also through all of the disengage that a Lucian provides. As far as AD carries go dealing with dive, Lucian one of those better off ADs because he's got such easy access to those dashes.
The mobility will have to be something Elk needs to be an absolute expert on, because there's just so many threats that are trying to completely annihilate you. Kai'Sa's diving with the Killer Instinct, Aurora's flanking with Between Worlds, Wukong is stealthing in for a Cyclone, and Hell Sheer, if he can get a good teleport flank on. I mean, I don't need to say more about the possibilities of a Gwen flank and how disgusting that can be. I'm not gonna lie, Root, I'm a bit skeptical about the composition here from BLG, because it does really seem like this is going to be set up for the Elk show. You are just trying to make sure that this Annie can get some priority, look to play towards the side lanes, and snowball Bin on the Jace or Elk on the Lucian. And granted, this is the type of caliber of team that can pull it off. I'm just, you know, if it was any other roster, if it was any other matchup, I'd be way more concerned and be giving FPX the advantage when it comes to composition strength.
I will say that, yes, I think their ability to kill Elk or to kill a single backline member is quite high. They've got really good pick, and their team fight revolving around that top side, yeah, it's quite good. But also, I do think that Shadow can kind of go nuclear this game once again on the Xin Zhao if he's left untouched. Hey man, you know, oh.
And with that, the BLG Gyos, at least were confirmed to us from production, were the only ones being echoed in the arena. We are on the Rift for Game 2 between FPX and BLG. Nothing too fancy when it comes to the level 1 plays here, Rude. A lot of aggressive vision this time from FPX's side. They planted one on the blue buff as well as the Raptor camp. I want to start looking forward, though, at what FPX wants to do at some of these objective setups. Obviously, Dragons will be the first one spawning at 5 minutes, Grubs at 8 minutes. Which ones do FPX want to prioritize this game?
Hit level 6, those ones. Whichever ones you can do when you've got your ultimates available to you. I do think they've got really good pick with the Nautilus as well, and the power that will have versus the Kai'Sa, with the Kai'Sa is definitely pretty big. Has been with an E start here on the Jace.
Lot of trading between Sheer and Bin already, but Bin in the end seeming to at least win the health trade war. It is Adorn Shield and Resolve Runes from Sheer, so more than likely Second Wind will at least give him the sustain necessary to match that of Bin's, whereas he went for Dorn's Blade, so Bin is going to have to work a little bit more to get that how should I say, the
attrition. He's gonna have to work harder to win the war of attrition. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice play down on this bot side though by BLG. That Unbreakable we're getting to see, you know, already have some really good value in the 2 versus 2. Now Kai'Sa Nautilus, a very infamous duo. Same to be said for Lucian Braum though. I think that the important part is that if the Nautilus ever is engaging first, it's typically going to be a struggle for the Nautilus, but if they are able to re-engage onto Elk, who's already used a dash forward maybe, then that's an opportunity where you could see FPX come out on top. For the win condition of this game is IYY. Oh no.
Oh, that is a very aggressive start from IYY, just going from his own red buff and immediately crossing into BLG's red quadrant. Now, he does have the push from the Aurora, which is why he's going for this in the first place. Smites are available for both junglers, but Shadow, with the quick finger, is able to secure his own red buff, and IYY is just going to be left feeling silly, knowing that he wasted time getting nothing out of that trade.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where, okay, I know I've got mid prio, I've got top prio as well, but if neither of those 2 lanes end up coming to help you, what's the point?
Oh, and oh, nicely done by Bin with the E flash punch shear right back into Shadow's waning arms. He doesn't even need to use flash. It is first blood for BLG.
Yeah, and a great little timer there by Shadow. I mean, honestly, by sheer, probably should have expected that. You've just seen your jungler contest enemy topside red buff with 20 CS now. He's going to take Krugs and then he's going to be free to go on the map. And like I say, that's just a little bit unforgivable for me, as now looking for a bot lane fight.
TP coming from Bin, I believe. So now they're getting the proactive lane swap. Bin can easily come on over and crash this wave into Jauchi and Jue, making it so that their lane swap is, if they want it to happen, it's going to be a little bit later, since this does delay that overall timer. And once again, Rude, we're seeing just better early game map play from BLG over the likes of FPX.
Yeah, and you can see Shadow already making his move. It looked like he was going for the Raptor steal, but actually has an opportunity to wrap in on Care here in the mid lane.
Oh, flash attempt from Knight. Ah, that was that's a
look away, look away,
one.
Everybody look away.
It's okay, Knight. You know what?
That's not
the
my
W
goat.
Flash is so
that was
this
dead,
is why we lead with
unfortunately.
Q flash. Yeah. Q flash. Point and click guaranteed, baby.
Yeah, let's flash it. Use those point and click spells, and then we can follow up with the rest of our kit. I mean, Care gets to hop away there, and that's about it. It means that actually Knight now in a bit of a predicament, I will say. Level 6 about to come through for Care. He's about half a level away from that, and now the Annie with no flash in the mid lane and immobile mage as well. Might struggle on that timer where IYY can maybe go for a gank, where Care can move into that mid lane and hopefully try to take down his counterpart. We'll have to see whether or not that gets punished, and I think that is going to be FPX's way to try and generate an advantage in this game, because so far they've struggled quite significantly with that.
I'm curious about FPX's decision to not match the lane swap. I guess that this is them saying, well, you know what, if they are proactively trying to swap the Lucian and Braum away from the Kai'Sa lane, we're going to take this opportunity to try and farm as much safely for Jauchi's Kai'Sa and just say, sorry, Sherry, you kind of have to suck it up.
Yeah, and I think that with the Nautilus being up there as well, it actually doesn't make it too difficult for Sheer.
Sure.
The main part of this is actually that the Kai'Sa is beginning to get solo XP and is going to be very accelerated on that experience game, whereas Sheer, who's just hopped forward, no W now.
And still no flash available. Shadow can easily jump on top of him. IYY's here for the counter gank, but it just might be a little too late. Yes, they could maybe trade one back onto On as it comes at the cost of IYY's flash, but Shadow is still so strong in the early game against the Wukong. No Cyclone available, no CC, and Shadow and L can easily just gun him down. Jue will be able to make an escape with that dredge line, but still overall victory for BLG.
Yeah, now massive wave for Elk to farm, to push in under the turret as well. Looks like he's going to be able to split this between himself and Shadow. And that's a massive experience advantage once again being generated for the jungler of BLG, as Shadow sort of, again, resetting himself on this BLG roster as potentially the missing piece that they've been looking for this entire time. A series win yesterday against anyone's legend, our reigning LPL champions, now coming into a series versus FPX where he's once again having a bit of a performance where he's looking to kind of kingdom IYY and sort of really make FPX regret that losing him in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, this is the jungler that stepped up from FPX's LDL roster, and Shadow was the former jungler for FPX sitting in front of him, and now we get a chance to see why in full effect. It is about 30 seconds before grubs spawn. Neither BLG or FPX have even made a showing or an inclination to the first dragon of the game, so BLG just trying to play for the strength and farm of all lanes, including Shadow, because taking dragons does take quite a bit of a time investment away from your camps, especially if they're always still on cycle, and because Shadow has made so many ganks across the map, that has just been the focus and the priority, and I imagine that BLG will want to ensure that they can show full strength at the scrub pit to make sure that FPX doesn't get anything in return.
Yeah, so 4 people, it looks like, already moving up for FPX. You can see that mid lane's going to be able to get pushed out by Care, and already seeing IYY make his way up to this top side.
Oh, they're calling it
BLG
off.
looking to freeze that top wave. It does look like you've mentioned here that the play for the grub's not necessarily an important one. They were quite happy to deny Jauchi as much gold as possible. And that is something that they've been successful in. I will say there was Like I say, that frozen wave on that top side, now a wave that's been denied under that turret while Jarchi goes to look for helping those grubs. And now the Kai'Sa, you know, in absolute poverty land right now, looking at those items, right? Like, this is looking to be a Yuntel start for the Kai'Sa. Not something that we typically see. But those are the brokey items, for lack of a better word. We've got a slingshot and we've got a longsword. Where's my BF sword, you know?
You have told me tales about if you go back to base and you're walking back with a slingshot, it's not a feels-good moment, and Care might not be in a feels-good moment depending on if this Winter's Bite does tag him and he has to flash the wind becomes lightning. Otherwise, that surely would have been a kill setup for BLG.
Yeah, you get stunned and knocked up at the same time with this Braum Xin Zhao combo. Hold on.
Turning it back around on a Knight. Nicely done by Care. Okay! Let's go!
A little solo bellissimo here from our friend in the mid lane as Care stepping up again and finally here making a little bit of a move. That punish of no flash from Knight finally comes through, reaps its rewards, and Knight there just a little bit too overzealous with his positioning. Gets caught out, gets taken down by a couple of good skill shots.
And listen, we're not expecting FPX, you know, to go the full distance in this split 3. However, if Care is able to find moments where he can solo kill the likes of Knight in these matchups here, that's the small rays of hope that FPX fans want to see, especially from a player that has been so long tenured with FPX. You have been wanting to see levels of progression, ways for him to step up. It's just one solo kill, but if he can continue to leverage this advantage, we might be cooking this game, Rude.
Yeah, and it'll give them a win condition as well that previously might have been a little bit lacking. So far, their composition is all about dive, and I mean, I'm looking at the gold disadvantage that they're falling behind and that they're going to have to try and do that versus a Braum, and that really does fill me with a little bit of anxiety for this FPX composition. Like, how are they going to be able to do that successfully if, you know, their comp really doesn't have an advantage to work around? But if they can use the Aurora, if they can use Care to be the difference maker, maybe there's a chance for them just yet, Rafa.
Yep. He's already got Merc Treads, just respecting the amount of CC that is available at BLG's disposal, and he just needs that extra bit of tenacity as well as magic resistance for the burst damage. Sheer, though, might be in a world of trouble here as a 3-man dive is incoming.
Clear the wave!
He uses
Clear the
needlework
wave!
to clear the wave, but BLG are going to continue the dive anyway, and Knight can easily tank it up with the tower and Tibbers, and BLG pull off another kill onto Sheer.
Yeah, and this is the sort of 4th or 5th time in this series that they've been able to find Sheer isolated and sideways.
Oh, no!
Oh dear, 1Q and dead. Okay, I mean, that's the power of Lucian Braum right there, and I love to see that Elka and On were actually willing to go for that. Jarchi really recognizing the burst potential of an at the time 2-0 Lucian.
Well, BLG, they didn't get the first 3 grubs, but they didn't even need the first 3 grubs to secure the first brick of the game. And they already got the feats of warfare with the first 3 kills around the 6-5 minute mark, so that does give them the overall feats of strength for the empowered tier 2 boots as well as access to the tier 3 boots. So that's going to be nice for BLG to play around, as the next objective is going to be in about 3 minutes time for both Rift Herald and Dragon. And when I'm looking at these 1-item spikes, Rude, I imagine that BLG across the board are going to be hitting those 1-item spikes fairly soon. The only player, as I say that, Trinity Force has just been picked up by IYY, and what I imagine will be a Leandries completed by Care. Those are the 2 carries you have to look at on the side of FPX to try and see if they can turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, those are some big circles, right? And hopefully they'll be enough to pay their way through these team fights. I think that once again, this FPX composition, it picks very well. If a target steps forward and is slightly out of position, FPX should be able to burst it down and find a quick pick in that regard. But BLG have got such great long-standing team fight capability. I think that between Annie and between the safety that Illusion should have in these fights, that the BLG composition should be able to walk through FPX quite easily if they've only lost 1 member on the pick. Likelihood is that FPX will expend a lot of cooldowns trying to take down 1 target, and then once those cooldowns are off, you can tell that BLG should be looking to walk forward, try and find those fights in the same time frame. 2 minutes on the next Dragon though, Rafa, and already you can see a little bit of stability walking down to this bot side here for BLG as they attempt to secure some Scuttle Crabs, maybe look to try and take away some of the lingering vision that FPX already have down here.
Yeah, just using the overall priority that Bin's Jace is giving, thanks to that one item spike on the Yumus and the tier stacking up, whereas Sheer is still trying to just figure out whether he wants to get tier 2 boots, and oh boy, yeah, that's some nice Bin Jace damage right there. Sheer is going to have to respect that one, as Care and Jway are in the area, trying to threaten, but Shadow is here for the recover.
Yeah, really good protection here by BLG, just making sure that their top laner is nice and safe. I mean, Bin so far not necessarily had the most standout. We have a bit of a heater. He's already 0-2, 20 CS up over his opponent, 1k gold up over his opponent, and has a sizable enough experience lead for me to be quite confident that he can take over this game. We've seen it from Bin so many times before, and I think that Alex just yesterday when showing off and giving Bin's credit for his great Gwen performance, sort of highlighted that at a certain point, Bin will just carry you, and that for the majority of 2024, the reason that we saw BLG find success was that they would reach 20, 25, 30 minutes, and then Bin would just turn into Giga Bin. He would come into team fights, regardless of him being 0-4 or 4-0, and he'd just start to slaughter people.
Yep. And Giga Bin right now has a teleport at hand while he is pushing out this wave. Care had just used his teleport to get priority on that top wave push, so it seems like FPX have already marked the Rift Herald as their objective that they want to contest for and try and take away before BLG can get in range to strike back.
And again, this is a composition for FPX that picks very well, so by making BLG walk into them, it gives them that opportunity to see whichever target that they want and try to pick them off. Unfortunately, BLG, with its 2k gold lead, they command quite a lot of the space as well and can push people quite far back just on presence alone. This is a good flank angle for the Aurora, but there's a pink ward in the red buff bush that will spot him out if he steps too far forward.
He's just going to hop over the Rift Herald pit, trying to see if he can threaten Shadow that way, but Jway got caught by On's Braum. The Rift Herald is secured by Care, out of all people! And he's going to get out thanks to the Between Worlds hop. I guess no one in the end is going to be able to take the eye from the Rift Herald, but at least it's a denial away from BLG.
Yeah, now there may be more though here after. You can see Care sneaks in, takes the eye, but BLG, they've taken the blue and they want more.
Care doesn't really have any more big spells left. He's just going to go for a full burst combo, but jumping into the face
Double
of all
flash.
3 BLG members might have been a little ill-fated, and Care will toss his advantage away, trying to create something for the rest of FPX members, but IYY can't really get in there, forced to use the Cyclone just as a retreat method, and he dies anyway to Elk on the escape route, just getting gunned down in the streets, and Elk just really showing the power of dual blickies there.
Yeah, I mean, that is a relentless pursuit if I ever saw one. He dashed forward about 4 times in this team fight and did not care for the consequences. He comes out of it full HP, full mana, and with a kill to boot. BLG again continuing to snowball this game, and now 4,000 gold lead that is continuing to balloon. You say Jway got caught? Jway thought he found Knight. Unfortunately, Knight buffered the Tibbers down and made it impossible for Jarchi to follow through on any of that. And yes, we get to see Care take the fight, nicely done, takes the Herald, but he's used his ulti there to get out of the pit, which means that this flank is very underwhelming. He comes through, uses a couple of basic spells, and BLG just immediately respond to the Aurora by flashing on top of her. Flash from Shadow for the knockup, on as well, trying to get in range, and then we see Elk, who's just free firing this entire time, hops forward and just barely unable to get away is IYY, but for BLG it's yet another instance of them coming out on top.
Yeah, that flank was fake as frick, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna cap there. Care, he did everything that he needed to. There's no need to force the issue any further, and just got a little ahead of himself on that one. FPX now trying to struggle in reclaiming control in this red side quadrant, as BLG have already done the damage necessary by taking out the second dragon of the game. So there's not much else to contest for unless FPX just want to be able to get access to those upcoming cams. Sheer on the left side, trying to see if they can play for a flank angle here, but it doesn't really seem that anything is going to be good here. It's a 5,000 gold advantage, and that culling is reflecting the power of some of that 5k gold advantage, as BLG just takes an absolute dampening out of Jway's health bar.
Yeah, half HP now on the Nautilus, and constantly getting lower and lower, knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. There's no follow-up though. They don't want to step just too far forward to commit onto a Nautilus. who can immediately CC them. What they will do is commit very happily onto a tier 2 turret if they've got an opportunity to take some space and hit it. Fortunately enough for FPX, there's a slightly bigger prize at stake for BLG, that being the tier 1 turret on the top side. It's lower risk, much easier for them to pick up for themselves, and in this stage of the game, BLG just need to find whatever gold they can, continue to build out that gold lead, and then attempt to push that advantage even more. Care, potentially the focus down on this bot side. We're seeing IYY look to make a sneaky play down in the bot lane and might be able to find Knight once again.
Knight overextend for this one. He has a flash available, is careful to not over push into no man's land where maybe the tools at IYY and Care's disposable would have been enough. Even if Knight had tried to flash away, they could have followed up and guaranteed a kill, which would have been very much needed since they are down 6,000, 7,000 gold at this stage of the game. As BLG continues to take havoc and completely pillage all the resources in FPX's jungle.
And this is just a really clinical way of getting yourself a bigger advantage, right? Like what we talk about so frequently is what happens when the turrets go down. It's you take the enemy jungle, and looks like Dwayne may be even one of those camps.
I mean, good depth charge into the Cyclone, but instantly punted away by the Crescent Guard. Can Care find a good flank here? None of the members that are important and vital to BLG have been damaged, and Elk with the calling just pushes them all back. So can Care really look for something? And he says, yeah, this is not happening. And no!
Oh!
The minion wave and anti-stun puts a stop to his
TP.
escape tracks. He's going to try to look for the TP, but Ben just bashes him over the head with the giant hammer, and FPX are just losing more than they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for Care, like, I can see his perspective, right? This game doesn't get much better as you move later on, so you've got to try and make those plays. But unfortunately, BLG are just wise to it. They just know what's coming, and they're able to thwart it. Now, Xiaoqi underneath this tier 2 turret, I don't know that he knows that there are so many people lurking, trying to make him regret being here.
Oh, good side step.
Flash.
Did you really want to throw out the question mark emote? Well, I guess it comes at the cost of his flash. BLG are just running away with the game again here, Rude. And I don't know if we're going to see a mishap happen again, just like the one we saw in game 1, where FPX were able to pull a little bit of a creative miracle and make BLG look silly for a little bit. This time around, it looks like BLG are way more focused and very persistent and just locked in on ensuring that this can be as clean of a finish as possible.
We'd hope, right? Like, we definitely hope so, that they can shore up some of those issues that we saw from them in game number 1. And yes, it was only like a 2-minute relapse that they struggled with, but those are 2 minutes that better teams will make you regret. FPX, maybe not one of those higher tier teams that we're looking at. And again, to remind people of the expectations of this series, FPX probably expected to lose this series 2-0. BLG, having beaten our reigning LPL champions just yesterday, expected to come out and kind of slaughter this series 2-0. So far we are not surprised by this, but we are just meeting expectation. And I think that importantly, again, to sing the praises of Shadow, a player who formerly was on this FPX roster just last split, in split number 2, made such a good impression that BLG, a team plagued by jungle inconsistencies and plagued by jungle woes, they decided, this is the player that we want. This is who we want to bring into our roster. They tried it with Beituan from Thunder Talk. They said, no, actually, this isn't working. Now they bring in Shadow, who in game number 1 earned an MVP. In game number 3 versus Anyone's Legend and Tarzan yesterday earned an MVP. This is now Shadow once again having a very solid performance in a series that maybe is more expected, but one that BLG can take home and be very confident in that they are making better choices.
And I remember all of the pre-AL BLG series community talks about how good is Shadow actually going to be for BLG. I was in the camp of, I don't know how much more consistent or how much better he is going to realistically be over Beituan. To me, it seems at best, you know, a slight upgrade, if not most likely a side grade. But Shadow has been performing, and he has been showing up big for BLG, not only in their most important series against AL yesterday and being able to hand them their first series loss in quite some time in this 2025 season, but also continuing to put out strong performances now against a team that, yes, like you said, they're expected to win, but still a dominant and a confident one nonetheless. And this should be the Otacon secured for free by BLG.
And I will say, looking back at FPX with Shadow, some of the wins that they got in split number 2, they take a series off of AL, they took a series off of BLG. Like, this is a matchup or a player at the very least who was capable of doing very, very impressive things in the LPL, and I think that, you know, if Shadow now joining BLG has already proven that he can take series away from the top dogs, away from anyone's legend. And I do think that, as is the trend with regular season, we need to see what happens when teams play top and see how well that ends up boding for them, because that tends to be the regular season litmus test as to whether or not you are a top team or just having a little bit of a struggle. As now IYY deciding he wants to fight, actually. Gets exhausted.
IYY might have thought that they had the numbers advantage since it's all 5 members here and only 2 showing. Shadow might be caught out. Crescent Guard delays the fight a little bit. Care gets a big shutdown bounty, and Between Worlds will at least end On's life. Then now under fire as Jotchi goes for the chase with the killer instinct, but here comes Elk. That's the big daddy in Lucian. Now with the dual blick, he's looking to gun him down with the culling. Pew, 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 goes down 2 in an instant. BLG will continue to assert their dominance in this game, as now Care will throw out a couple emotes as a plea for maybe some mercy, but there is no mercy in this dojo in the house of BLG. Knight will smite out his mid lane opponent, and BLG will continue to crash this minion wave into the base of FPX.
I was about to say it's giving a little bit of deja vu here. We hit the Atacon timer, and maybe there's a couple of issues for Elk there, ready to rescue this series, or rescue this game at the very least, and that fight in particular. You can see as well Shadow having a little bit of fun down on the player cams. You know, he knows that was a little bit a little bit grief, and hopefully we'll get a replay to show you some of those intricacies as BLG just continue really to push the advantage and make sure that they are not going to have any of those game 1 blunders reappear in game number 2, as now Dre potentially just dead.
Yeah, he's gonna spider knot his way away.
Oh, and another one.
But
a donation!
Oh no, the teleport coming in. I mean, IYY is here, but does he really want to try and salvage here? He just died again. It's like game 1 when he teleported in with the rumble, and as soon as he popped in, it's like, it just gets deleted off the face of the rift, and BLG are gonna be very, very grateful to just accept 2 free kills from the side of FPX, and now a 3-man squad gonna try to do their best. Yeah, I mean, it should be Baron time for BLG, and FPX are gonna do what they can for a Hail Mary, but I don't expect it to end well.
No, I do love this build for the Lucian. Trying to take down the Baron has now been maybe the focus.
Then maybe the sacrificial lamb here does flash over the wall. Jotchi commits with the killer instinct.
One more
auto attack. It's the flash. It's an 1100 gold bounty, but Knight with the flash W. There, he lands it this time. And now Jotchi throwing up the question mark emote once again. This time he should be able to make his grand escape. No flash available, no problem. The rest of BLG do not have what it takes as On gets sucked in. Okay, guys, we gotta be careful here. Thankfully, the unbreakable shield is just BS. And Cubby, that is why Braum is getting his armor nerfed again. This shield is ridiculous.
Hey man, that was a combination of things there. On, yes, Unbreakable came up, but also used the locket. Also got a Molten Shield from Knight as well. So there were a couple of extra little spicy pieces there that I don't think that FPX had quite accounted for. And for On, you know, he's able to get out to safety there. Maybe in a situation where he shouldn't have done. But this is now BLG with the Baron at their backs with a 10,000 gold lead and with pretty much every single advantage that you could conceivably think of. Their soul for Infernal spawns in 15 seconds. They have a 6-kill Lucian who hasn't died yet. Knight has a Medjai's with 18 stacks on it. Like, this game is just already over, and BLG have done such a good job at snowballing it, but doing it at a pace that is methodical and that makes sense. As FPX look to get into the pit, the Drake's already gone, and I think that wisely they recognise, well, we'll not do POV LPL esports, where we watch them take the Drake and then fight for zero reason afterwards, but Shadow may be looking to force a fight on his own terms.
I would hope so. They are 11,000 gold ahead. They should be able to just force any fight. As long as they have all numbers there, it is winning every single time. Unless they just mess up and I don't know, their hands get crippled or something, but I don't think that's going to happen
Yeah.
anytime soon. Care is looking for a flank here on the right side, gets spotted by that control ward, and they're already trying to turn the heat
Elk's
up on the
just
IYY.
killed
They
under the
dropped
turret.
away in an instant. Elk, I think, just did it all by himself, and yeah, good night, Care. Gets deleted from the Rift, and FPX now down to 3 members once again to try and make the impossible happen, which more than likely not going to be the case here. BLG just going to continue trucking on forward, taking out this inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. And look at the Unbreakable Shield, so much value. No damage coming in from FPX whatsoever.
One inhibitor down in the bot side. Final fight from FPX.
Flash Cyclone. Okay, Elk is eviscerated by Sheer with the needlework and the snip, 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 but still BLG remains strong with the remaining 4 members. And just like that, as we predicted, we thought it was going to be very dominant coming out for BLG, and the story did unfold just like that. BLG will sweep FPX 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, a series, just another one in the books. Should just be the business as usual for them, and they've done exactly that. Get to do their victory lap as well, and you know, shake the hands, do the fist bumps, do the well played, the GGs. But for BLG, it was business as usual. A series that they were expected to 2-0, and also in this fashion as well. So expected outcome here for BLG, but again, it definitely helps because so frequently in the LPL we talk of consistency and we talk of the issues that these teams face, and this would have been a very, I would say, iconic LPL moment for BLG to just randomly lose this game in the series, or to maybe lose the series as a whole.
Would have been an absolute cinema moment for sure. And you know, Rude, sometimes when we cast together, we tend to get those moments. We tend to get those series where the most unexpected things happen, and I was definitely putting a little bit of stake in the cards for an FPX upset game win. I was not expecting a full series win, but, you know, when I saw Care get the reverse solo kill on a Knight after being forced off of his flash, I thought, okay, maybe there's a chance here. But then some of the decisions that FPX overall made as a team were very puzzling, and also reminded us why they're in this position in the first place, why we suspect them, NWE, of being in danger of having to face a very prominent, very strong looking EDG roster sitting at first place in Group Nirvana right now, and more than likely going to be taking that Group Nirvana first seed into the play-ins for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the way EDG have been playing, there's a very real possibility that the matchup between FPX and WE ends up deciding who it is that faces EDG, and you know, I do think that the series there could end up with EDG making it into playoffs, which would be, you know, a really good little boost for them as well after what was, you know, a pretty rough 2025, and honestly has been a pretty rough couple of years for the organization.
It's been tough, Rude. Looking back at the series, though, we gotta give praises over to BLG once again. Shadow, I don't know how many of us here on the broadcast team was apprehensive and hesitant to be excited about this jungle change, just because we have seen so many jungle changes from BLG over the past few months. This is now the 3rd new jungler of 2025, the 3rd new jungler since the departure of Shun from the roster. Wei, Beichuan, now Shadow. And, you know, our questions are always going to be, okay, BLG, because this is now your newest option, at what point are you going to get tired of, you know, Shadow and say, I don't want to play with you anymore, and toss him aside like Andy did in Toy Story 2? So, but right now, Shadow is making a strong argument of not to be tossed aside right now. He is doing everything that BLG wants him to do. He's putting out strong early game performances, and I hope to Shadow as an individual, as someone that has, you know, an aspiring pro career to remain at the top of the table as long as possible, I hope that he can continue that so that he doesn't get canned by BLG when they seemingly eventually get unsatisfied with their jungler.
Yeah, and I do think as well that I'm, you know, from, you know, back in the days where Shadow was in the EU LCS, right? Like he was on a Mad Lions roster, Splice roster maybe at some stage before, and then he's moved over to the LPL. I was hoping to see him and you know, see, oh, one of the EU's representatives could go over and do great things in the LPL, and now finally it looks like he's actually landing himself on a roster where those types of things might actually be possible, and it will be great to see Shadow, if BLG make it to an international event with Shadow at the jungle role. You know, I can already think of the stories and the narratives. Oh, you remember the name Shadow? Yeah, all the way back from when you saw him play, you know, 2020 on this EU team. So it should just be a great story if BLG can make it all that way.
Yeah. Finally got a chance to look at some of the post-match graphics, looking at the damage chart and the overall gold difference across the pace of the game. Yeah, Bin was doing work on this Jace. Obviously got a nice little bit of a boost and set up early on thanks to how proactive they made the lane swaps, as well as the kind of the botched invade from IYY trying to catch Shadow unaware, which then eventually led into Shadow ganking and putting Sheer into the dumpster. And from then on, I'm just looking now at MVP candidates. Everyone played a pretty solid game. I could see it going to Shadow just because he was setting it up, but Elk, yeah, Elk is probably my forerunner just because he was so damn clean on the Lucian.
Yeah, and I think that Shadow as well had a couple of oopsies, and you know, they weren't necessarily game altering, but they were perchance a little bit too overzealous, let's say, in certain situations. But I think that Elk, for the most part, played a very clean game on the Lucian, was pretty instrumental in finding picks before those objectives actually started. So that would be my vote. You can definitely see already that FPX are, in these highlights at the very least, not willing to have gone down without a fight, but that BLG just pretty much had an answer for every single punch that they tried to throw.
I think this is very funny, Rude. I got a message from Cubby finding out, it's like, hey, by the way, this Braum angle looked pretty darn good. I'm like, yeah, well, would you believe that they picked it second, like our second in the draft? And he's like, wait, R2 Braum is so illegal. How did that happen? And I'm like, I don't know, man. You have to take it up with the FPX coach of not being able to punish. We said it on cast. We talked about how this is a very early Braum pick. You know, you might want to try and not play Ultra Dive and make the Braum's life easier, but FPX said, yeah, how about we still continue our Ultra Dive strategy? And well, lo and behold, Rude, it did not pan out.
Yeah, well, we talked about the answers that you can give to Braum, and for some reason, Nautilus didn't crop up in that. And yeah, we ended up seeing that the Nautilus, not quite the answer to the Braum that maybe FPX thought that it would be. You know, they teased us with the Bard a little bit. I was like, hey, you know what? You could go Bard here, but they'd already locked in the Kai'Sa, and that kind of felt like they'd be doing the Kai'Sa a disservice if that was the option. But, you know, I'm looking here at how FPX found themselves in this position, and really reasons why I'm looking for Elk to be, you know, MVP for this game. I mean, this is the one fight that I think he dies in, where he gets double cycloned on, and the rest of his team are quite happy to mop up the rest of the pieces. But we got a nice little POV as well, as he was just absolutely destroying people with the ulti a couple of times. So we'll get to see whether or not he was or wasn't the MVP. That usually flashes quite quickly up afterwards.
Yeah. Elk, Shadow, maybe Bin. I don't want to take too many points away from Knight, but him missing the flash W stun on Care and then getting reverse solo bullet, I can't see him getting the MVP after that. There it is.
Okay.
Boom. We did our job.
I just know. I'm just familiar, you know. I've got their game on lock. It took me a split to calibrate, but since Split 2, I feel like I've been able to deduce where they're going with it.
Understandable, and fair play. Always love to see some clean and amazing S-tier Lucian gameplay from some of our best marksmen here in the LPL. With that, folks, does conclude our first series, wrapped up in the books very nicely by BLG. We got one more series coming your way. It's going to be Anyone's Legend trying to look for some revenge and rebound after their loss against BLG against Weibo Gaming. Stick around. We'll be right back after this break. What's up, gamers? Welcome back. We are getting ready for our second and final series of the day here on the LPL English broadcast between Weibo Gaming and Anyone's Legend. And to get to the thick of things, Rude, Weibo, as you can see, have already played 3 series so far, whereas Anyone's Legend just returned and played their first series against BLG last night. Everyone was expecting it was going to be another AL win, but it was a loss. 1-2 against BLG. They took the first game in stride, but then dropped the second game that should have been theirs in the third game. It was just all BLG in that game 3.
Yeah, and I think that for AL, right, like that'll be a pretty big shake-up for them. I think that they, got a little bit surprised. They had this run of games where regular season of Split 2, they've gone 3-2 versus BLG, then they get to the playoffs, and again, one of their first playoff series, it's a 3-2 for Anyone's Legend, then 3-1 in Grand Finals, then they played them at MSI, and it's 3-0 for AL. And then they come back to regular season, all of a sudden BLG are all of a sudden just taking a series off them where probably wasn't expected to happen.
Maybe it's a best of 3 format, I don't know. But we gotta remind everyone at home what the Weibo Gaming roster is looking like and shaping out to be. As you may not have noticed if you have not tuned in or caught all the changes at the beginning of the split, Crisp is back in the Weibo Gaming lineup, having swapped with Hong over to Top Esports, but it is still the same Weibo roster as the remainder of the year: Breathe, Tien, Xiaohu, and Light. And this does mean with the return of Crisp in the lineup, Rude, this is the 2023 core roster for Weibo between Xiaohu, Light, and Crisp.
Yeah, and you know, this is a trio that have been at least a little bit familiar with one another, and getting to see, you know, Light back with Crisp down on that bot side so far has netted them some positive results. But I do want to talk about a little bit the fact that Weibo's series wins so far have been against some of those weaker teams. The teams that they've beaten thus far are WE and FPX, so yes, they've got 2 wins on the board. But there's a very real possibility that those are the only 2 wins that Weibo can put on the board in the first round robin. There's also a possibility that, you know, AL are coming back from the international hangover, and that Weibo can maybe still scrape out a series victory here. Like, I don't know how this series is going to go. There's potential for it to be 2-0s on either side, given the run of form that we're seeing them have, these 2 teams have.
Yeah, AL has had a quite busy of a international schedule over the past month or so, whereas Weibo are just getting back into the swing of things after, you know, taking that break. And one of the pieces that we have been continuing to question and continuing to put a microscopic lens on is Xiaohu. In the past, especially when he was on the RNG roster, that era of dominance in 2022, 2021, we looked at Xiaohu and said that he was a spring tiger because he was always finding dominance during that time of the season and being able to pick up international championships with that squad. But in recent years, he hasn't really been a spring tiger, but I've been hoping and calling for a potential awakening in the summer tiger for Xiaohu. And right now, he's not really in either position, Rude. Split 3, he's looking a lot better than he did Split 2 consistently on average. I think Xiaohu's had some pretty strong performances, but there have been a couple games here and there where Xiaohu looks kind of invisible, and if Weibo really want to push to be one of those 3 or 4 teams that qualifies to Worlds, or even runs for a title chance in Split 3, Xiaohu has got to be a fierce and alert tiger at all stages of the game, at all points of this split.
Yeah, and you know, so far has made, you know, neither strides positively or negatively. I think it's maybe bits of both, sort of in equal fashion. So we're going to look to see some of those clips of him in action as well. And, you know, there are going to be different strokes in how well he's performing. You know, some of these clips are going to be him making massive moves. There are also going to be clips of him where actually we would have maybe hoped that he'd done a little bit better and not been, you know, necessarily caught out on side lanes quite as much.
I mean, this in particular is from one of his best moments of summer 2024 for Weibo Gaming against Top Esports that did allow them to qualify to the finals for LPL Split, or for the LPL Summer Split that did eventually lead into the World Championship run. This Lucian was probably one of Xiaohu's best career performances just because he was able to find so many creative angles and output so much damage, create so much space. We don't talk about what happened when it was Weibo versus BLG in the finals, you know, we look past that point, but
that doesn't fit our narrative, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately, it did kind of pan out that way, but if Xiaohu can continue to find performances like this, there's performances on the Aurora earlier this split that he looked very, very strong on. Those are some of the moments that Weibo Gaming can try and rally behind, because on paper, this roster has the individual talent with the pedigree of past international championship wins under their belt that should be able to push for it. But on the flip side, Rude, you are staring down the defending champions in anyone's legend on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this roster unchanged between Split 2 to Split 3 here, with Flandra, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael coming through. They, you know, have been off, had a little international performance as well, having 2 incredibly close series versus the LCK teams at MSI, just barely not able to convert on either of those. But coming back into the LPL, my expectation was that they would be quite happily able to sail into playoffs, and that hasn't necessarily changed. I am still expecting them to be in a very good position at the end of the regular season, and with that practice versus the LCK teams, expecting them to honestly have leveled up just a little bit. So a team like Weibo, who have typically been plagued by inconsistency through 2025, shouldn't be too much of an issue.
And I think one of the most exciting things that we got out of Anyone's Legend when they were here in Vancouver on the west side of the world for MSI, here on the LPL English broadcast, we got a chance to actually sit down with Tarzan and ask him some things about his team, and in particular, Shanks, his mid laner.
因为我来第一的时候，就上课选手其实要进步的点有一点多，然后我最近就去年嘛，就跟小虎选手打了嘛，然后感觉小虎选手也很强，所以我是跟翔哥选手说，就我希望你能跟小虎选手就差不多的实力，因为翔哥选手我是感觉就很有机会的一个打得很好的一个选手吧。
我个人一点也不是想成为小虎，我没有不尊重小虎的意思，就是对，就是他肯定是一个非常优秀的选手，他也拿了 MSI 很多冠军嘛，对，就是不管怎么样，就是对我都相信我会夺冠。
I find it very funny that I don't think Shanks necessarily knew that Tarzan had explicitly said, oh, I hope he can become like Xiaohu, but I think the takeaway is Shanks is not trying to disrespect Xiaohu's legacy, but Shanks wants to carve his own path. He doesn't want to be remembered as the next Xiaohu or the next Knight. He just wants to be the next in line of these great LPL mid laners and be remembered for what Shanks, he as an individual, does for the legacy of LPL.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be Xiaohu Light, he wants to be Shanks and people remember his name. So that's the goal for this AL mid laner, and he said he wanted to become a champion, and that probably doesn't stop with an LPL title now under his belt. That probably now transitions into, okay, well, I've got the LPL title, which one comes next? His next shot at an international going to be Worlds, and if you get a Worlds title under your belt not too long after you grab your first LPL title, then that's absolutely very impressive. And we need to see that growth and development, because there were instances, I will say, that Shanks looked like one of the better performing members on AL, internationally at least. I mean, his lanes versus Faker versus Chovy never felt like he was giving away too much of a concern, but those late game situations, and I think that just not having that same level of international experience, it did start to show.
Yeah. I still remember a couple moments, particularly in the T1 series, where Game 4, he picked the Sylas. AL are already 2-1 up in the series, one game away from being able to clinch it and move on to the grand finals against Gen G. On the Sylas, I saw this guy astro gliding all over T1's bot lane. He was pulling off some fancy moves. I thought it was going to be AL taking it home in the end, and then T1 prevailed, brought them to Game 5, were able to defeat them and overcome them, and it ended up being another LCK final versus LCK in the grand finals for MSI. But, for Anyone's Legend, I think this team still has that massive potential to be one of the few LPL teams that could really challenge and take on some of the best that the LCK has to offer going into the World Championship later this October.
Yeah, and I think that for the most part as well, when we've got this massive international event just around the corner, it becomes a question of how much can you use regular season, use the LPL playoffs to develop yourselves ready for that big international event, right? We've got AL with massive expectations, and to contrast that to some of their opponents, we've got Weibo, who could maybe be in with a chance at making it all the way to that international event. I mean, with 4 international seeds, there's a very big gulf, I would say, between the top of Group Ascend and that middle pack of Ascend as well. But Weibo still with an opportunity to be that team that could nicely slot in, maybe 4th, potentially in at that 3rd spot, and just secure themselves a spot at Worlds.
Still the heavy favorites, for sure. I am just noticing that the Weibo squad is rocking the the green jackets and the green jerseys. Not one that I see that often, but it's always nice to see some alternative colors, since it seems like everyone in the LPL has got some version of white jersey with some accents, and unfortunately a majority of the teams share the same accent color, red.
Yeah.
So white and red becomes very common and eventually not that exciting to look at. So even if this is not necessarily my favorite shade of green, I'm down with something different visually.
Not a fan of lime green. I couldn't see you rocking a lime green jersey.
I don't know if that's really lime green. Lime green looks like would be lighter,
Sorry, snot
maybe.
green. How about? Would you
See,
call that snot green?
That's why I'm not rocking with
Yeah.
snot green. But you
No.
know what? Enough with the colors. Here we are into the pick and ban phase for our first game between Anyone's Legend and Weibo Gaming. And so far, some of the bans not too strange in our eyes here. Azir has been a powerful control mage, probably traded alongside the likes of the Talia, as we've seen that as a gamble between both. Jungle Vi being banned on the blue side, a little peculiar, but you know what? Maybe that's just AL's preference trying to remove that from Tien's pockets here.
Pantheon Varus are the two that I'm currently looking at as like typical go-to bans or potential red side or blue side picks, excuse me. Pantheon gets taken off the board on blue side here, and then the Varus gets ripped as well. So AL here with a few choices of what they want to go for. With Xin Zhao open and available, they just say, yeah, you know what, you can pick that if you want to, but they take the Trundle away. And now I think, we saw this in the last series, maybe the Jarvan priority starts to rise a little bit, maybe. I think taking Trundle this early incentivizes you to maybe look towards one of those AP junglers if you'd like to. But instead, Weibo just deciding, we'll go with what's tried, what's true, and what's tested. And for Tien so far, it has been those aggressive playmaking junglers.
And Tien's going to say, yeah, so what? You have the stat checker king on the side of Trundle here. It's all about still trying to combo with Talia and set up those guaranteed seismic shove combos with the power of that 3 talent strike. And as long as you can, avoid having to face the Trundle directly, you can still make it happen. It just does. It does mean some of those 2v2s or the skirmish scenarios, Trundle will always be favored. And since the Trundle has now been locked in, Anyone's Legend has the freedom to lock in a blind top lane tank pick for Flandra here. And that does work in their favor since they're on blue side. And look, boom! Sion locked in, baby.
I mean, no Rumble, no Gwen available for either of these sides, so maybe get to see something maybe a little bit more geared toward bruiser capabilities with that tank, and the Ambessa is certainly the choice here that's been taken for Breed. I think one of our better Ambessa players from the LPL so far. But again, for me, this is a real litmus test for Weibo. What can they do versus a team that is going to be at the top of the standings? As we move into the second round of bans, bot lane picks still left to be up and available. I mean, with the Rakan ban again, it incentivizes that Braum pick. Maybe they're going to look to try and take that pick off the board and pair it up with a Lucian chance with Light. AL, though, they're probably going to want to ban away some of those AD carries, those hyper scalers or those big ticket AD carries that Light is going to want to take early on in this rotation.
Yep, good call on Lucian. Would have played really nicely into the very aggressive early setup that Weibo really have. Ambessa's the only one that would like a little bit more time to scale on up on that 2-item spike with the Eclipse and Shojin. But the Kai'Sa being taken away as AL not necessarily committed to a full dive composition. They have really the makings of a decent front to back. You have some flexibility in being able to either kite or press forward with their advantage, but still the threat of that is enough to just take it away. Also, it is Hope. Hope has shown some very stellar Kai'Sa gameplay, especially in Split 2, so I think it's just a wise decision to take that off the board.
Yeah, I mean, Hope, honestly, on those mobility carries as well. Typically, he was known for having this really big pocket jinx as well, but actually, there was a Lucian game where he was schmoving on T1 as well, so, this is a pick that he can quite easily play you know, on both sides, I would say. With the Alistar locked in, though, you can see already that Weibo, just as a composition, are very dive-centric, with Xin Zhao and Bess and now the Alistar getting locked in. So something to provide you some semblance of safety for Hope is always going to go well, and I feel like he's one of the few AD carries who will still happily lock in this Corki and take it down to that bot side and really have a good showing on it as well. It does tend to fall off just a little bit. We've seen it be something that struggles a bit with matching damage late game, just because he is such a short range marksman. You do default to, oh well, if my rockets aren't dealing damage, I tend to struggle.
And I like the last lock-in for AL, seeing that the Alistar was picked blind for Weibo. You go for a Poppy. I was curious if they were going to go maybe in the Channel route and look for Karma just to try and play disengage and strong shield setup, but the Poppy can block a lot of the dashes from the Ambessa, the Alistar, and the Xin. And Weibo, Sivir for light. They want to really accelerate and help further facilitate the ability for Weibo to just brute force and storm on in through AL's defenses with the power of that Sivir movement speed boost.
Yeah, it was Sivir or it was Jhin for me here. Like Jhin, again, another champion that synergizes really well with dive, but the Sivir getting locked in does give more opportunities for Weibo to get back into the fight. I'm thinking if you look at in particular the Keeper's Verdict, if somebody gets knocked away and then even if they've just got like a little bit of Sivir movement speed to keep them getting back into that fight a little bit sooner, that's something that we can probably look forward to and as just a little bit more of an advantage. But you know, we've got a relatively standard death ball composition on one side. We've got one that's a little bit more geared to diving on the other. And I think that for Weibo, they've got the burden of execution here. They're the ones who are going to have to pull that trigger, and it's going to be a bit harder for them to do that.
Especially when you have to face the eventual clock of a Scion getting beefier and beefier. Not really a lot of reliable ways to shred the armor unless you invest into some early Black Cleavers on your Bruisers, or Sivir is forced to go into an early Lord Dominik's regards here. But as we are getting ready to hit the Rift here, Rude, this is quite a big matchup. Anyone's Legend wants to get revenge. They want to bounce back with a win in their series score after their loss against BLG, and Weibo want to continue that dominance here in Split 3. Let's hit the Rift between Weibo and Anyone's Legend.
Nice.
Woo! Now, I believe we got Giles for both sides.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Okay. Huge.
That's why I said nice. You know,
okay.
we got both.
Nice. Okay, well that's good to hear. See, the first series it was only BLG, but this time we got Giles for both sides on Anyone's Legend Weibo. This is very.
Oriana. Jump scare.
Now, Weibo knows something was up, but they drop a ward by the Raptor Camp bush and ensure that no further action will escalate into some messy fighting between the two teams here. No other fancy or aggressive level 1s. Taking a look at the Keystones, I don't think anything strange pops up here, Rude. Unsealed Spellbook coming in for both Kyle and Crisp, so that just means that we're going to have some crazy smite scenarios, Rude.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I think at a certain point it was cool to begin with. Now I'm a little bit bored of it. But that's just a personal take. And, you know, I liked it when junglers had to smite. And, you know, I think that there is an extra layer of the game to it that it adds. So I'm not really too disappointed at all that it's a thing that exists. But you can already see some very aggressive trades coming through down on the spot side. You'll see that Kyle actually looks to trade when he's got that buckler ready so that he can act like a bit of a ranged unit. Now, it's worth saying that the fact that Alistar level 1 is able to get any semblance of prio is a bit of a mystery to me, but Light and Crisp have done a good job at just sort of body checking AL and making sure that they're the ones who are able to push for level 2 now the Alistar becomes a real champion, and they should be able to have relatively good control over this wave with a Sivir in their back pocket.
Yeah. I want to say that Chris just was able to find really good timings on when Hope was trying to evaporate most of the wave and just punted him away, and thereby diminishing his ability to control the wave. And anytime you are playing into Sivir, it can feel like a tall task to try and overcome it. Oh my gosh. aggression from Kyle. Ignite onto Light forces the barrier, but now he's got to be careful. Thankfully, that last buckler pickup gives him a little bit of an extra shield for sustain there. And already things are getting very spicy in this bot lane duo matchup.
Yeah, so double defensive summon is used here by Weibo as the heal and the barrier goes down. Kyle there using a minion to taxi on top of Light, who didn't have the spell shield just yet, but Tarzan sniffing around on this bot side, thought about going for a little wrap, but didn't know where there was vision, decided that it wasn't worth spending the time and committing the resources to going for that play, but he's going to chomp down onto this Griter's Bloom, spot that Tien is there, move up to that top side and attempt to secure that top side Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, it's a smart move from Tarzan, knowing that his bot lane doesn't have priority. So even though he could look for the gank, he probably knows that Tien was also playing the path towards the bottom side of the map, and that would be a losing 3v3. But now Tien has a full access to a 3v2 dive, uncontested by Tarzan as Kyle flashed, wall slam into Chris. Light was the one that was taking the turret, but it's enough to defuse the dive.
Yeah, I mean, if the Sivir can't get there and do the DPS because she has to protect her own life, then unfortunately Weibo just don't have enough left in the tank to make it work. They are going to get this wave shoved, crashed, and then get a reset off of this. But Kyle, you know, if he's doing his job, I would like to see him just sort of walk at Weibo here, try and stop that recall from coming through, and maybe try and use a little bit of that advantage that they got. Tarzan was able to walk in, get a little bit of vision down. Second Raptors hadn't spawned, so wasn't able to steal them away. But does get a ward down onto that pit. It's traded across both sides, and the second clears for both of our junglers are now going to begin, but importantly it's worth pointing out that Tien has already taken a recall, got those items, whereas it still looks like Tarzan needs to find a timer to reset.
You'll probably try to do it after this Wolf take. Should be able to hit level 5 off of it as well, so this will at least give Tarzan a little bit more gold to play with. Maybe he can look for a Phage back, if not a Sheen back or a Hearthbound Axe back. Just something that feels a little bit more of bigger sustenance. But that, as I say that, he's going to continue clearing towards the bottom side where a lot of his camps are going to be spawning in the Raptors and the Krug camp. So I don't know if this is something that Weibo Gaming can really punish on the top side of the map, because throughout all the aggression on the bot lane duo matchup, Rude, Hope maintain all summoner spells. So this Corki is incredibly safe right now.
Yeah, and especially with the Poppy at their side as well, it's worth mentioning that Steadfast Presence, we've already seen, I think, is a really good anti-Xin Zhao and anti-Alistair tool, so there are plenty of things that can keep Sivir from getting people on top of her. Unfortunately, you know, for Weibo, they've not really been able to punish the Corki like it maybe thinks they, or like they maybe thought they could do. And it's worth saying as well that as we move a little bit later on into this game, you know, the power of Sivir is not to be understated. There will be a Talia at her side as well, so there's a couple of DPS threats, and I do value that as the game goes later, the Scion and the Trundle will begin to be able to just get churned through.
Speaking of the Scion, could be in trouble as Breathe already used the public execution to snag Flandra out of the decimating smash, but Tarzan might have arrived a little too late. He does have to watch his top laner fall, but should be able to at least clean back one onto Breathe as Flandra's trying to beat him down.
It's so close!
Passive, great flash from Tarzan, drops the aggro and takes a double kill for himself.
Oh, it's so close there, but Tarzan comes out on top, just clubs him around the head, picks up a double kill, and has a Scuttle Crab to win out on as well. Really solid fighting down on that bot side 2v2. Again, looked like it was going to be incredibly close, and that maybe there would have been a chance for Tien and Breathe to maybe come back into that fight. If they'd have just tried to kite out the Trundle and the Scion a little bit more, they could have potentially turned it back around in the 2 versus 1. But I want to point out, you know, that some of the points of this that made it tricky for Weibo to get out to safety. So first of all, really solid gank from the Weibo 2 versus 1 situation, right? They look at the positioning here, both looking to block the Scion so he can't just ulti away. But Flandra does so much work, and he gets the damage out from his Q as well. But look at this pillar from Tarzan, keeps Tien in place. It means that he has to fight his way out. The entire time, he's scrapping, he's getting wailed on by the Flandra zombie, and I think that probably does about 80% of Tien's HP, so that when the Trundle flashes and Tarzan gets in position, all he needs is one quick chomp and the Xin Zhao's gone.
I have never seen a flash in the alcove be played so well that the vision game just completely mind destroyed Tien and Breathe in that moment, because he was just gone. They're like, well,
What do we do?
don't have eyes on him. What do? We have to run from this Undead Scion passive, and then Tarzan waits for that chomp cooldown to come back off cooldown. Yoink. 1-2. Bop, bop. Double kill. And now this Trundle had just based and fought them on that Phage power spike versus the 2 item components in Tien's pocket. Now he's got a Sheen, so he has full control over these grubs, and Weibo not going to even try to contest him there, will just opt in for the first dragon instead.
And I think that's something we've seen from the LPL as well, and maybe a lot of things internationally. Flandra's actually in trouble.
You know that he doesn't have flash, so the seismic shove. Oh, nice buffer by the unstoppable onslaught to not get flicked by the combo. Okay, Flandra, I see you.
Yeah, it's great timing. It does mean that he burns his ulti once again, and I think that fortunately there's no real contest for neutral objectives, so not having an ult, not particularly going to be a problem for him, just means that he's got to play a little bit safer now, once again down on the bot side, and maybe find himself in a little bit of trouble. But what we are starting to see as well is that when these Trundles do get gold, is that they actually become big turret takers. I've seen numerous instances of Trundles moving into those side lanes with their solo laners in an effort to take those structures down, and when this Trundle has got a little bit of a cash injection already, there is an opportunity for AL to continue funneling gold into Tarzan. Heck, we've already seen a Trundle pentakill this year already, or this split already, from King Kanavi himself, so it's definitely worth mentioning that Trundles with gold can do a lot of things.
And sometimes even without the need for a lethal tempo keystone, since a lot of times when you see a Trundle opt in for that, they are basically saying, I'm going to 1v9 this game. PTA gives a lot more utility in team value and getting that damage amp for anyone that is hitting onto the marked target here, as Hope looking at a marked target himself, trying to get a lot of priority by forcing a lot of damage into Light's health bar. Good pillar onto Chris, forced to pop the ultimate. Tien tries to knock up Tarzan. Keeper's verdict for the windup, punts away Xiaohu. Now it's a created numbers advantage, and Chris is in trouble, forced to flash away before Hope finishes him off. And this guarantees that AL have control of the topside river.
Yeah, and that's really great timing as well for them. They're able to just walk in. Now they'll be able to take a couple of plates, hopefully one top, one mid, and at the very least find themselves some good resets and get an experience advantage generated even further. But it's just a little bit of a glimpse here of what AL can do using this Poppy. I mean, Kyle, the unfortunate reason that they lost their series versus T1 was a Kyle Poppy game. So this is a bit of a redemption as well for him, because he had a couple of chokes, had a couple of blunders in those massively important moments. He needs to show that that was just the international stage nerves, that actually domestically he can still be the best support that we have in the LPL.
Yeah. It was, I believe, his first international tournament that he had been able to attend, since the only other team that he had been able to play for before Anyone's Legend was Live Sandbox, and that team almost had a chance to go to Worlds, but that was also the same year that DRX made the Miracle Run, if I am not mistaken. So, just unfortunate circumstances that eventually led to the rise of Deft and what could have been Kyle and Prince at a world championship there. But for Anyone's Legend, I have faith in Kyle to put out banger Poppy performances, because we saw them in Split 1 and Split 2. Some of our big TikTok highlights from the LPL main account has put out some bangers, including Kyle's Poppy, so I have faith that he will be able to continue that performance in this game today. We're 2 minutes away from the next Dragon Spawn here, Rude. I imagine with a lot of these first item spikes coming online for AL relatively quickly, that should be something that should be easily able to contest Weibo on.
Absolutely, and looking at where we are expecting to see those fights happen, you've already highlighted it's going to be down on that bot side, but for the contest as well, I think that both these sides want to be setting up nice and early, and you can see Weibo the ones doing that already. Kyle, Spidey senses were tingling there, early ward popped into the tri-brush, and one's going to stick, but it's going to force a sweeper from Tien. And now you'd like to see Kyle, well, I've used all of my wards, I need to recall again and refresh those, but a player who so far in 2025 has had a very, very stellar record, very good performances over the majority of this year. And, you know, looking at how well that growth and development can continue to go, because he is a player who we're looking at that, you know, growth and development. Wasn't expecting him to come immediately into the LPL and be the best support. Seems like that's what he's done. And in this new age of LPL, where we don't really have any of those incredibly powerful support players like we used to, right? Mako's not hitting the same, On's not hitting the same anymore, and we need to see some new age, new guard supports come through. Kyle making the statement that he can be one of them.
Yeah, even the most dominant support in 2023 with that JDG roster was missing, right? And he has now just taken a step down from, I'm not sure if competitive play in general, but at least not on JDG roster for the future, and now replaced by Wink. So this is an opportunity for Kyle to continue establishing himself as the #1 support in the LPL, which I feel like he did a pretty damn good job convincing everyone in Split 2. So, Anyone's Legend continuing to operate with a lot of individuals, very talented, who should be gunning for #1 in their positions. And as we look forward into the game, second dragon has spawned. So far, Weibo is actually the first team to at least arrive to the Dragon Pit, but the rest of Anyone's Legend trying to get some aggressive vision and get ready to contest them on it.
And again, engages for AL are pretty easy. They can just send Flandre into the midst of everybody and hopefully with the ball on top try and find a shockwave as well. But when we look at the blocking capabilities for Weibo as well, Crisp should just be looking to find Sion, stand in front, and then tank it ult for ult. And hopefully those trades will end up being beneficial for Weibo in those situations, but they see Crisp.
Oh no, and look at that, the Poppy Trundle Pillar combo works so beautifully. Crisp cannot even escape, even with the power of that Unbreakable Will damage reduction on top of it. Now that's just a guaranteed objective for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Nom 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 here, Tarzan 3 and 0 chomping down on his enemies, and this is the third person he's been able to take down as Kyle dodges out on that, sidesteps, Xiao who flashes out over the wall. Necessary here, would have had to have gone the long way around a pillar, and knows that with that heroic charge sat there waiting. This Poppy Trundle combo, I mean, one of the benefits that AL were leveraging so frequently in Split 2 was their synergy between Tarzan and Kyle, and the link-ups they were able to find were so frequently instrumental in AL's victories, and it's good to see that that is still going to happen.
Yeah. A teleport from Shanks towards the bottom side of the map signals that Anyone's Legend will not even try and contest Weibo on this Rift Herald. They're just going to use the power of those 3 grubs they got earlier and look for the first brick of the game right on this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this is gone, right? Like, this is Trundle trying to take turrets. Does it very easily. This is also looking at the power of 3 grubs plus the Trinity Force. They're absolutely fine to try and take this trade. Now, Rift Herald is probably going to get summoned, but they're looking to collapse here.
He's sending it. He knows that Weibo were trying to get a turret back in the mid lane. Great unstoppable onslaught right onto Light. Able to distance himself away, but here comes the rest of the onslaught.
Triple shove.
Weibo, big seismic shove, but Keeper's Verdict winds up and punts away one member. Shockwave is flashed by Breathe, but Tien is left isolated. And that means Anyone's Legend gets their kill that they were looking for and completely neutralizes the Rift Herald play.
It's a very close fight, and in fairness, Xiaohu here in this one had a very nice seismic shove, triple flick, made it a very close round thing, but a Keeper's Verdict from Kyle made the fight just barely winnable, and Tien the only deficit that Weibo find for themselves. They also lose out on a lot of control of that mid lane as well, and just look at the damage that comes through from this Sion early on. Pops the shield, 1 auto ulti plus W pop takes Light to 30% HP. And this triple flick from Xiaohu you think might have turned the fight, but Kyle flashes into the front line, sends the Sivir away so that consistent DPS is no longer available, and then separates out the rest of Weibo. There's nobody in that mid-range to buy space for the backline to get in, and there's nobody that can protect Tien as he ends up falling once more.
Yeah, and for Weibo's sake, they did end up getting the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but look how far behind they are in gold now. Anyone's Legend starting to really snowball and accelerate the pace of this game. And we talked about before how much harder it is going to get for Weibo as the game progresses, with this Sion getting beefier and beefier, and no real ways for Weibo to reliably shred through the armor until they get to those Black Cleaver power spikes, as Light might be in trouble here. No flash from the
Nice.
prior
Just kill
fight.
him.
Hope
Yep.
just annihilated him.
Missed every rocket, did not matter. He was using them for Sheen procs, baby. He just finds a nice quick kill onto Light, who has no summoner spells, took a greedy path back to mid lane, and was completely spotted on his way back. So, Light getting picked out there, a pretty uncharacteristic death, but one that he cannot afford all the while. Crisp now, forced to ult.
Seismic shove on the Tarzan, but he's so damn tanky thanks to the use of the Subjugate, and the Great Pillar forces Tien to be in a bad spot and gets chomped down to bits. Xiaohu, almost at 50% HP, has to give ground over to anyone's legend out of respect and just making sure that he can preserve his life. They will hold on to the tier 1 turret for now, but anyone's legend just continuing to pick up free kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, and what I love is the fact that Light is actually just kind of going or getting picked off first of all, but it's by Hope, who's going crazy with the Corki. He's just Wing forward into the face of Talia, into the face of Sivir, into the face of his Xin Zhao, dashing into the Crescent Guard so that he can do as much damage as possible and really make Tien regret that he ever stepped so close to this Corki in the first place. And he's 2-0-2 right now, and you know, piggybacking very nicely off of the lead that Tarzan found.
Yeah, and it's just anyone's legend making effective use of the strong Trinity Force power spikes that they have between both the Trundle and the Corki. And this has all been happening before Hope had even cashed in on a Monomune that has been stacking. It was just a Trinity Force plus tier, but because he's been so strong and he's been so accelerated ahead of the curve of the game, he is using that for pressure to just continue leveraging that snowball and slowly ballooning the gold lead. What once was just 2,000, 3,000, now effectively a 4,000 gold lead, and they're looking for more. Breathe, using Public Execution to reposition so he can get into the tri-bush. The pillar's not as deceptive as it could have been, but Breathe's still gonna get run down anyway because Tarzan is just too damn fast.
Yeah, again, like this Trundle is a carry, folks. Like this B1 Trundle is proving why it got picked up so early on. With 5-0-1 now the scoreline, that Trinity Force at their back. And even with it just being PTA, this isn't, like you say, the 1v9 lethal tempo Super Trundle that we were looking for. But this is Tarzan just being right place, right time, and also having an insane amount of gold to be able to do that with. He's now, I think that when you're ahead, going for these tanky options is actually even more beneficial because you can continuously be a little bit further ahead of the curve and then also sustain yourself in the front line. The fact that he's gone for a Spirit Visage first up against triple AD threats is low-key pretty disrespectful, to be honest. And I'm Breathe, Tien, or Light looking at this, I'm like, oh, Trundle's built butter for me, but he still just kills me. What's happening?
And they get the wall slam right on top of Tien, so now there's no smite contest coming in anytime soon from Weibo Gaming unless Chris can swap to it with his unsealed spellbook, but it's going to be a tough task to be able to pull off, and Weibo, down in man, have no means necessary to be able to really steal this Otacon away from anyone's legend, so this objective, once again, free in the hands of anyone's legend, and they can easily go for the next dragon of the game as well.
Yeah, I do like this from Xiaohu as he weavers walled up to the top side to try and make something happen during this time. So he's going to be able to take the tier 1 turret on that top side and get a little bit of gold back for himself. But again, we look at this in the grand scheme of things. This is a very thin silver lining across an absolute storm of clouds that are hanging overhead for Weibo. Down 4,000 gold, tier 1 turrets falling on side lanes, now collapsing in mid lane as well. When your Sivir can't wave clear again, just speaks to the pretty shocking state of affairs that you're currently finding yourself in.
Yeah, this is tough. You are trying to pray for the team on the other side to like slow things down so that you can slowly scale on up and get to that, you know, 4 or 5 item Sivir late game dream where you can just start annihilating people, as I think Jackie Love best demonstrated in one of the top esports games. Might be a potential pickoff here for Weibo as Breathe already jumps onto Flandre with that public execution. Xiaohu will gonna try to stop him, but Flandre picks a nice angle for the unstoppable onslaught, and he's just gonna send it into the base. And all right, well, I guess we'll give the kill over to Light potentially here. Flandre is just gonna try and stall for as much time as possible. And you know what? He's doing a pretty darn good job of doing that, because the rest of anyone's legend is pushing up waves on the top side. They're taking a turret in the mid lane, or at least prepping for it.
Tien, you need to help this guy.
Another minion wave, and he's he's
Like,
getting another
please.
minion wave too. Flandre is so goated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he had to resign himself to death there. I think that he could have maybe tried to run, get a little bit of help from his team, and now AL maybe in a little bit of trouble with the Weaver's Wall.
Okay, Tarzan forced to flash over that one. Doesn't want to drop the shutdown bounty. Kyle might be in a sticky situation as well. Already used the Keeper's Verdict. They've got a blast cone.
Okay.
And boom, he's out of there.
Alright, as long as they only lose one, realistically it's not that big a deal. You know, Flandre, no kills, probably a relatively low shutdown on his head, so giving that over to Light, you know, it's not good, but it's probably not going to lose them the game, the fact that they've done this. If they continue to feed those shutdowns into the Sivir again, I do want to highlight that as we move later on, I do value the composition that Weibo have, and as much as it was comical watching Light try to kill the Scion in that instance, I think once we reach Mortal Reminder or Lord Doms and once we reach the Infinity Edge, the Sivir will be able to do work. Unfortunately, she needs to get past the point of the game where Hope just does that to her.
Now Muramana fully stacked up means that this Corki is pumping out tons of damage right now. Does anyone's Legend continue to press their advantage forward? The gold lead hasn't really ballooned or increased further, so Weibo have done a decent job of trying to at least stagnate the deficit that they've been dealing with. But the game doesn't feel any better.
No.
This state where we're about a minute and a half away from the Baron spawning. Anyone's Legend seem to be in full control of this top side, as a shockwave from Shanks does pull in Breathe for a little bit of burst damage. Not enough to kill him or finish him off, but maybe enough to push him off the safety of this turret.
And I will say as well that what I actually really enjoy about AL is the fact that Hope also seems to be very happy to sit with Kyle. That's the second time where we've seen Hope just sort of stand on top of his support, and the second we see Kyle get engaged on, or that he starts to find somebody who's a little bit out of position, Hope's right there to at least put down a little bit more damage. And it, you know, immediately, if a jungler face checks a support, they might entertain it a little bit, but when it's an AD carry and a support, they are immediately turning tail and running.
Yeah. 30 seconds away from this Baron spawning Rude. I imagine if AL just want to continue making this game very fast-paced, they can just easily start it right on spawn. They have a window where there'll still be another minute before the dragon spawns. Tarzan might be caught out here. Remember, he already used Flash for the other Weaver's Wall pickoff, and this could be really big. Unstoppable onslaught from Flandre tries to stall the fight as long as possible. It's a big shutdown and goes into the pockets of Light. Shanks trying to flank with this shockwave. Still hasn't pulled the trigger quite yet. Kyle gets dropped by Tien. Weibo trying to pull a miracle. The shockwave only catches one on the Xiaohu, but doesn't drop him. And Hope cannot get into this fight. He's trying to play around Shanks' range, but the rest of Weibo Gaming are playing with absolute fire. But Hope blows up crisp, and now looking to turn tail onto Xiaohu. Everyone is so low. Hope has to go forward, but he's baited in by Weibo.
Is he doing it?
Breathe, and he drops Light as well. Xiaohu, the only survivor, but anyone's Legends star AD carry is putting the fear into the hearts of Weibo.
And this is the power of that 2-item Corki. He comes alive in the skirmish and is able to rescue the victory from the jaws of defeat there. Weibo had such a good opening to the start of this fight. It looked for all the world like they were going to just steamroll that skirmish, but the Corki comes back. A working duo of those carries from AL manages to turn the fight around. And the Tarzan here, this is the power of having 5 kills and so much gold, is that he stalls for so long between Subjugate, between the tanks, between the Locket coming through. He's just tanky enough to give time. And yes, Kyle is also going to fall, and Hope here free hitting onto Tien, but the rest of the carries on Weibo are actually doing pretty darn well. But it's Hope this entire time, constantly buying space, and again recognizing that actually getting knocked up here, not the worst thing in the world. He still had space and used his flash appropriately. A sidestep onto the seismic shove. Going back again, spacing away from Breathe, knowing that he needs to get that little bit of distance. And Shanks as well, it's worth saying, he's on 200 HP here this entire fight. Does he recall? No. He knows he's safe, so he's able to just sit back, provide that little bit of support, use the ball from the Orianna, and keep everybody alive.
The evolution of Hope over the course of this 2025 season has been one of the greatest joys of becoming an Anyone's Legend fan, and just watching this team blossom into now the defending champions of LPL. I think in the past, Hope has been, met with criticism where he has been more a role player AD carry and just kind of doing his job, never really playing the limits or the aggressive line that we now see in these moments. Normally, I've really seen it on the Lucian or the Kai'Sa. Now he's showing it on the Corki as well. And these are the types of performances, these are the types of limits you have to push when come international, you are playing against the very best in the world.
And a reminder for people that, maybe not so familiar with Hope's journey or don't know his legacy as one of these AD carries, I'd say. He was a player who would so frequently get replaced by the best, right? This was a player that got taken off of JDG because they could get pays. He was a player that got replaced by Ruler as well at a certain point in his career. Like, he was an AD carry who was always incredibly well sought after, but just not that top tier. And now Weibo, though, they're looking to fight once again.
Kyle winding up the hammer for the keeper's verdict, punts away one as they slam Tien into the wall. The Crescent Guard not going to be able to block as much damage because they're all right on top of him. Breeze rejoins the fight. Chris trying to do as much as he can, but the Shockwave is great. It catches Light and Crispin the Folly. And Weibo are now running for their lives. Xiaohu tries to distance himself away with the Weaver's Wall and trying to kite as he throws rock after rock, but those rocks ain't doing shit as anyone's legend wiped the floor with Weibo Gaming and they push in for the base win.
Clean ace. Game number 1 goes to AL. Weibo tried as they might. They fought back in this game, but they weren't able to do the work. A great keeper's verdict from Kyle, and now they'll do the victory march.
AL had a lot to say after their loss against BLG last night, and the way they are stomping Weibo in this first game leaves a lot for promising in the series to come. AL lead the series 1-0.
And that was maybe a little bit of the expectation, at least for me coming into this. I'd like to see AL bounce back, even though they had a pretty rough game or day number 1. Right, they had a really tricky spot where they lost to BLG against the run of things. But now they're coming up against Weibo and Tarzan. The early game was absolutely insane. 5-0-1 on this Trundle, running an absolute muck across Weibo's jungle. And a really solid bounce back from them. They need to do it again, though. We saw this from them yesterday where they took game number 1. It looked convincing, but then ended up losing the series. So let's see, AL, can we see some of those adaptations, some of those improvements from day to day and get you a series win on the board as well?
Impressive stuff from anyone's legend across the board, and I think it was cool to see Weibo finally throw down the gauntlet and say, all right, guys, we can't just keep getting beaten down and rolled over in these 20-25 minutes. We have to do something, and it was a good sequence of plays to capitalize on. First, burning flashes from a lot of the members that had big shutdown bounties. Looking at Tarzan in particular, they were able to recapitalize and follow up on that flash burn relatively quickly. Got the big shutdown, but this was a big Hope performance to step up when needed most. And those are the types of challenges that are good to experience here in the regular season, because when it comes to those playoff stakes situations and scenarios where it could literally mean the difference between advancing to Worlds qualification or, being short of a title run again here for anyone's legend. And we cannot state enough here, Root, how exciting it is for Hope to be the clutch playmaker, the big star carry in these scenarios.
Yeah, and in a game like this as well, it's one of those where you kind of need your team to falter a little bit. Like Tarzan had put the shoes on Weibo, like absolutely running them around the rift. But until the point where actually Tarzan steps a little too far forward, gets caught out, Hope didn't have the opportunity to stand up and shine in that spotlight like he did in the back end of that game. Yes, we got to see a couple of picks where he's hopping over the wall on the Corki and he's looking with good aggression, and that just felt like in the run of the game, that felt natural. But when the tide starts to turn against you and you're able to actually push back against them, that's the really important part, and that's where you get to see actual clutch performances be important.
I think that moment alone is what is going to be the difference in what could have been a Tarzan MVP for this game to now what should definitively be a Hope MVP for game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It really just stands to reason. I think that Kyle actually, you know, a little bit of a redemption story for his Poppy. He had some pretty, like I say, the reason that they lost that game number 5 versus T1 at MSI in the lower finals was because of a couple of Kyle chokes on this Poppy, but getting to pull it back out here in regular season, yes, lower caliber opponents, but getting a really solid performance on this as well. Good to sort of put those nerves aside and make sure that he's back in the contest with being the best of the best in the bot lane.
And rolling through the highlights, once again, it really was a clinical early game from Tarzan. That 2v2 was so detrimental to Tien's own desire to set the pace of the game for himself on this Xin Zhao, and it kind of does just go back to the draft of why teams are prioritizing Trundle now over Xin. There used to be a while in this early AD skirmisher meta where it was Vi, Xin, Nefiri. Then Nefiri fell ways once she got nerfed over and over for Pantheon. But still, a lot of people felt like, well, Xin can still kind of be the king of skirmishing once the Pantheon is gone. And then suddenly people remember, wait, Trundle exists.
Monkey remembers Trundle exists.
Monkey remembers Trundle. And then everyone... Trundle kind of just reigns supreme on the map in terms of early AD skirmishers, just because he stat checks everyone. He can pretty much disincentivize a team from ever picking a tank because he's just going to make them pretty much removed from the game with the subjugate. And even though he doesn't have strong engage tools, he has great pick tools with well-placed pillars. So that was fully on display here from Tarzan.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to see some of the power that the Trundle has, and I do think that the fact that Trundle is taking precedence over Talia as that B1 pick sort of, again, is very, very important and speaks to the power that this Trundle does have, because previously Talia had been thought of and sort of lusted after as this be-all and end-all B1 control mage in the mid lane. Unfortunately, you know, this time round, AL were happy to give it up, and they were happy to beat it as well.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Rude, I'm hoping Kindred gets some buffs, because right now, she is not strong enough that by herself, you can just slam a Kindred in response once you see the Trundle picked, because in prior metas, that was a good response because you could always kite out the Trundle, you could at least skirmish better because you are ranged right, and you can always hop away from the dangers of the pillar. Unfortunately, the meta doesn't really facilitate her as well. Things like the lane swaps does put her in a position where she gets really crippled if she's not able to get access to those Kindred marks earlier on in the game, and you really do need, if you don't have a strong AD skirmisher in the jungle and Kindred doesn't get snowballed, then you just provide nothing. And as we predicted, Rude, Hope with the MVP on the Corki, 8-0-5. Applause.
A solid performance. Yeah, applause all around. Had a very solid game, number 1, and hopefully we can see that continue as well. The development of Hope, as we've already highlighted, has been really, really solid through this year, and it's good to see that continue.
Yep. Well, with that being said, Game 1 is wrapped up and in the books. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Game 2. Match point on the line for anyone's legend or potential redemption arc for Weibo. We'll see you right after. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between Anyone's Legend and Weibo Gaming. It is match point for the Pandas, and for Weibo, they are hopefully trying to make this a 3-game banger, as they have been able to successfully do so in other series. But it's going to be a tough one because AL pretty much curb stomped them, and despite a couple of decent mid-game plays that resulted in some shutdowns, they still had to deal with Hope's Corky, and they could not shut that boy down, man.
No, they still had to, but didn't and couldn't, more importantly. They really struggled with it, and for the most part, right, like Hope just kind of tore them to pieces. And I think that there was a really good dichotomy between the early game power, and you really got to see where different strengths lie with champions and the roles as well in League of Legends. It's so frequently that you will take a jungler to bridge the gap of early game power until you reach the late stages of the game where your AD carry takes over. And there wasn't really a better example of that than what we saw in this game, because the early game was ran by Tarzan. He was 5-0 on a Trundle, walking around bonking people on the head, taking them down. And then the second he got to like 2-3 items, the time in which Trundle typically becomes a little bit weaker, might be a bit outscaled by marksman, that's when Corky came online, and people were trying to chomp onto the Corky, and they were just struggling, right? Like there was just nothing really for any of Weibo to say. They were just getting stat checked and ran by Hope. So we got a really good dichotomy of what every single part of this organization and what every single part of the team wants to be able to do. And you know, looking at that in a vacuum of that last game is really good. If we can extrapolate that into a season-wide usage of this power, then again we can very easily expect to see AL go back to international, repeat their successes as well.
Yeah, and the thing about Hope's Corky in that one pivotal fight, obviously he was accelerated, and so he could just pump and dump a lot of damage onto that core of Weibo, but he was doing an insane job of sidestepping some crucial skill shots, using the flash only when it was an absolute must, and still being able to consistently play that edge, weaving in auto attacks while backstepping and clicking away from the dangers of some of those spells that were kind of in that melee range, dodging notably a lot of Ambessa's auto attacks, trying to be empowered and woven in, and somehow, yeah, he had Shanks in his back pocket to the left side, but Shanks was heavily chunked out. The best that he could do was, I can maybe give you a command protect shield, that's it, you know, I am not really in this fight, and Hope's like, I got this, bro, don't worry. And then he eviscerated pretty much all 3 of them in the 4-man group. Xiaohu was the only person that walked away limping because he had already been chunked out, but
flashed away.
Flashed away. Could have easily been a Hope quadra kill, and now looking forward to going into the second draft route, I think Weibo are going to have to pay even more respect to the remaining 80 carries that could be in Hope's pool.
Yeah, and there are just so many as well, right? I think there's plenty of 80 carries to be considering. Things like Lucian might get taken a little bit earlier on. We can expect to see things like Kaiser as well, potentially on the board. And then you're looking a little bit further down, if you're looking to leave Varus open as well. Hope's had a really good run on Varus recently, and there aren't many AD carries that I give to Hope, and I'm like, okay, you know, but the most part, you sort of look at a pick and you go, yeah, you know what, he's probably going to do fine on that as well.
Yeah. Lucian Kai'Sa still available, right? Might have to be things that Weibo ban, in addition to, I'm trying to think. Will Hope bust out a Caitlyn? You know, we haven't really seen Caitlyn pop up in a majority of the situations, at least earlier on in the series. When we were watching a lot of the best of 5s over at MSI, Caitlyn did pop up as like a Game 3, Game 4, hell, even Game 5 kind of scenario pick. And it did become really crippling because the remaining 80 carries just had no ways to really deal with such a range gap. But we are into the draft phase for the second game of the series. Match point for Anyone's Legend. Once again, we return to a lot of the jungle bands focus here. Pantheon, Wukong taken off the board. Rumble also not making an appearance this game.
Okay, so we're probably going to see Gwen ban taken off the board as well. Still things like Vi available. Maybe they're looking for a Vi-Xayah type of trade, as we see Vi usually very frequently banned early on. I'll have a look and see where it is that these teams end up going. Again, remember that Braum was banned away very early too, to try and make sure that teams had the opportunity to play these engage style supports in the early phases. But Weibo on the blue side this time round, so they'll be able to take their first pick of choice. Would have expected them to go for the Talia anyway. I don't think that Xiao had a bad performance by any means, and again, keeping a track of that point that we set up early on. Not necessarily the Tiger Kitten of summer, but definitely not being the Tiger King of spring either by any means. So a middling to average performance from Xiao, maybe the best performing on his team, being completely honest, but we'll keep our eyes on how well he continues to play. Whereas on anyone's Legends side, it was a pretty multifaceted effort. So Gwen takes off the board, Vi is still open, and typically you will see this potentially picked up in exchange for a Xayah trade. When you have Xayah, Rakan goes hand in hand, so maybe that's the route for Weibo here. But that's a worthwhile call out actually, that the Azir away from Shanks is also a good pick to take away.
Yeah, I think we have seen many of the top teams in the world really punish a Vi early pick. I'm not really a fan of it, especially when you don't have something like a Talia in the game anymore, because there's not many other control mages that synergize as nicely with a guaranteed, lockdown like the Vi has. And by not having a certain game plan, like you said, it does give the opportunity for counter picks of ways that you can really either make the Vi super punished by diving deep without proper backup, or just ways to get out of the cease and desist. Now, anyone's Legend, we're hovering the Yone as a common answer into the Azir, but they're going to go with some guaranteed lockdown first in the Maokai, now comboing it with the Yone.
Yeah, so just accepting that that's the type of strategy that they wanted to play, absolutely fair dues to them. And now we'll get to see if this duo can, dice toe-to-toe with what it is that Weibo are going to look to draft. Again, the Azir, a very, very big pickup and a very big takeaway as well from Shanks, but not to be mistaken for the fact that Shanks can't pull out this Yone in response. Very frequently likes to take this into most control mages. And for Weibo here, they opt into taking this Vi, so sort of taking that gambit quite early on and saying, if you want to take the Xayah, then absolutely do. That's your prerogative to do so. And then we'll see what it is that they match up. Most likely to go into that top lane blind here for Breathe. Renekton still open as a potential blind. Sion still open, or rather taken away. But Ornn, if they want to tank, Rumble as well, banned away. So the pool quite pinched as they're looking for their own answer.
I'm just saying, for the sake of Weibo Gaming, if they do not give or get another form of engage or dive to pair alongside the Vi, Tian is going to feel so pressured anytime he engages with the cease and desist and they're behind. Because if you're a Vi and you're trying to make plays when you're not winning the game, you feel so useless when you solo dive and it's like, well guys, I'm not getting out of this fight. So, I hope we have the gold lead. And with anyone's Legends response of the Cho'Gath into the York, we saw this as an answer as a counter pick evolve, because level 1 ultimate, you can easily nom that York Maiden, and that just makes Breeze's life trying to split push as the York a lot harder.
Yeah, so, they get to take away a really good answer to the Yorick here. They are going to be forfeiting one of those good answers to the Vi down on the bot side, so I expect to see a Xayah ban, I expect to see maybe even an Ezreal ban, as those two AD carries that typically do very well versus cease and desist, and I look to see if Hope's life does become quite miserable. What I will say though is that AL's composition already goes forward quite well, so things like Kai'Sa and Jhin as well are going to synergize quite well with AL's composition, even if they don't do as well versus the Vi specifically. And honestly, looking at the matchup, I might even consider banning the Kai'Sa over banning this Ezreal. Kai'Sa, one of those picks that can build a Zhonya's later on into the game. Really, you can stymie the Vi that way as well. You see her charging at you, you stopwatch, you stasis, and then all of a sudden that's interrupted. So I wouldn't mind a Kai'Sa ban here from Weibo at all. And for AL, the fact that they're heading again towards these more supportive bans away, we've got Rel still open and available with the Renata ban and Alistair already taken off the board. We're looking at maybe a Braum getting taken on one side, maybe the Rel being something that's traded in there as well, but Nautilus also one of those engaged supports that you would think Weibo probably want to get their hands on.
Yeah. I mean, already looking into AL's composition, you say that there is a lot of ways to go forward, obviously with the Yone Fate Sealed and Maokai's flexibility. I just look at how hard it's going to be to actually walk into AL. Because objective control with the saplings, the Nature's Grasp, hell, trying to walk into Cho'Gath with Silence and Rupture just becomes so threatening, so deadly. And now AL have given themselves once again another guaranteed way of engaging or following up with the Rel. Now that there's no more Alistar or Poppy to try and
just
deflect
gets Brahmed,
that
though,
as an engage. So Weibo Gaming, maybe they are looking at the Braum, but once again, if you pick Braum, who is diving in with the Vi? Okay, you know what? I like that. Light picking up the Kai'Sa, you called it out. They didn't ban it. They're not respecting it. And now paired alongside with the Rakan, this makes the Vi's job a lot easier and a lot less stressful.
Yeah, I actually really like this from Weibo as a couple of answers here. They've got the Rakan, the Kai'Sa to go deep diving. I mean, realistically, the Yorik's never going to clump up anyway, so you're probably just going to see a 4-man core with the Azir trying to play range and trying to sort of keep himself alive more so than anything. And when there's so much maneuverability, the chance for banana combos from Shank's definitely quite high, as it definitely isn't going to be easy for him to pick out a single target and isolate them with that Fate Sealed. The Jhin getting locked in here for Hope, not a pick that I'm sad about. Looking at one of the weaknesses of Jhin, again, really struggles with going through tanks, but Weibo here, not particularly a tanky composition. Yes, they've got a lot of health to go between them, but this Jhin, if we get to the late game, probably going to do some very big work when it comes to taking these defenses out of Weibo's pocket.
Yeah, and while Jhin, unfortunately, is very susceptible to getting dove in by both Vi and the Kai'Sa and the Rakan, if AL are able to force the fight, where Hope is a screen away, safe, up in his crow's nest, firing curtain call bullets, that is the way that you can still contribute to a fight without being in immediate danger and threat by what Weibo have assembled for themselves. And once again, we go back to not just the flexibility of engage and disengage, but overall the objective control that is at anyone's Legend's disposal here.
Yeah, the Maokai Jhin combo is a little bit crazy because you can just both ulti from, you know, Pixel Brush, for example, and then it rolls all the way down to the other end of the river, and you know, has a really, really difficult time of things if you are Weibo trying to poke your head in and try and find a fight there in any means. Of course, this Weibo composition now has taken that identity of being dive, and whether they can or can't dive will come down pretty much exclusively to their initial vision setup, whether they can see the target they're after, and how well positioned they are to make it in.
Well, this is anyone's Legend on match point. Can they close out the series here, or will it be a comeback for Weibo? Let's hit the rift for game 2. Yay! Love the Gyos. Already, anyone's Legend trying to see if they can get into the faces of Weibo. Kyle crash down over that Dragon Pit wall. Pretty sure he was spotted, and Chris just gives way. Sarzan already getting the face of Tien. I think one of the things that many of our junglers here in the LPL, famously in Group Nirvana, have exposed about Vi, level 1, she kind of stinks rude, and some other jungle champions can really put a number onto her. I don't know if we're going to see Maokai, though, invading level 2, but we've definitely seen Vi get punished in the early stages of those jungle camps.
Yeah, unfortunately, Maokai not the best invading champion, and Vi can get away with having this relatively weak early couple of levels until you get a Q. Really, the Vi, not a champion that particularly hits the same, as we already get to see a little bit here of those skirmishes on that top side, as Flanger, very good little trade here with those Whirlpool spikes, able to get a quick couple of E's down and then walk out to safety. Worth noticing as well that he did actually opt for the terminal or the approach velocity as well, so if he finds a knockup, he's going to be able to charge at people to get the nom-nom on them.
And already, the power of the sustain is coming through here thanks to this Cho'Gath passive. Anytime he does manage to kill a creep here, gets a little bit of mana, gets a little bit of HP, but the level 2 is achieved here by Breathe first, so we'll have a little bit of control on the wave here. Mirrored clears or not mirrored clears, same side clears from both Tarzan and Tien, both making their way towards the top side of the map, so not expecting a lot of action to happen here on the bottom side unless Tien wants to go for a 3-camp clear into trying to create some volatility against Hope and Kyle.
And what I will say about this bot lane as well is that Jhin actually, again, one of these champions that we associate with being a lane bully, can actually put the Kai'Sa down a little bit earlier on. Just in the first 2 waves, an 11-8 CS advantage for the Jhin in that bot side. And you know, the Rel as well, not necessarily a slouch when it comes to the matchup versus Rakan, but Chris is going to be looking to find those Gleaming Quills, try and restore some of the HP back onto Light. But it's the job of anyone's Legends bot lane to really make this Kai'Sa feel a little bit threatened.
Oh, nice block by Chris there to absorb the Deadly Flourish, since Kyle did land the full combo onto Light. Just trying to do what he can to trade his HP to preserve his AD carry's own HP. I don't think we're going to see any early action on the top side here in terms of jungle skirmishes. However, Shanks and Xiaohu have been trading very aggressively. And with that Soul Unbound, Tarzan has to cover just to make sure that Tien doesn't look for an early flash trade on the Shanks.
So a couple things about this mid lane as well. This is, remember, probably Doran's Shield, or definitely Doran's Shield, probably second wind as well. So these trades versus the range champion, not too bad as long as Shanks can make it out. Honestly, even is absolutely fine and probably winning, as Flandre now in trouble topside, forced to flash out of the Dark Procession. But this Azir is going to constantly be trading back mana as well as health, whereas Shanks doesn't have that problem. So all of these trades, even though you're whittling down the HP bars and Shanks may be sitting quite low in that mid lane, if Xiaohu doesn't have mana to punish, he's just an Azir, a mage auto-attacking.
Cleanse is forced out of Light's Kai'Sa there. Hope and Kyle trying to distance themselves since the Ignite was also thrown down just to make sure that Chris didn't get meaningful damage onto Hope's health bar, trying to force the crash on this bottom side wave. Tien is here on the bottom side as well, so they could look to try and punish Hope and Kyle if they overextend their welcome here, but Hope is going to get a base off, and Kyle will ensure that Light and Chris do not mess with that recall.
So again, this is the second game in a row where we'll see Tien go for an early recall after his full clear, but Tarzan doing something a little bit different, actually stays out on the map, does something for his team, provides that little bit of vision, a little bit of support in a lane, before he actually looks for a recall a little bit later. Now, worth mentioning that he's going to have a little bit more free time to do that after his second clear, and Kyle down on this bot side looking to save a wave for a Flandre TP, as you can already see that Hope has walked out up to this top side, potentially expecting this match from the Kai'Sa, but however it ends up breaking down, it's going to be the same lanes, just on opposite sides of the rift.
Yep. Nice look there from Tarzan. You can see that the way he is pathing in between these camps, he's always, instead of immediately just going for the most efficient path towards his jungle camps, sometimes he's kind of veering towards the mid lane whenever Shanks does go in with the Soul Unbound, just making sure that if Tien is here, I need to make sure that Shanks doesn't get punished and loses his flash or lose his life. And that's just kind of the state you need to be taking as this jungle, where kind of early on, Vi can do quite the number, quite a bit of damage onto something like a Yone that is not quite online yet, but as you're able to protect this Yone scaling on up and you get that first 2 items, maybe 3 items, then Yone really does become a problem here for Weibo to deal with.
Keep a focus onto this top side for their attention towards Hope, as you know, level 6 here, probably going to be fine for both of these two to make it out alive. But what I will call out as well is how well this bot lane duo is synergizing on AL side. That Kyle, again, a player who joined the organization just at the start of 2025. Hope, you know, having a pretty decent run of things through the remainder of his, or through the duration of his career. But in this game specifically, they've clearly been able to manufacture a method for trading down on that bot side. There's ulti mid, traded. So to continue the point that whenever we're seeing Hope hold that 4th shot, that's when Kyle walks forward and threatens. Always looking for these short order trades, and now Kyle's here.
Immediate flash W right on top of Tien. The Q flash follow up from Kyle, and Tien doesn't have level 6 yet. He tries to flash away, goes back in with the ball breaker, using the strength of Breathe and Chris to try and turn this fight around. And unfortunately for AL, they thought they had the big pick, but they just overplayed their hand, and it's first blood for Weibo.
Yeah, and now, you know, a little bit of trouble here for Hope. His level 6 on Light means he's probably going to go jumping in.
Yeah, Hope has barrier and flash, but Light will commit both summoner spells. Oh!
Takes him down.
No! And now Shanks might be in trouble as well. No Fate Seal. He's forced to flash over the wall as well. And Weibo finding themselves with a pretty big early game to start off the second one.
Level 6 disparity between the AD carries nets Light a freebie there as Hope with a rare misstep flashing late. Didn't recognize the damage between the lethal tempo and the Kai'Sa passive stacking up. Was going to take him down. Thought he got one more auto attack, still left him. Now Breathe finding a great trade down on this bot side as Flandre able to navigate his way out to safety for now, but Tien is lurking.
No.
Cease and desist available.
Ball
Good night,
breaker.
brother Flandre.
Incoming. Ball breaker will connect, and they know that Flandre doesn't have flash from the prior gank set up just a few minutes before on that top side. And Flandre will once again try and run Tien around, stalling as much time as he can, but eventually it does guarantee the feats of warfare secured for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and you can just see there, it's not a particular concern to Breathe how he dies, more so just that the Cho'Gath dies. He's got waves to push, he's got plates to farm, and he's going to get onto that pretty darn quickly. Taking that Executioner's Calling early on for the Yorick as well, so that he can try and alleviate some of the sustained concerns of a Cho'Gath, as Crisp is absolutely fine on this Rakan, should just be able to hop out over the wall with Battle Dance to Xiaohu, but the 3 grubs are secured by AL.
Fate sealed. It is interrupted by Tien on the other side, so now Shanks has to wind up that third Q so that he can get over the wall, but he commits for the kill onto Tien, but the Emperor's Divide pushes them and pins them against the wall. Curtain call from Hope, trying to find some bullets here for some damage. Kyle doing as much work as he can, but he is just a support. It's up to Hope to try and clean up any stragglers here. The Deadly Flourish does not find Xiaohu on the exit path, and Weibo once again climb up another 2 kills.
Yeah, rare miss there from Hope on the Jhin as the 4th shot just barely glozed wide. He's trying to bend the bullet round Weibo, but it means that he can't continue the fight afterwards. Good little pickup once again for Weibo. They lose out on the grubs, but they do find a fair few kills after the fact. Couple more going into the back pocket. One for Light, one for Xiaohu, as he just pinned all 3 people up against a wall and was just stabbing them with soldiers repeatedly. But Weibo coming out on top in another skirmish means that their tenure in this game gets extended even further. And as we look into that late game, right, we always value an Azir scaling. We are always going to say this champion of many mid laners probably just outscales, and versus a Yone, it's a little bit more tricky. It's a bit more difficult to say that because the impact that Shanks can have is so volatile. If his Fate Sealed lands, then he just wins the game. If his Fate Seal goes wide, he probably loses. So it's so difficult to decide who's going to come out on top, but we know that Xiaohu on this Azir is going to be a consistent DPS threat regardless.
And that being said, Weibo have at least found a way to get that early injection of gold off of the back of these 5 kills. 2 and 0 for Light, yet to have dropped a death, same for Xiaohu as well. Both of these carries are going to fare better with more items under their belt, but the fact that it's been accelerated against the item curve is good signs for Weibo to try and create an advantageous mid-game state. Because when you look at AL, a lot of these champions outside of Jhin want to come online a little bit later. You know, we talked about the Yone wanting to have, 2 items under his belt before he really feels like he can take over the game in 1v9. Tarzan, Liandry's Torment is going to be a nice spike for Maokai, but Cho'Gath also wants some time to scale up and to be that beefy tank. So the fact that Weibo were able to overturn what could have been an advantageous early game by AL off of the Dragon pick has now given them the safety to try and cruise through this mid game and start setting the tempo and pace of the game, which was not the same story that we had in game 1.
No, definitely not. And importantly, as we look at the way that they are dictating the pace, they've now hit first items on the majority of their carries. So this Drake that's spawning in 25 seconds should just be profit for Weibo, as Crisp actually going for a quick knock-up. Nice little trade there. Gives a little bit of extra HP back to Xiaohu, and now Shank's going to take a big chunk as he walks up to take those final couple of minions. But looking at first items, right, we've got Sundered Sky, Nashers, and a Kraken Slayer picked up on Weibo's side, whereas on the flip, right, Shanks might be able to go back and finish Blade of the Ruined King here, but we've got no Youmuu's for Hope, we've got no top side first item being picked up, and it's most likely going to be just forfeited that Weibo secure this off of those first breakpoints being collected a little bit earlier on.
Yep. And that could be the difference maker in delaying AL from an early Drake stacking win condition of trying to accelerate the game or at least put a clock on Weibo's backs. But now It has been at least delayed for the time being, and we are in an Ocean Soul game that can be very valuable to these extended fights, as Light is going to try to find a little bit of extra chip damage onto Hope. The Kaisa passive doing work as Hope does sidestep that last W from Light. Not forced to use the flash or the barrier, but will be forced to leave this turret.
And just a small thing, but really well mechanically played by Light here, is that he's stacking up Kraken before he goes for these fights. So he'll hit twice, then walk up. He uses the Kraken auto to start off the trade. It means that he's cycling just that little bit of extra damage throughout the entire duration of that skirmish. And, you know, maybe a little bit unfortunate that he doesn't burn the flash or the barrier from Hope. Had he used Killer Instinct, maybe he'd have been able to force out some summoner spells, but then that presents a whole different difficulty as to whether or not he can then get back out to safety. Fortunately, the short answer is that because Hope has Swifty boots, he's able to just walk it out.
We're just about a minute away before all these plates do fall off. There is an opportunity for Bereave to at least get maybe one, maybe two, before Flandre is able to contest him on the wave. The majority of Weibo members have shifted over to the top side. Chris trying to protect Xiaohu in collecting at least one more play to his name before that timer does hit 14 minutes in the game. The rest of anyone's legend are going to try to contest. We're about a minute and a half away before Rift Herald spawns. That will at least guarantee first brick if it has not already been taken by either team when we get to that point. And continuing the fact that AL have yet to finish first item spikes on all of their main carries. It still feels like a Weibo map in their control.
Yeah, that Blade of the Ruin King really needs to come online soon for Shanks. Obviously, the tier 2 boots pit stop is somewhat mandated by Yone, the Q being gated by movement speed as Shanks gets blocked.
Oh man, Shanks was forced to flash away. Chris, with the quickness, at least catches him and deals a lot of damage. Now Shanks below 50% HP. Might be threatened on a dive if they dedicate all 4 members from Weibo, as you already see Tien and Light moving their way towards the top side. Hope is trying to respond. We'll have a curtain call available, but the cease and desist could easily pin down Shanks for a guaranteed kill, which is why Shanks is forced off the turret.
Yeah, and Tarzan here, just all the while, clearing his bot side camps, recalling here, not really having any impact on what's going on this top side, not making a play on the bot side either. So really good to see that Tien was able to step in and just make a little bit of something different happen here. Again, a sort of theme that I was looking at for Weibo in particular was that Tien, maybe one of the stronger performing members of this Weibo roster, could he control and make sure that he'd got some semblance of prio from Xiaohu in that mid lane and that his laners were actually working with him as opposed to against him? Well, in this series, I will say, Xiaohu's been performing very well. 1-0 and 2 on this Azir, has a 10 CS lead, played very well in the Talia game as well, was probably a little bit snubbed by the team in that series or in that game as a whole. So far, so good for Tien, so far so good for Weibo in game number 2 as the 5-1 lead, 2k gold lead, and now they're looking to set up around this Rift Herald.
Flandre has teleported, so they want to contest. Kael forced to crash down away from danger. 4,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Tarzan is about to step up. You got to be careful when contesting a Maokai, because that Bramble Smash plus
now they're
Smite
pinned,
and
now they're pinned.
the Cho'Gath Feast. That's a Rift Herald guaranteed. Kael trying to catch Xiaohu. He flashes away. Chris with the quickness doesn't really grab anyone. Tien forced with the cease and desist as Hope is now pinned into the pit. Tarzan is taken out by the rest of Weibo Gaming members. Now it's just going to be everyone trying to flash over the wall, or for Shanks' case, trying to Q3, but he gets bursted and deleted by Xiaohu on the Azir.
Yeah, it's such a good absorption by Weibo. They just detract. They allow AL to go into the pit, recognizing that they've got no way back out. They're going to have to fight their way out or flash the wall to make it out to safety. So, yes, again, it's going to be a little bit tricky, the fact that they lose out on that Herald. But again, securing a couple of kills, extending that gold lead, and they may even look to use this to break open first brick. You've got Xiaohu down on the spot side, probably just going to look to clear the wave and then recall, but again, they're giving themselves gold advantages, setting themselves up for fights later on. You can see as soon as AL look to walk forward, they use their ultis to step forward, and then Weibo just immediately cut off their escape. Tien's on one side, you've got Breathe and Light on the other, and Xiaohu again just absorbs the engage that AL look to put down, tanks the exhaust, tanks everything that we get to see from Kael, and there's no response from the rest of AL. This is a completely desynced composition, as the Cho'Gath can't quite make it in there. The Jhin isn't able to open up with his ulti for fear of getting called on by the Kai'Sa. So there's just not a lot of synergy in that AL fight right there.
Yeah, and it's been such a contrasting story to what and how AL were able to play in game 1, where a lot of the champions that they had, hang on, Shanks, forced to go back with that solo unbound P and Kyle. Trying to tangle with Crisp and Tien, looking for priority as Tarzan now steps up, trying to set up objective control with those saplings. But once again, Weibo are ahead by 3,000 gold. There is a ward in that Dragon Pit, but it looks like the rest of AL not going to even bother contesting. They'll just try to take their priority elsewhere, dropping the Rift Herald, looking to see if they can drop that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big win for them if they can. The Kai'Sa, you know, so frequently dependent on having that tier 1 turret available, but not sure that they're going to be able to take this as easily as they think. The Herald does charge, but the Dragon going down, they know that their time in the mid lane is not free for much longer. Whether or not Weibo tend to contest them or not, we will have to wait and see, but looks like it could be a trade. Xiao, who again has time on that bot side if they want to go for the tier 1 turret in bot lane, but 5 members of AL are strong here.
Yeah, Tarzan threw out the ultimate, just trying to control the defense of this turret, but
Kyle's
AL gets
dead.
snagged by the quickness.
Not
Flandre
dead.
eats Chris for breakfast, and now the rest of AL have got to run. Here comes Xiao, who's going to look for the Ember's Divide angle. Tarzan tries to step up and slow him in his tracks, but he's just autoing with the Sand Soldiers. He doesn't even need to swoop in with the Ember's Divide. Flandre gets picked off here by the Dark Procession. A good knockup with the Rupture only just delays the inevitable, and Weibo Gaming continuing to run the show.
Yeah, 3 for 2 here, but it's the way that the wave is set and the way that that fight looks that means that AL are very strong. And another late flash. Tarzan falls, and Light, just with a fully channeled Acathian Rain, melts the tree.
What is going on with AL? They are heavily disrespecting Weibo in a lot of these situations. Hope, he's just going to get soloed by Light. The Baron comes out, but one more auto attack. That's the power of the Kraken Slayer Kai'Sa.
Guys, game 1 AL is looking good. Game 2 AL, we have different stories. We have different answers for you, okay? It is 12-3. They are 19 minutes into this game and they're down 5, looking at 6k gold in not too long a time. And honestly, this whole thing, you know, it looks like they're exercising the right amount of restraint, but sort of caught in between two minds. Tarzan has to back away because he's tanking aggro from calling his ulti in, but at the same time, they're able to one-shot Crisp, and then it looks like the call is to just retreat. Really good smite from Tarzan actually stops Xiao from getting all the way in, but he's still able to do a good amount of damage. Light's free hitting this whole time, a Dark Procession locks up Flandre, so the support can be there. And honestly, this overall would have just been AL losing out on a fight. Not too big a deal, but it's the aftermath of this, where Tarzan just gets caught out, where Hope also just gets caught out. And we're thinking, okay, game number 1, you had such an insane performance. You were playing like at the peak that we've seen. And then just this is so far removed from that it's just sad.
Weibo are enjoying the fruits of their labor, being able to contest and get the better of AL in a lot of these early skirmish scenarios. Attempted Deadly Flourish does not find the Lucky Steal. Weibo securing the Otacon, now mostly with their carries on 2 items, as Chris is going to send it, charming up Tarzan with the quickness. Shanks trying to flip the heads. Okay, wait, Tien just got bursted. 5-on-4 now in favor of AL. This could be bad. Light caught up by the Magnet Storm, trying to use the Killer Instinct to reposition. He does escape, but now the target is Breathe. He's in trouble, and he gets bursted and feasted upon by Flandre's Sho'gap. Good Rupture.
Double knock up.
The Q to knock up the bounce house. It's so massive. Xiao, who tries to bounce Tarzan right back into his tower, but Weibo still relying on the hopes of their mid laner Tiger trying to survive, and at least he takes out Tarzan without dropping. But that is a sign of hope for AL in this game too.
And completely against the run of play off, and they just turn a fight on its head. Tien gets caught on the top side, and AL managed to spin a fight in their favor. Light plays the initial escape very well, managing to get some CC off of Crisp and then using that Killer Instinct to get out to safety. But then, by extending the play, gets caught out even further. So look at Tien on this top side actually, as Crisp is the one that goes forward. But it's Shanks this whole time, wailing away on the Vi. Kyle decides, hold on, this guy's caught out, let's go for him. And an early exhaust, you know, Light here cleanses away from it, is able to use a bit of CC previously on Flandre to ulti out to safety. And then he just extends it a little bit too far, tries to go for Kyle, goes for one step too far forward, gets caught by a Rupture. Double triple Q from Shanked into the double Fate Sealed means that it's just too little from the Kai'Sa, and with AL their frequent trends in split number 2 were that they would just be a better team fighting team, or that they would out team fight you. And, you know, even able to do that up against teams like Top Esports, one of our organizations that we typically touted as one of the best team fighters in the LPL. Well, right here, AL perform once again.
Flandra might be caught out here. No flash available. The Emperor's Divide will push him back into the waiting arms of Tien. And no one is coming from the side of anyone's legend anytime soon, so Flandra will eventually go down. But to comment on that fight, this is something that we have seen Weibo done this very split. Oh, Hope might be in trouble now, but Kyle is here for reinforcements. Q into the deadly flourish, stuns him up. Hope trying to kite this one out. Shanks TP's right on top of it. Light just sent a solo mission just to die and hand another kill over to anyone's legend's hands. Xiaohu's gonna try to push on the top side of the map for a tier 2 turret, but that gives the Dragon over to AL.
And this is one of the concerns, the problems that Light has had on this Kai'Sa, trying to take the game into his hands just a little too liberally. Didn't have the vision, didn't have the knowledge as Tien goes in.
No! Okay, cease and desist, but he's gonna die for this one, and not even getting a chance to get an exchange kill onto Hope. Rude, what is happening this game?
So, Weibo are throwing, is the short answer to you. And unfortunately, it's coming from one of their superstars. It's coming from Light, who had all of the gold this game. And also, unfortunately, slightly coming from Tien here, as he's given over another kill. Maybe if he steals that Drake, he can say it's worth. But even then, not really the case, as now Breathe getting zoned away from this turret. AL are going to take this one as Flandra. Has he gone too close? Man. Nope, he's absolutely fine. Massive tank, do not fear, everybody. But Tien getting caught out as well. For Weibo teams and Weibo fans, they will know this is an all too symptomatic ending for how their games sometimes go.
I literally feel like I'm watching the Weibo Top Esports series all over again, where Weibo had a masterclass early game. They did everything right, and then just random moments where they are dropping deaths, overextending plays, solo, getting caught out, getting punished, Tien approaching from really weird flank angles, and then getting completely isolated and sidetracked from the rest of his team, and dropping what was 5,000, 6,000 gold advantage. It has now been shored up to 2,000, and plenty in strike distance for anyone's legend. 2 items, almost 3 items for the Shanks Yone. That is the dreaded win condition that AL have been stalling for, and Weibo have just made it easier for them to get online to it.
And importantly as well, they have all of the momentum, I think. That's such an important intangible about League of Legends, that sometimes you just have the run of things in a game. Sometimes you are just deciding what happens. Even when you're behind on gold, even when you're a team that's typically going to struggle in these fights. But Weibo, who've, you know, been battered a little bit here, they've seen 25 minutes on the board. Xiaohu summoning soldiers on a ward, so they're going to know that something is potentially awry here. They'll make their way in.
Okay, Crisp and Tien link up.
Goodbye.
Nicely done.
Goodbye.
They pop Tarzan. No smite contest available unless Flandra can flash in and feast and steal the Baron. That would be a pretty...
Kyle has Spellbook as well, so he's gone for the smite currently. Just waiting to hover.
Another grand entrance, this time onto Flandra. Dark Procession locks him down. A lot of damage coming out from the members of Weibo, forcing the flash out of Flandra. No teleport available, so Flandra's going to have to heal up somewhere if they still want to contest for this Baron.
So it's all about just keeping Weibo off of the Baron. The longer they can keep them off of it, the longer they can stall for Tarzan's respawn, and hopefully get a bit of a steal to come through as well. But it's getting melted. It's Kai'Sa Azir. They have no way in.
4,000 weight. Flandra's about to just walk up and down smash the Magna Storm. Flandra, okay, it is secured by Breathe out of all players, but Hope just takes out Tien. Light is on the retreat. Shanks finally goes back with the Soul Unbound, as a Void Seeker will tag Hope. Not dashing in for the killer instinct, he's already used it. AL will not be successful in trying to deter the Baron away from Weibo, but it looked so dicey there, Rude.
The last HP that I saw the Baron on was 2.3k, so I have no idea how Breathe got there with it, but kudos, right? Like, I don't think anybody knew who was getting that. We had Spellbook smites, we had feasts. This was absolute carnage in the pit, as Flandra does make it in. Kyle as well, with that stolen or the Spellbook smite, does make it in. And importantly, it's Tien that falls. So what happens actually in the pit here? We see Feast, we see double smites, and a random Yorick thing. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I can tell you what got that. To be completely honest, maybe a ghoul. It was Feast, double smite, like, somebody try and break it down. Absolutely. I don't have the eyes for that.
I mean,
Yorick,
the observer
though,
slowed it down
gets
as
it.
much as possible, and the last value we saw was 2192, and it was just gone. So
that's the power of Yorick Q. That's Yorick Q, everybody. 2198 onto Baron.
God bless.
Yeah, the fact that Tien is the only one that falls as well is the big win for Weibo, so they're able to get the Baron and get away with it on 4 people, and importantly get away with it on Breathe, this side lane Yorick threat that we so frequently talk about, but that so frequently isn't able to have that massive impact. As now Weibo, with the Baron at their backs, charge their way down mid lane. They're going to attempt to take this tier 2 turret and maybe try to restore some sort of fight power once again to themselves.
You can at least use the Baron to guarantee push in all these waves neighboring the Dragon so that they can put themselves on soul point, but the thing that I'm still concerned about is if Weibo don't find maybe a miracle fight here to just force the game, Shanks is about to back with an Infinity Edge power spike in his back pocket. He's going to play for this wave, going to try to play for that turret to guarantee it, and if Weibo do not make massive moves here into this base siege, it's going to be so scary having to navigate those fights. We talked about it before that the gold advantage now climbed back up to 5,000. Didn't feel like it was significant enough when they dropped those random kills in the mid-game to try and just make it irrecoverable for AL.
Okay, so they do manage to break open the base, but they're fighting mid lane as a little bit of a bait here. They're trying to take down the turret, and they lose the inhibitor in the bot side. They're going to lose out on the turret in the mid lane as well. And the poke from the Kai'Sa going to begin to start coming through with these Void Seekers. Xiaohu, once again, I want to highlight the mid lane dominance.
He goes golden. He was caught by the Deadly Flourish. The Rupture forces the flash out of him. Shank sends it with the Fate Seal. It has to immediately retreat back. He is caught. Xiaohu punishes, and AR now on the retreat. They have to believe in the power of Hope in Flandra and Tarzan, but Flandra drops. It's now just down to Tarzan. Xiaohu sends it! The Summer Tiger will sink his fangs into anyone's Legend's last hope, and Weibo are going to bring us to Game 3 in the series.
7-0-9. Xiaohu with a mammoth performance from start to finish. Force us to Game 3.
A much
what a game.
needed momentous performance, as you called it, Rude, from the main man in the mid lane for Weibo. When we were looking at the clips from Weibo's Game 5 performance against Top Esports last summer that put them into the finals against BLG, it was the bravado, it was the clutch playmaking that we just saw on this Azir that made those moments actually playable for Weibo. And even in the times where Light was getting lost in the sauce, Tien was getting caught out isolated, it is Xiaohu that remains constant for Weibo as their North Star to guide them to a Game 2 finish.
And that's like why I wanted to try and bring it up, that entire game, before that fight, he was 6-0-6. He was sat absolutely chilling, and I wanted to call out the stasis in his inventory as well. If there's any way that anyone's Legend can get onto him, he's got that golden button that he can just go, hold on 1 second. And that's exactly what happened. And the re-engage off the back of that was absolutely incredible. Like, the way that the team rallied around him and they saw, okay, well, my Azir is golden in front of 5 members of AL. Oh, we're going to need to do something. And it did kind of incentivize Weibo to fight. The idea that they needed to protect their mid laner, unfortunately, they managed to do it. It was a really solid engage. Front to back was incredible. And Xiaohu was even able to finish it off with a dive underneath the 2 Nexus turrets.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Xiaohu that won LPL back-to-back MSIs in the RNG era. This is the Xiaohu that is what made SKT T1 absolutely tremble with fear and quake in their boots on the international stage. Xiaohu, you gotta do this every single game, bro. For Weibo's sake, for Weibo fans' sake, if they want to push for, Worlds. And I know that we don't always get that luxury in the regular season because, unless you are just, the GOAT, you can't always put out these insane 1v9 performances every single game, but if you can just make that consistency as high as possible, and you will make every Weibo fan happy. You will make, the longtime LPL OG heads happy.
And so many times as well, Xiaohu is one of these players who we look at as, you've been caught on a side lane when you probably shouldn't have been. But this time round, it was so good to see just a consistent performance from him. And you can see it's reflected in the damage charts, where normally AD carries tend to beat out their mid laners. And, especially when they're two, ranged DPS threats, you're looking at maybe Light doing a little bit more. But no, it's Xiaohu, 34% damage share of his team, absolutely stepping into the fold and making sure that he can do what he needs to, and making sure that when under threat, he keeps himself alive, but also that this fight in particular, just look at what he does to AL up against the wall here. 3 people, and they're all just sat there, like sitting ducks, just waiting to get slaughtered.
And the fact that Xiaohu doesn't go down a single time this game, woo! Chef's kiss right on top. Just being able to play through the maximum limit in a lot of these fights, trying to disengage when he is forced away, but then also stepping up forward and using his power to just put the most pressure he can and then go for the throat. We joked about, I think Mazel mentioned that last year he was like the Sabretooth of summer. Well, he definitely went for the throat a lot of the times and sank his fangs in when he needed to. And in a lot of these fights, just understanding when to go in, when to play range, when to just be pressure and just force anyone's legend into a lot of uncomfortable situations, and remaining constant when things started getting messy for Weibo and some of their key members started dropping. Xiaohu never dropped the ball there.
No, never once. And the power that this Weibo composition so frequently has is that they have got this really powerful jungler, and that most of the time Tien can at least guide them through an early game and make sure that they're put in really good positions. And even though it's Tien who, for me, was their best performing player in split number 2, it's Xiao who in split number 3 at the very least seems to be at this moment stepping up and really making that difference to their roster.
Yeah. We had an earlier conversation about, for top esports, we wanted to see Jackie Love not just be a passenger, which he kind of was in split 2. We wanted him to step up. He's been stepping it up quite a bit over on top esports. We had the same call out to Xiaohu, who, as you just noted, Tien seemed like the best performer for Weibo, whereas Xiaohu seemed sometimes invisible, sometimes a passenger, just not really stepping up and being the clutch playmaker. But split 3, he has been delivering when Weibo needed it most. And while this is only Anyone's Legend's second series of the split, this is Weibo's 4th. And with that comeback win, if they can continue building upon that performance, this could be a 3-1 Weibo in the standings.
And I think that this is an important win as well, because so far their 2 victories aren't against good teams. They're against your FPX and WE. Those are weaker performing teams. And the one loss, up against one of those more highly prized rosters in top esports. We see Xiaohu rightly getting that player of the game vote. And if Weibo can take this series, it does reset my expectations and move their benchmark of where I expect them to be as a team.
Yep. Got to continue pumping out those show-stopping performances, Xiaohu. We're going to be looking forward to seeing what Weibo can bring to the fold, and also what Anyone's Legend are going to do now that they completely dropped the ball in this game too, as we are expecting this team to still be contesting their title as the reigning champions. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, it's Game 3, the exciting conclusion of this series between Weibo and Anyone's Legend. Hola, what's up, gamers? Welcome back. We're getting ready for game number 3 between Weibo and Anyone's Legend. The exciting conclusion of this series. I'm not gonna lie, Rude. After the way Anyone's Legend completely dismantled Weibo in game 1, I was so ready to just see AL kind of walk all over them in game 2. But I'm also pleasantly surprised to see Weibo bring it back, and even a heroic show-stopping performance from the mid laner himself in Xiaohu, trying to awaken that Summer Tiger for Weibo's run into World.
Yeah, and he did a really good job in game number 2 on this Azir, where honestly for the first 10-15 minutes it felt like Weibo were running the Rift and they did really well as a unit, and then all of a sudden we see Tien have a little bit of an oopsie, Light have a little bit of an oopsie, and we look in the mid lane, no, Mr. Consistent Xiaohu finally seems to have appeared and materialized, where even in his loss in game number 1, never really felt like the reason that the game was over, never really felt like the reason his team was losing. And in game number 2 was honestly the reason why they were winning, because he's able to consistently find victory from the jaws of defeat and able to consistently put the team on his back and then actually put them in a position where they can come away with wins in these games. And in this instance, it's exactly that. He wins the MVP for game number 2. He ends up coming away with a 7-0 and 9 scoreline or something crazy to that effect, and giving him the Azir early was a mistake from AL.
Yeah. And now, as we head into our final draft of the series, this is where picks are going to get really interesting. A lot of the prime jungle picks are now gone from the table. Things like Pantheon and Vi are still getting banned, but there's no more Trundle and Xin from the first game. And now in the second game, there's no Vi and Maokai. So now Pantheon becomes a bit of a gambit. Does a team want to risk not banning the Pantheon on red side and letting it go over to blue side? I feel like that's just has to be a no. It feels like you cannot do that.
We're hitting Jarvan and Wukong territory right now. That's the area of jungle pool that we're sort of entering into. Expect that Pantheon to stay on the ban table, and then probably see some deviations into mid laners, maybe bot laners, and I think that an Annie ban on one side probably going to fit quite nicely, just because it's a pick that synergizes so very well with that Wukong, and something that they can definitely look to harness as they move into the rest of this draft. But I mean, for AL, right, the team that had a really solid composition in game number 1, and honestly a solid composition in game number 2, but they're just going to need to try and find a way to more cohesively find their 5 versus 5. I think that they were trying to do a little too much in terms of counters, as opposed to being able to just answer one or find that composition as a whole. So we look into now our second round of picks, or third round of picks and bans, and I talked about Jarvan and Wukong being picks that we might want to see considered. Well, Wukong's already taken off the board. Pantheon, most notably, still available. Personally, something that I'm looking at, but should get taken away by one of these teams.
You know what, Tarzan? Let's pull out a Zed performance. Let's get rid of some tanks. Let's get rid of some things that would make an assassin diving onto the backline a little hard. Let's just style on him with the Zed. Let's see it. I want to relive that Game 4 Zed jungle performance against BLG in Split 2 finals. That absolute cinematic masterpiece that Martin Scorsese couldn't direct better. Pantheon banned. We knew that gambit was not going to be taken. Skarner was also taken off the board, so as you already highlighted, Rude, Jarvan does become kind of a premier jungle pick. However, you don't want to just blind it right away, because then the enemy team will just respond with a lot of carries that can dash out of a Cataclysm.
Yeah, and I think that the Lucian takeaway here, I mean, giving it to Hope, first of all, is a very big pickup. Taking it away from Light is a very big denial. And also, if they do end up going forth something along the lines of a Nocturne, a Jarvan, these are 2 champions that we can expect to see in the jungle, or that could go into that jungle role, maybe not expect them necessarily, but they can get out of those big ticket ultimates and make it pretty difficult. Now, the Braum here is a denial, right? It's to prevent that Lucian-Braum pairing from coming through, but it does open you up to getting Milioed here, right? This is an opportunity now for Kyle to go, well, actually, I'm just going to bounce you away, use a little ball, and we can start to play this lane maybe a little bit at range. And, trying to play range already could be quite difficult for AL. They see the Victor locked in on one side. So sort of asking for the Annie at one point or another, just saying, if you want to take Annie here, you can absolutely do that, but we're going to be able to beat you in that laning phase. So Xiaohu Victor, something that will notoriously do very well, and we'll keep our eyes out for what it can do in the rest of this game.
What I want to see from AL is to actively now draft around this Braum. Things that work poorly into Braum is heavy dive. If you can play, though, and draft range and kiting, you will make this Braum feel very, very homeless. You will make him feel very sad because it's so much easier for a Braum's life if all he has to do is just kite backwards with the shield, tag people with the concussive blows. Very easy for melee champions. Okay, well, we're picking the Sylas, which kind of incentivizes AL to go forward and to dive forward.
Me when I hate Rafa. Me when I absolutely despise LPL English casters and anything that they have to say. I just must go Braum, and then I must immediately pick melees into it. I like the lane that they've drafted for themselves, right? Like, the Bard does do that very well. You can punish this Braum quite heavily, but also now going for this Sylas, you know, taking away that Glacial Fissure, not going to be a bad thing. Taking away the Chaos Storm, not going to be a bad thing. But it depends now what AL are going to do with the rest of this. Again, my concern was that they were playing too heavily for answering the lanes. And in particular, right, they took the Cho'Gath into the Yorick, and that was great for the lane, but it meant that when they got to those team fights, they were trying to play slightly different styles. Now, AL, they can still look to go full dive, but then that just kind of feeds into the Braum's wheelhouse and does exactly what they want to do. So there's a world where they could have just elected to play for Lucian at range, go for a control mage in the mid lane. We've still got a couple of noticeable big mages open and available, with the Victor already having been taken nice and early, and a couple of answers still ready in the wings for AL. But they go for the Sylas, and now moving into our second round of picks and bans, we're looking at those top side answers. So junglers getting weaved away from. Again, looking at things like Nocturne could still be locked up, looking at things like the Jarvan to still be available, and with Sejuani taken off the board as well, Skarner already out of the pool, we are getting into the, you know, the A tiers and the B tiers of jungle pool that we're looking at.
Yeah, and Sejuani, even though she does like to go forward, her ulti is non-committal, so that's a good snipe from Weibo Gaming, because that would have given AL the flexibility of deciding, is this a good fight? Oh, it's a good pick? Okay, now we can commit to going forward. If it's not, we don't lose anything there. The bar pickup is also nice for fishing for some non-committal engages. If you can snag a couple of members that are down to flash or not going to be able to escape. The Renekton and J-Spans, all things that Breathe could try and blind pick on this, or at least go for a counter pick scenario here for Weibo. There's still yet to be a jungler locked in, but they are really setting up priority for Tien on the counter pick in the jungle matchup. Cassante is the blind setup, and AL, this is what Flandra's done before in take matchups. He's gone for the counter pick of Smolder in the top side, and it would be great because it's not a melee champion, Rude.
Yeah, and you know, it's a good opportunity here if they want to try and play at this range. It does mean Shanks can become a little bit homeless and, you know, quite lost in these team fights, but you know, there's a very real world where if they look for this Smolder, they're then going to need a bit of a front line in the jungle. Smolder gets locked in, so this is that pick for Flandre in the top lane. That unique counter pick that this player offers you gives you a chance to freely scale, be sat back and get into that late game with a lot of stacks, hopefully stacking up off the Cassante as well. They kind of need a front line here, but if they want to play full range, things like Ivern aren't awful for them. And, you know, this is a little bit weird to look at, but it keeps the Victor in place a little bit, I guess. And I think this is just Tarzan feeling like he's not got too many options left in the pool. And I think if they, you know, go for a bit of a rogue pick in the jungle, their composition might be a little bit too lost in the sauce. And
I think this is why Weibo were wanting to give Tien the counter pick option, because Zed trying to assassinate in a couple of carries, but that is not going to be the case here. It is Tien's Nocturne. This has been a classic Game 3 pickup for the jungler of Weibo, now trying to play to the strengths of setting up those global pick opportunities, enabling the stronger side laning of Xiaohu in these mid-game, late-game scenarios, making sure that he is well protected. Awesome gif of Xiaohu. I love that for you. I don't know where that is from, but that was awesome. But now, as we look at the compositions as a whole, Rude, something like a Nocturne now makes Flandra's life on the side lane a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same to be said as well for Shanks, as you know, he's going to be struggling out in that side lane versus the Victor if the Nocturne does come down. And I do think that this Jarvan now really needs to pair up heavily with Shanks. Like, Shanks, Tarzan are going to need to have a really Goliath 2 versus 2 combo and really start to snowball themselves. Otherwise, they're going to feel a little bit mismatched. I think that the beauty of Bard is that he fluctuates so well between being able to access backline and being able to peel for his team. I think that Bard and Rakan are two of the only champs that do both so very, very well. And the fact that we've got this opportunity now for Kyle to have an opportunity to push that backline access and catch Victor out is something that's going to be very important, but also that he can maybe keep his team safe when they're diving on him with Cassante Nocturne as well. A double stun there can change the game.
This is it, Rude. The exciting conclusion of this series between Anyone's Legend and Weibo. Here we go, y'all. Massive support for both teams. It's time to hit the rift. Woo. Oh, I have to stand up straight in my chair, Rude, man. I might even stand up.
Stand up in your chair?
I feel too tense to even, you know, sit fully.
I'll stand in my chair as well. You know, no problem. I'll be there with you. Feet on the chair.
I just, like, all my muscles are electrified at the moment. I want to see how this all unfolds. Weibo going to try and see if they can look for a bit of a cheese setup, pressuring into the bottom lane if they can snag anyone that was waiting in the bushes here. But the early ward from Anyone's Legend bot lane will at least detect that Crisp and Light are here early. Kyle will contest and get some chip damage down. I'm curious to see how Tien and Tarzan will try and alter their jungle pass, because it is a mirrored start, opposite sides, where Tien will be pathing towards the bottom side of the map, whereas Tarzan is going to be pathing towards the top. And it makes sense because he needs to protect Flandre on this Smolder in the earlier levels.
Yeah, so the thing is, right, with the junglers in this game, and if you'll be playing solo queue ever, you'll have thought the same thing, is why would my jungler ever path to Cassante, right? Like, why are we pathing to the tank lane? It always pains me, especially as an AD carry player, because I'm entitled and I need that privilege from my jungler. But also, the flip side, as you've highlighted, is if my Smolder gets ganked once, like, he's just going to get chain dove by the Cassante, and there's not really a lot that Flandre could have done about it. So you need to provide a little bit of protection early on, just make sure that Flandre is not necessarily too worse for wear. But you can already see why this Smolder is doing really well, typically versus Cassante. Already up to 5 stacks, he's able to stack up using his Qs very easily, both on the Cassante, and I think when you reach 25 stacks as well, that's when you really start to just love life, because you can farm off of the Cassante, off of the minions as well. And you just kind of, as you get more stacks, you stack faster, if that makes sense. So just by getting those early 25, the next 25 that you get, and the next 25 after that become even faster. So you can see how he's just already froze this wave, and like they kind of have to engage a swap super early here, or the game's just not in a good spot for Breathe.
Yeah, it's not completely over, but Flandre is basically going to be coasting into that 225 mark relatively fast, and Weibo Gaming know that they cannot just let that happen for free. Unfortunately, because it is too early for the swap to occur, and Light and Chris have to deal with Hope and Kyle's push, Breathe is forced to teleport to the top side of the map early enough where Tarzan now completes the full clear, is on the top side, uncontested by Tien. I don't know if Tarzan is going to be able to actually punish this. We'll at least get some vision down and spot out Tien's next spawn on the Raptor camp. But if Tien or Tarzan wants to, he can really put a huge amount of pressure on to Breathe while he is overextended on this frozen wave.
So they know that this ward is in the Pixel Brush, and I thought that Tarzan was going to go the long way round and try to move in through the tri-brush and then go for a gank that way. Instead, it's just a recall coming through, and first time here that we actually see that from Tarzan, where he goes for a really early base, and after his full clear is able to find a couple of items. But it's the Nocturne here starting up on his Raptors, going to go for the double clear that gives him an opportunity now to get to level 6 that little bit faster. And with the Jarvan now immediately booking it out towards that bot side, the power of a Jarvan early on is much higher than that of a Nocturne. Nocturne at level 4 is not the same beast as a Jarvan at level 4, as Shank's playing very close to the line. But remember, this is Xiaohu with very minimal mana, who doesn't have the full mana spells available to rotate and combo out Shanks.
Light recall got canceled here. Chris tries to punish onto Hope, but whiffs on the winner's bite. It's just a good sidestep and mobility displayed by Hope there on the Lucian. Anyone's Legends, though, just trying to get through the early stages and early levels where Shanks might have an opportunity to stop Xiaohu on the base. It does for now. And I still think the goal is same for Tarzan. He's letting his bot lane do their thing and trying to path towards the top side whenever he can to make sure that he is protecting Flandra in the early levels and preserving that flash, preserving that advantage so that he can coast to that 225 stack mark.
Yeah, and the thing is now is that this is really tricky for Xiao, who kind of has to tank a bad base and use teleport to get back into the wave as fast as possible. And as soon as that wave dies, you can see that Shanks just clears it out pretty quickly and makes it so there's not too much for Xiaohu to feel bad about missing necessarily. And that wave would be unfrozen anyway as soon as Xiaohu teleports back in with a full set of resources, can probably bully out the Silas once again. Coming back in with a Catalyst, so it is going to be that obnoxious Victor build where, yeah, this is a great chunk, but he's got too much HP.
And Shanks is just going to force his own stolen Chaos Storm on top of Xiaohu, who had just TP'd back to lane. But as you called it, because of the Catalyst, he's going to be able to at least get some pseudo-sustain by expending more and more spells. Meanwhile, Kyle noticing that, hey, Weibo is trying to sneak an early Dragon. They drop a ward on top of it. And Xiaohu now forced to pop the Chaos Storm just so that he can fight back in terms of priority in this wave, despite being down a lot of HP to Shanks. But he knows that Shanks can't really offer much since he's already sold the ultimate. Whoa, Kyle was trying to yoink away that Dragon since he had the Spellbook Smite, but it's not successful, and it's first blood for Weibo.
Yeah, that was... we can see the theory, but that looks troll as heck, right? Like, that was... He just walked in and died. Didn't use the portal, didn't get a chance to smite, and yeah, that was pretty awkward as now Tarzan finds his way mid lane.
Oh, gotta be careful though, it's a 2v3, and Shanks is forced to immediately flash. So does Tarzan. He's feared on the way out, but not enough damage from Weibo members to finish them off.
Yeah, and that's why you don't go Catalyst early on a Victor sometimes. It's just that, yeah, early on, you're going to be very, very weak. A Victor will not have the source to be able to take down anybody in that situation, so it does make it a little bit tricky when trying to converge on those plays. But equally, it's a short-term deficit for, theoretically, a relatively long-term gain, as we know that this Victor is going to scale into being an absolute monster and probably make the lives of AL a lot harder later on in the match.
Flandra has yet to use his TP. In fact, he was kind of, I don't want to say jailed, but he was locked in this top lane for so long that Breathe, who had used his teleport early on, gets his TP back after having to use it earlier on in the lane. So even though it kind of looked rough for Breathe, Breathe definitely gets the better hand of being able to at least get proactive use of his teleport, whereas Flandra was just forced to sit on it.
Sorry, I also just saw the items that came through from Flandra as well. I was like, in my head, I'm building up this. Wow, he's been sat in lane for 8 minutes. He must have such a good buy when he goes back to base. Swiftness boots, 2 ruby crystals, and I'm like, dog. All right, you know, we are playing the long game. There is no way this Cassante is dying in the next 20, 30, or 20 minutes or so. Shanks finds a good little pick here onto Light. Has still got flash.
Yeah, Light is forced to flash there. Shanks still holding on to that true shot barrage. Chris forced to rejoin with his AD carry to make sure that he doesn't get blown up by another combo. Tarzan, thanks to the priority that Shanks has just built off of the flash being burned, can now look for the grub. Xiaohu gonna try to walk over to contest, but Tian's over on the other side of the map, so this should be the majority of this objective going over to the hands of AL, but teleport is coming in. Breathe is trying to pressure. 500 HP on the first grub. It is secured by AL, but now Tian's here. There is no ward that can see it since it is blocked out by the control, or the control ward, and anyone's Legend will secure all 3 grubs.
Yoinkies, thank you very much. That's all 3 for AL, and you know, all they lose on the bot side is, well, let's see, because Ezreal not a notoriously fast turret pusher or wave clear champion, so there might not be very much lost on that bot side either. Flandre was able to push that wave all the way under the turret, and he's going to be able to catch what looks like the majority of it down on that bot side, so the Smolder actually misses out on very little. Will be able to continue his stacking up. 60 bad metric by any means, so looking to see how fast he can get to that 225 and how fast that execute can begin to AL, because whenever you take a Smolder into that top lane, you are forfeiting your typically frontline champion. Their composition is going to need to be played a lot smoother than they did in game number 2, because they should struggle as the game gets later.
Uh-oh, Shanks in trouble. Tien already benefiting off of the Xiaohu chunk onto Shanks, and that is just an easy 2v1 gank setup.
Yeah, and that's the power that this Nocturne gives you, right? It's just the ability to look on side lanes, and Shanks with no flash has no business being that far up when they don't know where the Nocturne is. Really good play by Tien once again, and putting himself back on the map here, trying to have a bit of a redemption game after his woes from game number 1 and 2.
We've seen how strong Tien can be with this Nocturne pick in prior series, and how well he can just start snowballing the game in favor for his team. The question will come down to decision making and execution as we get further and further into the mid and late stages of the game, as that is where we have seen Weibo tend to struggle and buckle under the stakes and the pressure of some of these very, very tense game scenarios. As anyone's legend, as we've stated before, this Smolder is the ultimate win condition. Hope on this Lucian will at least help bridge the gap now on this one item spike Lucian. Bard is not necessarily the champion that gives and synergizes completely with Lucian, much like Emilio or a Nami even, or even a Braum, but will at least try to help alleviate some of the pressure being the double range bot lane and trying to look for those roams, and hopefully for anyone's legend's sake, can try and use the power of that Lucian. As Flandre now in a 1v1 against Breathe. Should be fine. No worries to burn the flash. Breathe burns his own flash. Is he going to actually look for the solo kill? But Flandre sidestepping all the Qs from Breathe, and Flandre says, okay, buddy, nice try.
So I counted. Flandre dodged 3 out of 4 Qs there. So you'll notice that there wasn't a second knock-up that came through from Breathe, and that's because he literally only hit 1 Q when he went all out. So it was really good play by Flandre. He knows that with the Swifty Boots, he's able to dodge away. And he also knows that with the Swifty Boots, he cannot fight back. Like, there is just no chance that he has ever an opportunity to kill this Cassante. And he is just playing the scaling game. Looks like he's building towards a Shojin as well. And really trying to push the advantage with CDR as opposed to looking to go for one of those more traditional Smolder build paths.
No. As you saw in the picture-in-picture, Xiaohu is now down flash because Shanks immediately took the Chaos Storm, and the threat of it forced Xiaohu to flash because he did not want to drop too much HP so that he could stay on the map. So now we know that this Victor is susceptible to getting locked down by a Cataclysm if anyone's legend want to spring a trap.
Yeah, now the important part of this is that I don't want to see Tarzan and Kael ulti at the same time. Sometimes we have seen, enemy AD, enemy mid laner, they've both got no flash, let's go, 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 and then everybody has the same idea at the same time. So synchronizing who it is that's going to pull that trigger is going to be really important, because if you as the Bard immune your Jarvan's ultimate, that can be quite awkward.
Yep. Not ideal from anyone's legend, and it's going to have to come down to the tried and true jungle support synergy that has been building up over the course of this 2025 season, what was instrumental for their Split 2 run into becoming now the current defending champions of LPL. Anyone's legend have had a couple stumbles, not just against BLG in last night's series, but also clearly in this Game 2 loss against Weibo. They really have to lock it down, as we're about a minute and a half away from Rift Herald spawning, 3 minutes away from the third dragon of the game spawning.
Yeah, and you can see on the bot side how much respect is actually being paid by Flandre, because he knows, well, he's got a couple of wards on that top side where he doesn't see Tien. So actually, we can kind of assume that the Victor gets stunned up, but more so that the Nocturne is down on that bot side, meaning that he can't walk up and just break that freeze, that he can't just walk up and freely farm on the Cassante. And also, looking at the items that we see at the minute, looks like Breathe is actually just kind of destroying Flandre in this side lane in terms of CS as well. Maybe that's just because of the pressure that the Nocturne is providing for him. But he's 20 CS up, he's got his fully first completed item. It's largely because Flandre took a little bit of a pit stop as well at those Swifty boots, but Flandre in this counter matchup so far has been able to scale up at an okay pace. But Breathe is also a bit of a fiend at the minute.
Yeah, early Iceborne Gauntlet Rush means that the majority physical damage profile from the side of anyone's Legend is already going to be put into a little bit of a concern for anyone's Legend's hope of trying to bring down this Cassante in some of these early skirmishes that we're about to potentially witness now that a lot of these champions have completed their one item spikes across the board. Light now finishing that Trinity Force is going to be massive and trying to set up some poke with these Mystic shots before fights do break out. Shanks trying to cut off Tien's entrance path, but the control ward on this Tribush has now completely negated vision here, and the Rift Herald is now being started up by Tarzan.
Yeah, the couple of early kills that Weibo found for themselves haven't really materialized into too much more. Of course, he did get a relatively early Rod of Ages for and marker just a little bit sooner, but a TP coming through from that bot side. Breathe wants to make his presence felt. Has that finished IBG, and we know that the Smolder doesn't have Shojin finished just yet, so Weibo, they start the Herald now, and expect that teleport to come through once Flandre has finished his recall.
Okay, this isn't a 225 Smolder, but he can stack up a lot in this fight if they play it out well. 4,000 HP for Tien on the Rift Herald. Tempered Fate onto Crisp. 2,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Here comes Mom, but it's blocked by Crisp. And Rift Herald is secured by Tien. They get the Rift Herald Eye, but now Weibo Gaming has to be careful because they're all backed up into the pit. But Tien is looking for hope on the Lucian, the barrier, but the Fear Tether allows Tien to close the distance and take out the Lucian from this fight. Now everyone from anyone's Legend has to retreat. Tarzan over the wall with the EQ swag flag, but Flandre still alive, trying to continue building up these stacks on the Smolder, but it's so hard to try and walk up and guarantee anything because Weibo got everything that they wanted.
And the Nocturne here, king of separating that fight out, really makes it difficult for anybody from AL who isn't with the core to play these fights out. Shanks and Hope think that they've got to catch onto Xiaohu on the top side, but actually they're the ones that get caught out. Kael gets a little bit caught in the source, thinking he can land a 3-man Tempered Fate, and greeds it, only ends up landing it onto Crisp. But then after this, the re-engage on the top side, you can see that they're in two minds. Hope dashes onto Xiaohu, Shanks does the same, but the rest of the team is separated. Crisp fires down a Glacial Fissure, which cuts off 3, and the Paranoia stops the rest of anyone's Legend from knowing where to go, how to play that fight out, and it gives Weibo another big advantage.
Tarzan is sitting in the bush. I don't know if he's been detected or not. Kael has the magical journey, but now it takes him to where Tarzan is lying in wait. They drop the ward in, and now Tarzan's position has been compromised. He is forced to use the EQ over the wall. Kael flashes out. Tarzan trying to still see if he can get in range and force a steal on this dragon, but it's secured by Tien. Shanks on the flank path, drops the Chaos Storm, but the Paranoia separates them once again. Cataclysm trying to force something onto Chris. Breathe brings Tarzan right back with the all-out. Light goes in with the Arcane Shift, firing Mystic shots one after another, but they take down Breathe. Shanks going for the re-engage. Upgun upduck as Flandre flashes in. The tether for the Fear, but he pops Crisp in the backline, and Tien is isolated. They take out Kale, but Tarzan is still making sure that Weibo Gaming cannot pick up any more kills in the back half.
A back and forth affair. Anyone's Legend come away on top. It's a 2-4-1 trade. Breathe griefing his team by just taking away the front line and separating himself. It looked like such a good fight for Weibo. They'd once again split the fight and made it so that the carries of AL weren't able to support their front line. But the Dragon goes the way of Weibo. They find themselves on Soul Point. And again, as we take a look at this fight, it looks really good for Weibo to start it off. Shanks goes in, but he gets separated, and Tien on that top side looks like he's going to find the difference. But the Jarvan, who's actually in a pretty rogue position in the face of 4 members of Weibo, then gets saved. Because Shanks and Kael don't know how well they can approach due to the darkness, it actually saves the rest of AL the fact that this Cassante just takes away the damage, takes away the front line that actually Weibo were hitting onto quite safely.
Flandre being able to step up and find such a good flash WQ moment to get the splash damage through what should have been a defensive frontline for Crisp in his carries, ends up getting himself killed. The Rift Herald is dropped. but good use of
Nice.
the Tempered Fate by Kyle to make sure that the Rift Herald does not get an effective charge. Tarzan maybe caught out of position, still has the EQ as he is feared by Tien, but they are looking for the chase. Xiaohu doesn't have a flash. Easy Cataclysm set up. They're all sitting ducks, and Flandra can just shoot them all down like fish in a barrel. Weibo Gaming dropped 2 in exchange for Tarzan, but Weibo are now on the back foot. The gold lead has been evened up, and Flandra is approaching that 225 mark.
Sticking around for the tier 1 turret is a little too much, and it felt like they were heading towards the Atacon, but instead AL, they're just going to take their time, find that gold, and look to set themselves up for the Atacon. Again, like we've talked about, Flandra on this Smolder, he was able to freely scale. He's got that first item picked up, and in these skirmishes, he's just wailing away. This is the type of fight that Smolder loves, where he can just freely hit onto people, where he can sit and stack every Q, 2-3 stacks coming through. And Tarzan does a really good job here, just biding his time and waiting for Weibo to over-aggress. Xiaohu with no flash can never go on this side of the wall. It's a misstep from him to go over there and find himself on this side. And the fact that Kyle is also causing so much chaos in the backline, he's just walking, threatening with the occasional slow, a binding coming through, rooting up too, and the rest of Weibo not really in position to help out in the sense that they need to. Now we've got Flandra 2 full items. It's Spear of Shojin and Black Cleaver, so first of all, a lot of ability haste, but also a lot of things that deal with the armor that breathes building up.
Yep. And most importantly, a lot of HP. So this Smolder isn't just some weenie, very, very squishy dragon that you can just easily pick off as Weibo Gaming. You're going to have to invest a bit of time, a lot of spells and resources just to take him down. And he's already just 10 stacks away from that critical breakpoint where he will have access to the Elder Dragon Execute, or the mini Execute that he has right on time for this Otacon contest. Weibo Gaming are going to have to be careful in walking into this very fed Smolder.
And if he doesn't have it before, he will certainly get it during, right? Like, you know, he's very easily going to be able to pick up 5 stacks through the course of a team fight. 1 Q theoretically could do it. So for Weibo now, the time's up. The time for delaying is unfortunately over. The Smolder is reaching that critical mass, has managed to make it to that Execute, and the damage from these Qs is only going to get scarier and scarier. Execute now online, and you can see that Weibo pretty immediately turned tail and backed away, but that's not going to be a sustainable model. He's just not fighting, so they're going to have to try and find a fight at some point, and they're going to have to be unique about how they do it. So they're going to need to pick off this Smolder and make Flandra the focus of their attention now.
I don't think Flandra has burned his flash at all this game, other than the one aggressive flash, but he's never had to burn it defensively. And that just spells impending doom for Weibo. And they are on Soul Point, but anyone's legend will drop priority for Otacon just to make sure that Weibo do not get this. They're going to challenge Weibo and force him to walk into this very, very fed Smolder, as Flandra now tries to step up, create space with the Snot. As Weibo trying to do their best to block in and force their entry. Kyle just goes over the wall with the Magical Journey. Dragon has been leashed up. Shank's taking a lot of damage, but has the Chaos Storm in his arsenal. Redemption going to give a little bit of HP back over to the members of anyone's legend. Tarzan threatening with the flank, is spotted on that control ward. Xiaohu doing his best to try and poke out these members from Weibo Gaming, but you can see that their desire to contest this dragon is slowly starting to drop, as Tien is now trying to force the issue, pushing in the mid wave.
Yeah, spotted on the wave, but he has ulti to get here if he needs to.
Oh, Tarzan got way too close! He's dropped immediately by Xiaohu, but the culling is doing a lot of work, and you see that the Execute is threatening them, but this could be enough for Tien to turn it around. He forces way too deep. He flashes back to safety. The Ocean Soul should be secured for Weibo. No contest available from anyone's legend. So crucial that Weibo dropped Tarzan before the dragon was even close to smite range, and despite Flandra being so strong on this Smolder, Weibo Gaming still get their prize in the Ocean Soul.
And this is going to be so massive for Weibo. Their entire composition of AL thrives around these long, drawn-out team fights, giving Smolder a chance to pump out DPS, but that Ocean Soul is going to do so much work to prevent that. And in this fight, once again, it's Xiaohu stepping up and constantly poking away at his enemies, making sure that stepping up is a dangerous possibility. It's a dangerous threat because there's a laser that's going to meet you. We've talked a lot about the Smolder scaling and how well that's going to do this game. But I want to talk about Xiaohu and how well this Victor looks to scale into this game. It's going to be an absolute menace, already looking looking like he's largely evolved all of his Hex Core, his 2 items. The Victor's only going to get scarier as he moves later on into this game. And with those CDR boots as well, that flash cooldown that we so frequently have to track for a Victor is going to be up a little bit shorter as well.
The flank from Breathe, trying to pressure for Shanks and Tarzan right now. The Glacial Fissure only hits 1 onto Chris. Weibo Gaming still maintaining their position in the river. 35 seconds before Baron does spawn. A lot of poke is coming out of Weibo. And as we said before, Root, because Ocean Soul does favor extended fights, it's so nice for Weibo that there's not a lot of strong burst that can just one-shot these members from Weibo with impunity. It is extended trades, but that just plays into the strength of Ocean Soul.
And how do AL ever get on top of an Ezreal in particular? I think the Light as well can have a big game.
Oh, Cataclysm, but the Tempered Fate is going to stall that fight for a little bit longer. Tien pops the Paranoia. Maybe they can turn their focus onto the Nocturne itself. Kael in the middle of nowhere, but Flandra pops the first one onto Chris, but it is dropped over to Kael as well. 4v4. Our Tarzan sends it into the backline with the EQ. Flandra, can he cook with this Smolder? He's getting them critically low. Will the execute come through? Breathe is still
Ocean
staying
Soul,
alive. The
though.
power of the Ocean Soul is sustaining them well. Flandra now in the middle of 1v4. Shanks trying to bail him out with the slow of the Q. They find Shahu, but now Flandra is pinned. Breathe takes them all out over the other side of the wall, and the baby dragon is destroyed. Hope, the last one standing under the tower, immediately done away by Weibo, and now they can take their prize in the Otacon.
Never has there been a better example of why Souls win games. Weibo took so much damage during that fight, but they just sustained it all up. The Ocean Soul was working overtime for them. The fight took about 30 seconds from start to finish. Constant procs of the Ocean Soul, and now the Atacon will be their prize.
Good smite by Tien. No mishaps here for a unlucky steal by Shanks. Ocean Soul,
as well,
Otacon, all secured now.
Like, it's just so tricky for AL because so many things go right for them. They get an initial pick onto 3. Triple Cataclysm onto Xiaohu as well. Double stun after the fact. But that's one Ocean Soul proc. Immediately, Xiaohu is just regenning 100 HP every second whilst he's still slightly in combat. Light flashes forward with his arcane shift and then immediately gets picked up by Tarzan. Usually that's enough to win a fight, but not this time. Not in the face of an Ocean Soul. Even when you've got a Smolder pumping damage out left, right and centre, it's just not enough. We need to see the full commitment from AL. They have to blow somebody up, or they're just going to get healed on up.
This is the struggle of anyone's Legend composition in the late game. Yes, they have the Smolder that can easily execute them, but the burst and the front line necessary to supplant that, to get them into that execute threshold, is... The Ocean Soul just accentuates that problem even further. The fact that it is sustaining them beyond and keeping them above that threshold so many times in these fights. I mean, Tarzan on this Jarvan has yet to pick up any strong defensive items. After the Black Cleaver, he is now speccing what I imagine into full tank. Maybe a Frozen Heart for extra armor and extra ability haste, or a Randolins just to negate some of the early crit damage, which I take that back. Not really any crit damage on some of the marksmen here from Weibo Gaming as... Oh no! Tarzan just gets blown up! Weibo now have a man advantage, 5-4. Hope is going to try to create space with the culling and kills the minion wave, but Weibo can just turn their attention to the Baron.
And I can almost guarantee that Tarzan had no idea or no thoughts that that would happen. Every Jarvan uses flag and drag to get out of base, right? Like, that's why he doesn't just immediately flag and drag away there. Probably because it was on cooldown from him trying to leave the fountain, as now Kael forced to flash out to safety. But with no jungler, any contest here is just so difficult, and it's just not possible. Spellbook Smite may be there, but Kael finds 2 with a Tempered Fate. Xiaohu zoning with a Chaos Storm.
Mom comes through, and it feels like it just tickles Xiaohu. The Chaos Storm trying to bring them lower and lower, but it's not going to be the case. Tien sends it with the Paranoia deep into Shanks and Flandra, trying to kite their way out to victory here, but Shanks forced to flash away. He's on the retreat path. Tarzan comes back up, but the All Out will bring Kael into the waiting arms of Weibo Gaming, completely isolated from his members and teammates in anyone's Legend. Weibo now ahead by 6,000 gold. Baron buff, Otacon, and Ocean Soul all in their hands, and it seems like an impossible game to come back from if you are anyone's Legend, but Breathe getting potentially caught out here, but the Ocean Soul and the tankiness will keep him sustained up, and Xiaohu's Chaos Storm will force Tarzan out.
Yeah, and True Shot Barrage not quite able to damage Flandre, but stops his recall all the same. It's not looking good for anyone's legend, and it's looking like a lot of yesterday's deja vu will be coming back once more as they win game number 1 in convincing fashion. And then honestly, in game number 2, this time round, they kind of got walked as the output for Weibo in this third game is so much higher for AL. They are just so freely able to walk through this jungle. And even though this Unbreakable's up, I think that Crisp with an Ocean Soul is just absolutely fine. It's pretty much back to full HP. Light's just walking through without any care in the world. And now Breathe is looking on a wrap, and AL, they've been caught.
Oh no, and Shanks could be the first target to fall. Weibo trying to press for their advantage. Good Glacial Fissure will stall Weibo on their pursuit. Hope cannot save the mid-tier 2 turret from falling as Weibo now trying to find another angle. Elder has spawned. That is what they're trying to bait anyone's legend into. Breathe goes all out, brings one member forward. Tien turns out the lights with the paranoia. Hope steps up onto the front line. Flandre trying to create space with his own damage on the Smolder as well. Chris almost brought low enough with the execute threshold, but not enough to die as the rest of Weibo don't find another man outside of Kael. Tarzan jumps into Xiaohu, forces the Cataclysm, flashes out. Shanks trying to send it, but no one can follow up. Flandre's being pinned by Breathe. They can't get the execute. Hope falls. Shanks neck. Weibo will stand up to the might of anyone's legend. Not even Flandre's Smolder counterpick will save them this time. It's a full team ace, not a single member dropped from Weibo. They're about to knock out anyone's legend with a 2-1 and put themselves at 3-1 in the standings.
And 6 feet deep go AL. Weibo Gaming claw back from the victory that they desired so desperately versus Top. They find it against AL and beat the reigning champions. An incredible performance from Weibo, and from top to bottom really. Wasn't really a concern, to be honest. And I think that Breathe in this game had a standout performance where this Smolder counterpick, yes, it looked like it was doing damage during the game, but it didn't actually get to do the things that it needed to. And that Breathe in this game was just holding the line the entire time, constantly, just making sure this Smolder, even though it's a massive counterpick, even though it looked like it should be the reason that, honestly, AL could have won that game, it never got that opportunity. The carries on the bot side of the map from Weibo as well stepped up huge. You had a really big performance from Zhao, who once again on this Victor, who's controlling space, and with those couple of early kills, that little bit of cash injection, was actually able to really well maintain Shanks in that mid lane. And Tien as well on this Nocturne. Another really solid performance.
Yeah, honestly, I might be really inclined to give Tien the MVP for this game. I think there's strong arguments for Xiaohu being constant and for Breathe to still be just as impactful despite not getting a chance to work with Tien to punish Smolder in the side lanes while he was just kind of coasting and scaling on up. Because Tien got every single dragon in a timely manner, and that gave them the Ocean Soul window that much sooner before Smolder could really threaten these big late game team fights. And because the Ocean Soul is secured, Tien is able to help knock out Tarzan and catch him out of guard, which, to be quite honest, Rude, I think this has been an uncharacteristically subpar performance from Tarzan in games 3 and a little bit of 2 as well. Tien finds a way to step up against who a lot of us thought was the definitive best player of the LPL, not only, by the end of Split 2 playoffs, but also going into MSI.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that for Tien, right, he was looking as one of the better players for Weibo through Split number 2, and it's good to see him find a little bit of that form as well back in this third game, because as much as he really, really did very well through the early parts of game number 2, actually we got to see some fumbles, some slight missteps, and that actually for Weibo it was a pretty big deal that Xiaohu was able to stay firm and stand tall during that second game. But in game number 3, felt like the majority of Weibo were all relatively consistent. We didn't see Light have that be-all and end-all catastrophic E forward. We saw him have one where he went a little bit too far and he immediately flashes back out and recognizes, okay, good thing I've got Ocean Soul, otherwise I would be probably dead. But they weren't game-altering, they weren't such to the effect that they ended up losing out big time on it. And now Weibo again. I talked about this coming into the series. I'll get to talk about it again now. The fact that they have actually beaten a top-tier team from Ascend is a really big deal. Because previously they'd just taken down WE, they'd taken down FPX, and those feel like the freebies that you cash in if you're a potential Worlds contender, and maybe even if you're not, if you're just one of the other teams in Ascend, those feel like the games that you need to win. The games up against AL are the ones that are important, and actually the fact that Weibo come out on top of that is really, really big.
Yeah, and while we wait for the eventual MVP to be decided for Weibo and go through the highlights and everything, I want to take some time to really open up the floor for Anyone's Legend. This is their second series after returning to LPL Split 3. Both have been series losses against opponents that BLG heavily contested in, by the end of Split 2 finals, but they got the better of them multiple times in upper finals, then grand finals, and then MSI in consecutively, progressively better looks, just to lose 1-2. Then against Weibo Gaming, an opponent that they should definitively be better on paper across the board, also dropped 1-2. Is this burnout from the heavy international schedule that they've had compared to the rest of the teams who, after the end of Split 2 playoffs, everyone's been kind of chilling and practicing and just getting ready to get back into the swing of things, or is there something else that is in the works or behind the scenes for Anyone's Legend on why they're stumbling here?
Yeah, I mean, the MSI hangover was a real thing, right? I think this was like G2 at some stage where they were like, yeah, we just kind of had a really tough time of things with a lot of travel, and that is the same to be said for AL, and we can only extend that so far as BLG came in and they absolutely slaughtered FPX this morning, or this evening, depending on where you are. But this is a question for AL more so than anything else. Are they okay with the fact that this has been an 0-2 start out for them? Probably not, but is this something that they might have anticipated or that they've got a reason for, most notably? That's what they need to answer, and that's the question that really is going to bore at them. And if they have got an answer, then great. If they haven't, then that's when it needs to be a bit of a concern that they focus on.
Yep. It is a double round robin, so there is still time to turn around their regular season standing score, and no matter what, as long as you end on the top 4 side of things, you will guarantee playoffs. If you're bottom 4, you do have to play against one of the top 4 Nirvana teams through that play-in stage to get into playoffs, which I don't imagine Anyone's Legend is going to find themselves in, but we do.
And even if they do,
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't expect Anyone's Legend to drop to any Nirvana team outside of
exactly.
I mean, EDG I'm very hyped for, but I'm only hyped for EDG if it's into FPX or WE. Maybe one of the other Ascend teams if they're just in really, really bad shape, But Anyone's Legend is definitely feeling the sting and the pain of dropping back-to-back series after starting out very strong in the opener for Game 1.
Yeah, and I think that's the big ticker here is that you've got Game 1 AL, who are just this mammoth fiend that could have probably challenged and done very well like they did at MSI, and then you have Game 2 and Game 3 AL where not necessarily that they are completely opposite of that, but just that they don't have enough, really, more so than anything else, because I don't think that AL necessarily found themselves as though they were playing badly, but I do think that they're in a very difficult position with this draft in particular to actually play it out as they would have wanted to. Like the idea of a Silas Jarvan and then the backline pairing of a Smolder and Illusion, it's never easy for them, but they did what feels like some of the best with what they could do, what they've been given, and if they're just not being put into the right position, there's obviously things that they on the Rift can probably do a lot better, but yeah, a little bit of one, a little bit of the other, and AL still need to try and right those wrongs.
Yeah. Just awaiting for the MVP from the LPL broadcast and what they decide who deserves it most. I think me and Rude have already given our candidates between Breathe, Tien, and Xiaohu as the big ones. And it is Tien on the Nocturne. The objective control was perfection. very fast Ocean Soul coming online. The Paranoia usages were great in isolating and preventing windows where anyone's legend could spike. I think the Nocturne ulti on Hope's Lucian in particular was very critical, as that we talked about, that was his one item power spike that maybe he and Shanks could have just obliterated Xiaohu in the left side of that fight. But then you turn on all the lights and suddenly, hey guys, I got a Nocturne on me, help. Where are you guys? Like, we don't know where you are, dude. We can't see anything. But ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude our broadcast for the evening. Back to back. Obviously, the first series, unfortunate for FPX, but always nice to see BLG continuing to reign dominant with some very impressive showings. But also, massive win in this series. Probably coming into this matchup, we consider it an upset, and much deserved so, just off of the strength of what we expect anyone's legend to be boasting after being their defending champions. But we want to remind everyone at home that we have a very big shout out and thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Force Without, and owner of a Cimmeril. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. It's been a pleasure, Rude. Any last words before we bow out for the evening?
Not a one. Very well done to Weibo. Very well done to everybody at home for sticking through us for the 3-gamer at the end. But it's going to continue tomorrow, every single day for like the next 3-4 weeks. We have got LPL. Come back and watch the rest.
You heard the man across the pond. This is Rafa and Rude signing out. See you all next time.